compared to these powerhouses from the Thousand-Star City, Han Fei had experienced it from the grassroots. Especially when he was in the ideal palace, he and the group of people on the Avenger had wandered at sea for decades. What kind of battle had he not experienced? Back then, the City of Hope had a population that was countless times larger than the Scattered Stars Island, but he managed the city well. And didn't the big clans in that world try to stop him back then too? But he easily solved them in the end. As for Patriarch Thug that Chu Qing mentioned, Han Fei thought to himself, I'm not going to admit I know any Patriarch Thug. The one I know is my junior uncle Faceless, Li Daxian. What has he got to do with Patriarch Thug? Patriarch Thug is just a title, and he has already been poisoned to death. The one you see now is an undead creature. But compared to the history of the Thug Academy, the big clans were simply trash. In front of these millions of people, Han Fei wasn't worried that Chu Qing would attack him. He just chuckled. Dear soldiers, look, these are the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. The group of venerables in the Thousand-Star City just watched us die but refused to help. You worked so hard to collect resources on the coastline, kill sea demons, and grab their sea-swallowing seashells. In the end, the refining hall and the alchemy workshops refined excellent weapons, but you couldn't use them. All of them were taken away by these B*****stards. How could you bear it? Han Fei, shut up. You're slandering us. Roar. Han Fei roared, his voice echoing, shut up. Now that I'm the commander, who do you think you are? How can you be so impudent here? Either you swear to the Great Tao, or shut up. Otherwise, get the hell back to your Thousand-Star City. Han Fei's voice had its own magical power. It echoed in the air, making countless people's blood boil. Everyone present was not stupid. Who didn't know that the big clans were extremely rich? Now they had come to stop Han Fei, only to have their dirty things exposed. Shame on them. However, although the big clans were not good, no one felt that Han Fei was good at this moment. This was because Han Fei really didn't win any earth-shaking battles for the Scattered Stars Island. Although Han Fei had indeed saved countless lives in the two venerable killing battles, the problem was that Han Fei won too easily and too frequently, and he took over the position of Supreme Commander too quickly. Inevitably, people couldn't accept it quickly. At this moment, Chu Qing's face was all red because of Han Fei's scolding. He really wanted to kill Han Fei, but just as Han Fei didn't dare to attack him, now, he didn't dare to attack him either. If anyone dared to attack at this moment, as long as he killed or injured a single person, he would become the enemy of the entire Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei said ruthlessly, you said that I, Han Fei, can't take over the position of Supreme Commander. Was this Feiyanmu furnace made by your Chu sect? Were those Sea Clan venerables killed by your Chu sect? Have you ever killed a single sea demon since you entered the Scattered Stars Island? You haven't even killed a King Kingworm. How do you dare to claim that I, Han Fei, am not qualified to take over this position? Chu Qing calmed down a little. He had come out in a rush. Under such circumstances, if he still tried to stop Han Fei with his background, he probably wouldn't succeed. He used the wrong strategy. Everyone knew that the big clans exploited them. So this exploitation would be considered a tacit agreement. If it wasn't emphasized, at most they would be scolded. But Han Fei was different. Han Fei had become well known on the Scattered Stars Island and had made great achievements. Now he was going to be the new Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei's words carried a lot of weight, which was much more important than his. Chu Qing immediately issued an order in his heart, and suddenly, a junior explorer flew to the sky and shouted, "Please forgive me for crossing the line. I am Tian Heng, the head of the command center of the Tactical Command. May I say something?" Han Fei's face immediately changed slightly. He was about to proceed to the next step when this person jumped out and interrupted him. He was definitely up to no good. He remembered the name Tian Heng. "Even if I can't kill you now, I will kill you later." Shueishenqi narrowed his eyes. "Does Tian Heng work for the big clans?" Shueishenqi said casually, "Tian Heng, if you have something to say, just say it. But you have to make sure what you said is true." Tian Heng shouted, "Marshal Shui, don't worry. I have my principles." Han Fei was born on a small island in the Heavenly Water Village in the Blue Sea Town. In the 36 towns. Before he was 12 years old, his aptitude was extremely poor. After he was 12 years old, he suddenly became exceptionally talented and coincidentally entered the Thug Academy. Since then, he had been walking very smoothly on the road of cultivation. However, according to all the information I have, there is an invisible hand pushing him behind the scenes. The rumors had it that Han Fei's father is a venerable and forced Marshal Shui to give up his position. I think it's very likely. This matter has to be investigated. From the ancient battlefield. This Tian Heng was quite bold. After showing a lot of information, he finally concluded, Han Fei has a big shot behind him who is extremely strong even among venerables. However, Tian Heng didn't say who the big shot was. There was no telling if he didn't find out or if he deliberately didn't say it. Tian Heng said, although Han Fei has made contributions to the Scattered Stars Island, all his contributions and his current character are not enough for him to be the commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, the command center is strongly against Han Fei taking over as the supreme commander. At this moment, Chu Qing snorted coldly. What is the person behind Han Fei's back up to? It's unknown whether he is trying to destroy our human race or not. The entire Scattered Stars Island was dumbfounded by the debate. It was as if they were watching a show. What a horror. On the Scattered Stars Island, Big Yellow, Jiuyin Ling, and He Xiaoyu were indignant. Someone shouted, "Be *starred, none of the big clans in the Thousand Star City are good." Big Yellow meowed. These people deserve to be killed. Han Fei is great. He can cook and send kittens to me. There were many discussions elsewhere. Someone said, it seems that Han Fei doesn't seem to be a good person. Someone sighed. Then why did Marshal Shui pass on his position to him? Was he really coerced? While millions of people were deep in thought and discussing, hundreds of people suddenly soared into the sky. The leader was Bei Hua, the official leader of the Scattered Stars 4th Unit. Bei Hua shouted, Tian Heng, don't start that messy investigation. Everyone has their own secrets. Among the millions of people here, how many people have secrets? How many people on the Scattered Stars Island are weak? Beside Bei Hua, an old man shouted, I'm Yu Su, a 5-star refiner. A middle-aged man shouted, Li Yunfei, a 5-star refiner, from the refining hall of the central city. Beihua roared, the people of the refining hall know that the Feiyanmu furnace is a blessing to all cultivators in all the generations to come. The creation of the Feiyanmu furnace subverted the refining techniques of the billions of people in the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns. Isn't this contribution more important than those messy things investigated by the command center? Although we refiners are not strong enough, we think the appearance of the Feiyanmu furnace is far more important than those big clans. Immediately, all famous 5-star refiners in the hundreds of refining halls shouted, "We'd like Han Fei to be our commander." Tianheng still wanted to say something, when Han Fei's voice sounded. "Whether or not you think I'm qualified to be the commander, I am. I'm showing you the ceremony not to make you approve or doubt me. Beihua, from today on, the Scattered Stars Island will cut off the supply of weapons and resources. For the 1,000-star city, so will the logistics division. Those residents of the 1,000-star city who want resources can come to the Scattered Stars Island for duty. The 7 major academies of the 1,000-star city shall arrange for batches of students to come to the Scattered Stars Island for trial, and we'll treat them the same as all the frontline soldiers. Everyone's life is a life, and no one can be an exception." Buzz. Instantly, the void trembled, and Chu Qing, Yang Kuan, Yi Kai, Sun Baixing, and even the others who seemed to be hiding in the void all changed their expressions. As they expected, it wouldn't do them any good if Han Fei took over as the commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Now they couldn't enter the level 3 fishery at all. It was the territory of Faceless, and any person they met there could be Faceless. With the mask on, Faceless could be anyone. They couldn't even find him. The big clans could no longer gain experience and obtain resources there. Last time, when the Thug Academy attacked the 1,000-star city, the level 3 fishery was also lost, and all the 100 dragon boats fell into the hands of Faceless. Venerables didn't dare to descend. Otherwise, with Han Guanchu's ability, who could withstand him if he wanted to kill ordinary venerables? However, peak-level venerables and even half-kings didn't dare to descend either. If they did, their lair would be destroyed, and they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Now, with a few words, Han Fei cut off the 1,000-star city's channel to gain resources. How could the big clan still sit still? Seeing everyone amazed and surprised, Han Fei continued, "From today on, the soldiers on the island have the preferential right to use the best resources, and those that can improve the realm." At this moment, Yi Kai, Yang Kuan, and Sun Baixing all came out, unable to sit still anymore. Yi Kai asked, "Han Fei, without the help of the big clans, can you defend the Scattered Stars Island?" Han Fei suddenly looked at Yi Kai. "If you don't, get lost. No one wants to keep you here. Now you want to beg me for mercy? But I don't buy it. If you have what it takes, you big clans can come to the Scattered Stars Island and kill me." Yi Kai was stunned. "Who the F***ck pleaded with you? Are you making this up?" However, how could ordinary people hear the voice transmission of a venerable? They thought that Yi Kai had really begged for mercy. Instantly, even Chu Qing and the others wanted to tear him apart. Han Fei looked very righteous at the moment, and his voice resounded in the sky. Yi Kai trembled in anger. He really wanted to kill Han Fei. Tianheng wanted to speak again, but Han Fei didn't give him a chance. Han Fei shouted again, "To be frank, I regard the big clans as my enemies. Now that I've taken over the Scattered Stars Island, you won't be able to get even a low-quality pearl on the Scattered Stars Island from now on. The big clans have exploited human beings for thousands of years and accumulated abundant resources, which can only be described with astronomical figures. How can I not know what your intentions are to appear on the Scattered Stars Island? You want to get benefits, but don't want to participate in the war. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Chu Qing frowned. What does Han Fei mean? Han Fei immediately shouted, his voice surging like a tide, from today on, if the venerables of the Thousand-Star City want to stay on the Scattered Stars Island, firstly, they must send out 1/3 of the explorers and their clans to participate in the battle. Secondly, every family has to submit a certain amount of resources to be qualified to stay. As for the amount, it shall be no less than mine. I have been fighting in the outer sea for more than 10 years. And have collected some resources, and now I donate all of them to the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. No one had expected this. What was the use of your resources on such a huge Scattered Stars Island? However, Han Fei simply roared, I'll donate. Spiritual Spring, 5 million kilograms. When they heard this number, the venerables didn't take it seriously at all, thinking that Han Fei was too petty. Han Fei continued. 50,000 spiritual fruits. Semi-divine materials, 5 million kilograms. Huh? At this point, everyone below was in an uproar. F***CK, are you measuring the semi-divine materials by 10,000 caddies? The venerables' faces all changed. 5 million kilograms of semi-divine materials. Although the materials are not very valuable, their value far exceeds that of 5 million kilograms of spiritual spring. And Han Fei was still continuing. Low-quality divine materials, 1 million kilograms. Mid-quality divine weapon material, 500,000 kilograms. High-quality divine materials, 100,000 kilograms. Heaven-level techniques and combat skills, 102. The audience was all silent in shock. What was the meaning of this? When did semi-divine weapon become so cheap? And the divine weapon level materials were already measured by 10,000 kilograms? Also, heaven-level techniques and combat skills? For real? Also, were these materials really prioritized for the Scattered Stars Island? And these resources were only taken out by Han Fei alone? Chu Qing and the others were already dumbstruck. Although the total amount was still nothing, wasn't this amount of resources a little too much? And more than 100 heaven-level techniques? Are you kidding me? But Han Fei hadn't finished yet. He continued. 1,242 techniques below the heaven level. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, well, that's all. Oh, I forgot that I can also provide spirit awakening fluid. 10 million kilograms. Everyone. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Not just Chu Qing and the others, even Jinger was dumbfounded. Where did you get 10 million kilograms of spirit awakening fluid? On the entire Scattered Stars Island, those who could and couldn't see Han Fei. In short, every time Han Fei mentioned a kind of resource, they trembled in shock. Han Fei had said that he donated all these resources to the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. What did donate mean? It meant that they were given away for free. Not to mention the resources that Han Fei was asking the big clans to pay. Just the resources that Han Fei donated had already scared these millions of people silly. The Empyrean Waterfall. Meow. Big Yellow was shocked and meowed. Han Fei is too stingy. He donated 10 million kilograms of spirit awakening fluid but only gave me 100 kilograms? No, I'm going to find him. Clatter. Jiao Yinling knocked Big Yellow's head with a hand. Don't bother him. What you asked for is for your cat sons and cat daughters to improve their physique. But Han Fei's resources are for millions of human beings. They can't be wasted. He Xiaoyu seemed to be used to Han Fei's unusual style, so she was just excited. However, her teammates were all dumbfounded. The armorist sighed. Marshal Han is so domineering. He retorted a venerable into speechless and forcibly claimed resources from them. He's too domineering. The manipulator covered her face. I love him. I love him. Marshal Han is a real hero. And he's so damn rich. The spirit gatherer swallowed crazily. I didn't know that a person could be so rich. He Xiaoyu spat. Continue to consolidate your cultivation foundation. We'll return to the team in 3 days. Ah. Outside the central city, see God Square. Under the gaze of millions of people, Han Fei immediately shouted, Where is the commander of the logistics division? Yes. Yes. Marshal Han, I'm here. Boom. An intermediate explorer strode over. He was completely dumbfounded just now. Han Fei said that these resources were accumulated over more than 10 years. He had scoffed at it at first. But now, he was overjoyed. All the resources were reserved for their own use. How could he not be happy? That Marshal Han offered such great benefits on his first day in office? Han Fei saw a fat guy flying over. When he was on the Scattered Stars Island before, he was still weak. He had seen some ordinary deputy commanders who could be peak-level hidden fishers or law enforcers. However, the leaders of each large division couldn't be weak. Otherwise, what if something big happened? However, these people generally didn't show up. After all, the 10,000 Demon Valley in the past was actually not strong. And Shueishenqi didn't really want to completely wipe out the 10,000 Demon Valley, but was using the excuse of defending and actually training soldiers. But now the 10,000 Demon Valley was different from before. And the Scattered Stars Island certainly couldn't lag behind. However, in comparison, even if all the high-level forces of the Scattered Stars Island were deployed, they were still much weaker than the 10,000 Demon Valley. The man flew close and shouted, I am the inspector of the logistics division. Wang Lin. Greetings, Marshal Han. Han Fei looked at him casually and shouted, Wang Lin, lead the commanders, deputy commanders, and important members of the 4 logistics divisions on the Scattered Stars Island to cross-check the resources I donated and put them into warehouses in batches. If any mistake is made, you'll be subject to punishment. Wang Lin shouted, Yes, Master Han, if anything goes wrong with this batch of supplies, I, Wang Lin, will definitely cut my own head off. Han Fei said again, Wang Lin, remember my words. Even if the amount of the resources the big clans submit is 1 low-quality pearl less than the resources I donated, tell me. Wang Lin sweated. What else could he do except for saying yes? Compared to the big clans, he was more interested in the resources in front of him. He had seen a lot of money. Were the resources Han Fei donated much? Of course, there were a lot of them, but it was not enough to make Wang Lin excited. What really shocked Wang Lin was the amount of spirit awakening fluid Han Fei had. How many undersea chimneys had he robbed? even the reserve of spirit awakening fluid at the peak of the scattered stars island was not as many as 10 million kilograms. Just the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city alone consumed a total of 2 million caddies of spirit awakening fluid every year. In addition to the daily exchange consumption of the scattered stars island, the amount of spirit awakening fluid consumed each year was as much as 5 million caddies. Therefore, every year, they had to compete for the undersea chimneys. But Han Fei had casually thrown out the amount required in 2 years, which was a shocking amount. However, only the venerables knew that the spirit awakening fluid was nothing more than sea water containing the Tao runes. It wasn't anything good. However, people in different realms had different visions. Spirit awakening fluid was basically a treasure for people below the law. Enforcer realm. And Han Fei thought to himself, 10 million kilograms, only 10 sea swallowing seashells. I still have more than 90 sea swallowing seashells. At this time, Han Fei looked at Tianheng. Humph, Tianheng, do you still think I'm greedy? Do I deserve to be the commander? Tianheng was already sweating. F***ck, is Han Fei crazy to donate so many resources? And where did you get so much money? Tianheng gritted his teeth. If Han Fei wanted to win people's support with money, he had already succeeded. He could almost imagine what the million soldiers on the scattered stars island would think seeing him donate so many resources for free. He couldn't say it was wrong for Han Fei to donate so many resources. If he still blocked the way of the millions of soldiers, he would probably be torn apart by the gazes of countless people. Tianheng gritted his teeth. I will keep an eye on this matter. Han Fei sneered. Who do you think you are? When is your turn to keep an eye on it? The command center is in charge of commanding battles, not supervising. Everybody knows where I am from. You just need to behave yourself. Then, Han Fei shouted, where is Zhang Ting from Scattered Stars prison? I'm here. Zhang Ting flew to the sky and bowed his head. Marshal Han. Han Fei grunted a response and said, transmit my order, the Scattered Stars Island will have a new unit, which is called the Supervision Unit. You can investigate everyone on the Scattered Stars Island, from me to any ordinary soldier. As for the position of the Scattered Stars prison's warden, you'll be in charge for now. Zhang Ting's heart did a flip. F***ck, why me? Doing this job will easily offend people. You son of a b***tch, you must be taking revenge on me. Zhang Ting could only say, yes, Marshal Han. This scene made Han Fei look selfless. A new unit was set up to supervise the entire island. Besides, the big shot of the Scattered Stars prison would be in charge of this new unit. Who wouldn't believe it? Tianheng's face alternated between green and red, and he could only step back. Han Fei's move was really effective. How could Zhang Teng, who was in charge of the Scattered Stars prison, be simple? How could he have been in charge of the Scattered Stars prison for so long if he wasn't capable? Han Fei solved all the questions that Tianheng raised with one move. When the questions turned into suspicion and died down, there would only be gossip left, which would become an extremely mysterious topic in the carnival shops and derive various strange stories. After sending Tianheng away, Han Fei looked at Chu Qing and the others with a cold face and said crossly, now please send someone back to inform your clans. If the resources are not delivered in 3 days, please leave the Scattered Stars Island. And the Scattered Stars Island will have nothing to do with the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei looked at Chu Qing with a smile, knowing that it was impossible for them to retreat. The remains of a king were like the sea-quelling painting and the entrance to the heavenly palace. In their eyes, they were extremely important, far from what so-called resources could compare to. Even if these big clans went back on their word and became public enemies, they would definitely take action. In that case, they had to give him the resources. If they didn't, they would become the public enemies of the entire Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns. After all, the supply of the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns would remain unchanged and might even increase. Besides, once the Scattered Stars Island completely disowned the Thousand-Star City, all the resources that should have flowed into the Thousand-Star City would go to the 36 towns. In the long run, the foundation of the 36 towns would only become stronger and stronger. And the ordinary people of the Thousand-Star City could come to the Scattered Stars Island through selection. Only the strength of the big clans would decline. Even the big clans had a lot of star beads. However, the star bead secret realm was only suitable for exploration. How could it be as valuable as the Scattered Stars Island? Yang Kuan shouted, Han Fei, if we leave and the sea demons attack again, how can you resist them? Because Ye Kai had been tricked by Han Fei just now, Yang Kuan didn't dare to speak telepathically anymore and simply said it out loud. However, the people of the Yang family were simple-minded and brawny. So what? If they had become venerables? Han Fei had never taken them seriously. Han Fei's voice echoed between the heavens and earth. The big clans didn't make any contributions to the Scattered Stars Island. In the battle at the Sea of Pearls yesterday, Sun Baixing failed to hold back the sea demon Venerable and almost caused immeasurable losses. If you can't do anything, what's the use of keeping you? Sun Baixing's face flushed red. The enemy is too strong. It's normal that I was caught off guard and failed to hold him back. Han Fei suddenly burst into fury. Shut up. Tens of thousands of people were almost killed because of your carelessness. Who dares to use you? There are many strong masters in the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Which family doesn't have an intermediate venerable? Why did they send you over? If I take action, I can kill you with 3 punches. How do you deserve to be called a venerable? Han Fei's voice rumbled and shook the world. On the field, countless people felt their blood boil as they listened. Sure enough, those who could become a marshal were all extraordinary figures. Han Fei, as an explorer, wanted to kill a venerable with 3 punches. F***ck. Wasn't this a fantasy? However, everyone believed him, even including Sun Baixing. He didn't dare to answer Han Fei's question, fearing that Han Fei would fight him to the death. Someone below said, exactly. How does he have the nerve to call himself a venerable? He almost killed countless people. Han Fei sneered. The big clans are too weak compared to the 7 major sects in the Thousand-Star City. In the battle yesterday, Patriarch 6 Swords, Elder Bing Yun, and Venerable Sword tried their best to protect the territory of the Scattered Stars Island and made the sea demon Venerable unable to go any inch further. They were much more useful than you guys. With that said, Han Fei smiled and said, I'd like to cooperate with the 7 major sections. Patriarch 6 Swords, please inform the 7 major sections. If they're interested, we can help each other. Watching Han Fei use strategy skillfully, Shuai Shenqi nodded slightly. Han Fei had completely turned the big clans into villains. At the same time, he tried to rope in the 7 sects to completely isolate the big clans. Patriarch Six Swords, Elder Bing Yun, and Jian Sanqing looked at each other and felt that it was possible. By doing that, not only could the strong masters of the 7 sects enter the island, but they could also be on good terms with Han Fei. Why not? Originally, the relationship between the 7 major sects and the Thug Academy wasn't that bad. Besides, Han Fei had a deep relationship with the Heavenly Sword sect. Now that Han Fei was in charge of the Scattered Stars Island, shouldn't he be friendly to the 7 major sects? Instantly, Patriarch Six Swords walked out of the void and said seriously, "All right. In at most a day, the 7 sects will definitely send an envoy." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's good." In the distant void, Ning Jing watched this scene the entire time and couldn't help patting her chest. She was startled. Han Fei could handle so many venerables? What a glib tongue he had. These venerables combined couldn't beat him in eloquence. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Looking at Chu Qing and the others who were like clowns, Han Fei sneered in his heart. "I may have a little problem, but so what? I have money to burn." Being rich and generous was different from being rich but stingy. Although the big clans had a massive amount of resources, they also had many children. The resources needed to nurture an excellent child were countless, let alone such a big family. Therefore, in the big clans, resource allocation was firmly controlled by the people in the center of power. But what about Han Fei? If he was full, his whole family wouldn't be hungry. If he had too much money, he would find it a burden. If that thing hadn't been a resource, he wouldn't be interested at all now. The spirit awakening fluid was useless to him now. If he hadn't been afraid that throwing out 100 million kilograms of spirit awakening fluid would scare away the big clans and even cause others to covet it, Han Fei might have thrown it all out. In the past, when he was blackmailing the big clans, Han Fei was too reserved. 10,000 spiritual fruits and million kilograms of spiritual spring were simply nothing for the big clans. In that case, he should be ruthless today. Han Fei thought to himself, "I have to take care of this matter personally. Whoever gives fewer resources won't be allowed to come to the Scattered Stars Island. If they come, I'll kill them openly." Chu Qing gnashed his teeth. "Han Fei, you're good." Han Fei said in disdain, "Of course. Do I need you to comment on whether I'm good or not? Also, don't call my name next time. Please call me Marshal Han." "Humph." Chu Qing tore open the void and slipped away. As venerables, Chu Qing and the others had never thought that one day they would be so humiliated. When he left, he thought to himself, "Just wait. I'll definitely avenge myself." However, Chu Qing and the others lived in a different environment from Han Fei. It was impossible for them to beat Han Fei in eloquence. After they left, Han Fei spoke again in a thunderous voice, "Now that I've succeeded the throne, I dare not let Shui down. I'll do my best to repay the human race." After a pause, Han Fei continued, "The materials that I donated just now shall be classified by the logistics division in 3 days and distributed to the various units below. This matter is supervised by everyone on the island. Whoever embezzles will be executed." Buzz. At this time, the millions of people were refreshed. F***ck, what kind of efficiency is this? In 3 days, such a huge amount of resources would be Distributed? Wang Lin's face immediately darkened. F***ck, how can we handle this? Are you forcing us to die? In 3 days? However, efficiency was the most important when a big war was imminent. On second thought, Wang Lin decided to do it himself. Immediately, Wang Lin said, Marshal Han, I'd like to ask you to give me the resources immediately so that I can make preparations. Han Fei was satisfied with Wang Lin's reaction and immediately nodded. Okay. However, this is a huge amount of resources. Count them in front of my eyes. After counting them, put them into the warehouse. Wang Lin smiled bitterly in his heart. Han Fei just wants to show off. But what can I do except for saying yes? Immediately, Wang Lin shouted, all members of the logistics division, come and assist me. Everyone, please make way. Han Fei casually waved his hand, and 1,000,000 spiritual springs and tens of thousands of spiritual fruits floated in the sky. It was like spiritual springs hanging upside down and spiritual fruits flying all over the sky like stars, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the spirit awakening fluid fell like a waterfall, many people couldn't stand it anymore. Shuaishenqi was speechless. Why do you have to do this? Do you have to make it seem like you bought the position? Han Fei seemed to feel it wasn't good either. He casually threw out a bunch of sea-swallowing seashells. Well, take your time to sort them out. Silence. While the members of the logistics division were organizing the supplies, the 1,000,000 soldiers below were discussing telepathically or in small voices. Hearing Han Fei's words, they immediately stopped discussing, waiting to hear what Han Fei was going to say. Han Fei's voice became resounding. Soldiers, as you know, the sea demons have been getting stronger and stronger recently. After repeated confirmation by Marshal Xue and me, we can speculate that the legendary sea demon Royal City has appeared. Huh? Hiss. What? Sea demon Royal City? Immediately, the entire Scattered Stars Island fell into an uproar. Even Wang Lin and the others who were counting the resources were stunned. Someone was puzzled. Where is the Sea Demon Royal City? Someone was stunned. The Royal City? It said that it's a very strong force behind the sea demons. Someone said solemnly, in the past, heavenly talents from the Sea Demon Royal City appeared from time to time, but no one can confirm it for sure. Has it really been confirmed this time? Han Fei said, recently, you may have discovered that there are more and more strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island. Even venerables have appeared. This is unheard of in the past. As for the sea demons, as many as 20 sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm have died at my hands, as well as 2 venerables. It can be seen that the number of sea demon strong masters is rapidly increasing. Immediately, someone exclaimed, what should we do? Is a big war about to break out? Someone cursed, no, a war has already broken out. Someone sighed. No wonder there have been more and more big battles over the past few months. Someone was dumbfounded. It was already not easy for humans before. Now that the sea demons have become so strong, can we still resist them? When the 1,000,000 soldiers panicked, Han Fei shouted again, everyone, don't panic. The sea demons are getting stronger, but we humans have strong masters too. Although the sea demons are strong, they can't be endless. In the past wars, we humans always won. It was like this in the past and will be the same in the future. I'm telling you this, because I'm going to do something big. Although I can decide this matter myself, I still need to respect your opinions. Everyone heard that the Supreme Commander wanted to ask for their opinion? This Han Fei looked very democratic. Some people guessed, what is the matter that even Han Fei dares not decide it on his own? In the midst of the discussion, Han Fei said, soldiers from the 36 towns, how many of you didn't know the existence of this place until you came to the Scattered Stars Island? How many of you still have families waiting for you after you die? How many of you quietly contribute, but no one knows? I understand you because I'm also from the 36 towns. Like many of you, I'm from the same hometown as you. Just like you, I've gone on an adventure in the Level 1 fishery, Level 2 fishery, and Level 3 fishery, boarded a dragon boat, and explored the secret realms. With a few casual words, Han Fei separated the soldiers of the 1,000-star city from the people of the 36 towns, because most of the soldiers of the 1,000-star city didn't feel this way. Besides, the people in the 1,000-star city had always known about the Scattered Stars Island, which was kept a secret only to the 36 towns. Why? Because the 36 towns were too weak and not many strong masters were born there. Most people hoped that the people of the 36 towns could live in peace and pursue strength in peace. Therefore, when Han Fei said this, countless people felt the same. Someone laughed. I won first place in the resource competition in my village. At that time I was the pride of our entire village. Someone clicked his tongue and said, you might not believe it even if I told you. When I boarded the dragon boat for the first time, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. I was shocked that there was such a huge ship in this world. Someone sighed. When I think about the past, although there were dangers back then, there were also thrills. Adventure, treasure hunting, becoming stronger. Everything was simple. Amidst the exclamations, Han Fei said, everyone, after discussing with Marshal Shui, I think that it's time for me to tell the people in the 36 towns about the Scattered Stars Island. We should let them know that their comfortable life was created by you. In the front line, we'll let them know that the spirit awakening fluid they used for spiritual awakening and the weapons they used for adventuring were obtained by you with your flesh and blood. Now that the Sea Demon Royal City invades, the entire human race is in danger. They need to be vigilant. Instantly, many people fell silent. This question was actually quite perplexing. Although deep in their hearts, they really hoped that others knew what they were doing on the Scattered Stars Island, in the 36 towns. Their life was so peaceful. Such a beautiful life was broken just like that? Reveal a bloody world to them? How cruel was that? But when many people were silent, the people from the 1,000-star city said, matter-of-factly, isn't this how it should be? I used to say that there is nothing to hide about the existence of the Scattered Stars Island. When a person dies, we don't even dare to tell how he died, but lies that he was eaten by a powerful fish in adventuring? Ha ha ha. An ordinary person from the 1,000-star city said, we're killing enemies outside, so our children at home are motivated to work hard to cultivate. We've been weaving them into a beautiful dream. What will happen to them if this dream is broken? Instantly, the millions of people and all the ordinary people from the 1,000-star city felt that it was a matter of course. Half of the people from the 36 towns actually wanted to tell the truth to the people in the 36 towns. However, as for the other half, most of them had families and were very conflicted. They might not want their families to worry about them. Han Fei said, "What I hope is that even if you die, your family, your children, your friends, everyone will know that you are real heroes, who have fought for the continuation of the human race." Han Fei's voice echoed, "I hope that there is trust and hope behind each of you. If you don't die, you will become their heroes. If you die, you will motivate them to move forward." Instantly, many people looked up at Han Fei. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I agree. The Scattered Stars Island should tell the truth to the 36 towns." The people from the Thousand-Star City naturally agreed. This was a matter of course in their eyes, so at this moment, they also agreed. With someone taking the lead, the situation immediately became one-sided. The deafening cheers echoed in the sky above the Sea God Square. The voices of millions of soldiers echoed, "We agree to inform the 36 towns of the Scattered Stars Island." When the million people were united, a strange power seemed to suddenly emerge between the heavens and earth, which was drilling into Han Fei's body. Han Fei felt it most clearly. This was not human energy or will, but a strange and gentle power. Once it entered his body, it would dissipate. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He sensed it. This was power of will. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was not overwhelmed by this power of will. As early as when he decided to succeed the position of Supreme Commander, he had already thought about some things. The 36 towns were no weaker than the Thousand-Star City, just like the former City of Justice. Anyone in any village could go to the City of Justice and accept missions there. There was no such thing as the people in the main city being stronger than the people in the villages. They were all ordinary in body and could all cultivate. Whether they could succeed in the path of cultivation depended on themselves. For the first time, Han Fei had a true wish in his heart. He wanted to open a passage between the 36 towns and the Thousand-Star City. He wanted to wipe out all the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Furthermore, Han Fei wanted to change the relationship between the academies in Thousand-Star City and in the 36 towns. If they were all academies, why couldn't they recruit students from the entire world with a fixed score? When the Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns were completely connected, the world would be truly unified. After exchanging a glance with Shueishenqi, Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, "What I care about is the future of the entire human race." Shueishenqi said solemnly, "Of course, or I would have objected to it." While the crowd was cheering, Han Fei held the rod in his hand and raised it. "Hi. Now that I've succeeded the throne, I don't want to see you risk your lives for human beings anymore. The leaders of the Trans-Island inspectors and the law enforcement team, come out." Buzz. Buzz. He saw two figures rushing over from a distance. "I'm Meng Liang, from the Trans-Island inspectors." "Nice to meet you, Marshal." "Han. I'm the inspector of the law enforcement team." "Nice to meet you, Marshal." "Han." Han Fei shouted, "The two of you, from today onwards, check all the soldiers on the island. Anyone who is seriously injured or disabled shall remove their armors and return to their hometowns. Arrange jobs for them in their hometowns. For anyone who is below the law enforcer level and has fought on the Scattered Stars Island for more than 8 years, if you want to stay on the Scattered Stars Island, you'll have to submit an application. Only after approval can you stay." The crowd was in an uproar. Someone was stunned. He met the requirements to return to his hometown, but what could he do after he went back? Someone immediately shouted, "Marshal Han, I'm not going back." The scattered Stars Island has already become our home. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. Even the Guardian soldiers shouted, "We're not leaving." Han Fei smiled bitterly. This discharge was a bit tricky. These people were used to risking their lives here. If they went home, they wouldn't be able to sleep well. However, Han Fei's voice rumbled like thunder and he shouted, "The situation on the scattered Stars Island is about to be announced to the 36 towns. Do you want me to give an order and forcibly inform them?" The scattered Stars Island, the unknown place in their eyes, is a mysterious and sacred place. I can personally break their illusions. However, it can't be too abrupt and violent. I need you to tell them the history of heroes, the epic battles, and the legendary tales on the scattered Stars Island. You're heroes of the human race. What can stop you from returning home? Someone roared, "Marshal Han, I've already got no family left. Are we just going back to tell stories?" "Yes." "Do we have to make up stories?" "I'm not going back." Han Fei felt a strong headache and immediately shouted again, "If you insist on staying, write an application to stay. You have to know that if you don't retreat, how can the newcomers come up? Every generation has new talents emerging. The scattered Stars Island in the future will be a battlefield, a place of flames of the war. Besides, the 36 towns need your encouragement." In the crowd, someone didn't listen at all and shouted, "I'm not going back." "Pa." Someone immediately slapped his head. "Shut up, idiot. I remember you have a son. Do you want your son to not even know if his father is still alive?" A captain-level powerhouse cursed, "Marshal Han is merciful. Don't F***king bark like crazy. If you don't want to return home, write an application. F***ck. Others can't even get the chance to go back, but you don't want it? I really want to kick you to death." Meng Liang and Zhou Tianfeng smiled bitterly. This task is F***king tricky. But Han Fei didn't care. After issuing this rather disputed order, Han Fei finally took Shueishenqi's 13-star token. After he spent a huge sum of resources and fell out with the big clans of the 1,000-star city, he finally became the new marshal. On the same day, the entire scattered Stars Island was undergoing a thorough reform. Han Fei's more than 100 heaven-level combat skills and cultivation techniques, as well as more than 1,000 combat skills and cultivation techniques below heaven level, attracted the attention of everyone below the explorer level. Because the logistics division needed to sort out the resources, the logistics division's resource exchange window was drastically decreased by 90%. As for those cultivation techniques, they were copied immediately and spread out. But no matter what, the original copies had to be kept in the logistics division in the central city. The squares inside and outside of the 4 logistics divisions in the east, west, south, and north was already overcrowded. Someone shouted, "Haha, the water-stirring seal technique is too powerful. Once this technique is used, the seal technique may become a trend." Someone scoffed. "That's bull's it. The water-stirring seal technique is nothing at all. This war soul art is a heaven-level high-quality bow technique. It's really strong." Someone sighed. Although the war soul art is powerful, the spiritual energy It consumes is too terrifying. What kind of guy can shoot all the arrows? Someone laughed and scolded, what do you know? Don't just be attracted by the big destructive combat skills. This flying fish technique is a heaven level, high-quality movement technique. If I can master this technique, I can kill 2 sea demons of the same level as me alone. Many people exclaimed, all of you are wrong. Look at the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. It's a demon-level divine quality body refining technique. This is the only divine quality body refining technique donated by Marshal Han. It's said that Marshal Han personally practiced it. Its rarity is unparalleled on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, in the crowd, several people were smiling bitterly in the garden outside of the logistics division. A short-haired girl said, so, he used to practice this technique. Lihani. Do you still want to compete with him? Lihani was Lihani from the Blue Sea town. He used to be a heavenly talent of the Blue Sea town, but now he seemed to be mediocre. At this moment, Lihani heaved a long sigh. I don't want to compete with him. But this 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies technique appeared too late. I can't use it now, neither can you, Xiangzhuazhua. Han Fei probably wants someone to send this technique back to the 36 towns. This was what countless people sighed about. Body tempering was not like other arts. If one didn't polish his physique in every realm, the further he went, the more difficult it became. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make up for his weak foundation. Of course, if there were special opportunities, it was possible. However, there were not so many special opportunities in the world. After all, only a few people would encounter them. In the crowd, another person was standing at the gate of the logistics division in the south of the city, looking absent-minded. Lin Wu looked at the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies and was a little tranced. In the past 5 or 6 years, she had cultivated diligently, passed through many secret realms, and experienced thousands of disasters. Finally, she came to the Scattered Stars Island 2 months ago. When she first came to the Scattered Stars Island, Lin Wu was shocked by the strong masters here. To a rookie like her who had just entered the Scattered Stars Island, almost everyone here had a higher realm than her. But Lin Wu was confident of her potential. In just 5 or 6 years, she had continuously broken through the 3 realms of Great Fishing Master, Dangling Fisher, and Hanging Fisher. This was because in her life, there once appeared a different person, her master who liked to eat barbecue. Lin Wu stared at the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies in a daze, wondering, is Marshal Han my senior brother? Lin Wu never thought that Han Fei was actually her master. After all, her master once said that he walked in the world and had no fixed residence. Lin Wu felt that such a figure was at least stronger than those so-called venerables. In any case, he was definitely stronger than Han Fei. Lin Wu frowned, thinking to herself that this senior brother was really unreliable. He even provided the great techniques passed down by her master, to everyone in the world for free. However, she didn't blame Han Fei. She was still too weak now. Perhaps she couldn't see the problem that senior brother saw. Since senior brother did this, he must have a reason. With this in mind, Lin Wu felt at ease. She just needed to cultivate harder. Her goal was never the Scattered Stars Island. But now, she had to grow on the Scattered Stars Island. She had already planned a growth path for herself. Her First step was to be able to walk 1,000 miles away from the coastline. The island was busy and bustling. On the second day after Han Fei took over as the supreme commander, people from the 7 major academies came. Among the people who came this time, there was an acquaintance of Han Fei, Mu Tianfeng from the Heavenly Sword sect. Mu Tianfeng was still a peak-level explorer, but today, Han Fei discovered that Mu Tianfeng was actually a half-venerable. Besides, judging from Mu Tianfeng's vigorous qi and control of strength, Han Fei felt that Mu Tianfeng was very likely suppressing his realm. 4 venerables and 14 explorers came from the 7 major sects in total. Among them, except for Jian Sanqing, Patriarch 6 Swords, and Elder Bing Yun, who were already here, there was also the Fire Moon Fairy from the Sea Tower, Death Door Sect, Origin Returning Peak, and Mountain Sea Pavilion didn't send out any venerables, but only explorers. There was no telling if they had no venerables or the venerables didn't want to come. This force was neither weak nor strong. These 4, plus Xue Shenqi, himself, and the hidden Elder Chen, now there were 7 venerables on the island. With old Han and Ming Jing as his trump cards, they definitely wouldn't appear for nothing. This also meant that no matter what happened, the combat power of these 7 people was probably the limit he could use now. On the big clan's side, even if they brought resources over and sent someone over, their people wouldn't take the battle seriously because their goal was not defending the island but for the corpse of the king. At this moment, Han Fei said, "You should understand what I mean. No matter what happens on the Scattered Stars Island, the big clans are now monstrously powerful and have countless resources. They are our common enemies. If the big clans obtain the Empyrean waterfall, the consequences can be imagined. You can think about it." Mu Tianfeng looked at the awe-inspiring Han Fei and thought to himself, "It's only been a few years. Tangge has only just entered the advanced sea spirit realm, which is already shockingly fast. But Han Fei is already capable of slaughtering venerables. It's really incredible." Mu Tianfeng said, "We know about the big clans, but we need to confirm one thing. The students of the 7 major sects have to be treated equally. Besides, the resources given to us need to be doubled." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Impossible. Han Fei said, "Uncle Mu, what you want is too much. Only 4 venerables came. And you require double the resources. If each of the 7 major academies sends 1 venerable over, what's the difference between you and the big clans? I can give you 50% more. Among them, 20% shall be distributed among the common people, and the rest won't change." In the past, if the Scattered Stars Island produced 10 portions of resources, more than 5 of them would flow to the 1,000-star city, 4 would be digested by the Scattered Stars Island, and only less than 1 would go to the 36 towns. As for the more than 5 portions that flowed into the 1,000-star city, the big clans and the 7 major sects would almost occupy all of these resources. This led to the ordinary people in the 1,000-star city not obtaining many resources. If they wanted to get resources, they had to attach to the big clans. This was just like the 1,000-star proving ground. Most of the star beads were controlled by the big clans and the 7 major sections. Where could ordinary people go? If they weren't attached to large families or sects, they had nowhere to go. And now, the share of the big clans had been directly cancelled by Han Fei. Therefore, 3 of the 5 portions of resources were saved, which Han Fei planned to give to the 36 towns. How could he give them to others so easily? Mu Tianfeng, as the representative of the major sects, was about to say something when Han Fei said, "Uncle Mu, there's no need to say anything else. This is a life or death moment for the human race. Let's talk about it when the sea demon disaster is over. At this critical moment, we have to resist the invaders and consider the continuation of human beings. Don't bother with trivial matters such as resources." Han Fei didn't give Mu Tianfeng a chance to speak at all. "You're already here. If you leave, it'll be equivalent to falling out with us. Once you leave, you'll be a sinner to all mankind. The 7 sects will be reduced to the same level of reputation as the big clans." Mu Tianfeng and the others exchanged looks. Han Fei was in the prime of his life, and his style of doing things was extremely domineering. If they annoyed him now, it would affect the relationship with him. Mu Tianfeng took a deep breath. "Okay. We can talk about this after this disaster is over. However, Han Fei, we have to remind you that if the sea demon royal city really appears, the number of strong masters will be several times more than mine. If the big clans really don't help, we 7 sects dare not take action casually. Otherwise, the strength of the 7 sects will suffer a heavy loss and the big clans will dominate." Han Fei grinned and said, "It doesn't matter. The big clans will definitely send many people over. Just wait and see." 36 towns, Wind Thunder Town. While Han Fei received the 7 major sects and met with the strong masters and leaders of the Scattered Stars Island, someone suddenly walked out of the teleportation array in the Wind Thunder Town. And that array was a teleportation array leading to the unknown place. Immediately, the guards of the Wind Thunder Town shouted, "A lord has returned from the unknown place." Immediately, 7 or 8 guards rushed in, and the leading guard hurriedly said, "Greetings, my lord. The mayor has instructed that any lord who returns from the unknown place is an esteemed guest. Would you like to take a rest in our Wind Thunder Town? The mayor may come to receive you in person." Looking at this strange yet familiar place, Yu Lingyun narrowed her eyes and shook her head. "No, there are still many people behind. Which teleportation array leads to the cloud-soaring town?" "Huh? Cloud-soaring town?" The guard said, "My lord, wait a moment. Our mayor will come soon." Buzz. Immediately, a suppressing pressure fell on them, and they all fell to the ground. Yu Lingyun asked intimidatingly, "Which teleportation array leads to the cloud-soaring town?" The guard leader almost peed his pants. He couldn't move at all, just because of the suppressing power. This lord is so strong. He hurriedly said, "My lord, the teleportation array at the end of the left hand corner is it?" Yu Lingyun calmed down and walked to the teleportation array without hesitation. For her, she had no family left and had no one to worry about, so she had never been willing to return. For her, Wu Xiaoxiao was the only one worth remembering. This time, Yu Lingyun listened to Han Fei and came back to take a rest. In fact, she just came back to visit Wu Xiaoxiao. She would still return to the Scattered Stars Island and join in the final battle. Buzz. Yu Lingyun stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation and disappeared in the next moment. Only then did the guards get up from the ground in a panic. The leader of the guards roared, "Hurry up, inform the mayor that a top powerhouse has returned from the unknown place." After about 10 minutes, the person who sent the message hadn't returned. However, the teleportation array in the unknown place lit up again. Buzz. 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 Immediately, 5 or 6 people walked out. In a moment, another dozen people appeared from the array. The leader of the guards was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He was supposed to happily receive the strong and try to keep them in the wind. Thunder Town, but what happened today? The teleportation array that only flashed once every 10 days or half a month suddenly spat out a dozen people? However, buzz buzz buzz. One figure after another appeared in front of the teleportation array. Before the guards went up to ask, hundreds of people had already appeared from the array. Hiss. The guard leader thought to himself, oh, something big must have happened. Why had the strong masters from the unknown place returned in batches? The people who appeared in front of the array looked sad. Among them, someone sighed. How long has it been since I left? This is the Wind Thunder Town, right? An armorist looked at the guard. Hey! Are you the guards of the Wind Thunder Town's teleportation field? Yes, my lord. The armorist said, go call more people over to direct us to return home. The guard? Buzz. More and more people came out of the teleportation array. After only a moment, there were already 500 or 600 people, causing the entire teleportation hall to become noisy. Son of AB *TCH. I've already submitted an application, but I'm still kicked out. Why? It's so boring in the village. Heh. What's the point of submitting an application? I used my connections. But it was still useless. They said that I had been in the front line for too long and needed to come back to rest. Why would I need to rest? Someone shouted, we are not weak. If we leave just like that, won't the combat power there be weakened? Someone sighed. Even you can think of it. Can't Marshal Han? Maybe he has a solution. Although it's for our own good, I really don't want to come back. Hey! It doesn't matter. At most, I'll rest for a while and have a few idle days. Then I'll go back. Hey, anyone here? Why is there no one guiding us? Yes. The teleportation hall of the Wind Thunder Town is too poorly guarded. Why are there so few people in such an important place? Someone shouted, hey! You, yes, I'm calling you guys. Why are you still standing there? Come here and tell me which teleportation array leads to Million Gold Town? I've forgotten about it. Someone said, come here, boy. Don't be afraid. Come here. Tell me, which teleportation array leads to Peace Town? The guards were already dumbfounded. What the F***ck is this? Thousands of people have come out. Did something happen in the unknown place? Why are they all back? More terrifyingly, the aura of any random person made them panic. Even the old soldiers who had lost a leg or a hand had a murderous aura, which made their hearts skip a beat. Humph. Shut up, all of you. I'm He Lao Lu, the deputy commander of the law enforcement team. You guys are too noisy. He Lao Lu's roar immediately made everyone's voices weaken. Then, He Lao Lu grinned at a guard and said, boy, come here. Each of you. Write the name of a town on a fish skin map and stand at the corresponding teleportation array. Plop. The guard leader almost fell to his knees. My lords, this matter is serious. Please wait for the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town to come. Ha ha ha. Everybody laughed. Someone said, Master He, stop scaring them. Let's wait. Hilalu was speechless. Am I scary? I'm such a gentle person. Why do you think I am scary? At this moment, someone appeared in the teleportation hall with a swish. This person was not weak and had reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. He was the mayor of the Wind Thunder town, Suexian. As soon as Suexian heard that something happened in the teleportation field, he immediately came. However, this scene stunned him. When he arrived, there were already nearly 5,000 people waiting here. There were so many people that some had to wait outside the hall. These people were of varying strength. Some were only hanging fishers, and some were law enforcers. However, there were very few law enforcers. Most of them were physically disabled. If they weren't, they could be treated on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei didn't treat them personally. Otherwise, none of these people would be willing to leave. Suexian's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, "All guards, retreat 10 kilometers away from here. Don't come here without my permission." Suexian released his aura, but how could the strength of one person compare to the strength of 1,000 people? The people who had returned from the Scattered Stars Island were all full of murderous aura. No one would flinch. After the guards left, Suexian asked solemnly, "May I ask what happened on the Scattered Stars Island? Why did you come back in groups?" Immediately, Hilalu stood out. "Sir, under the order of the new Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Marshal Han, we will return to our hometowns. May I ask the mayor to arrange for someone to lead the way for us?" Suexian's face suddenly changed. Ah? Did something happen to Marshal Shui? Shinchi? Someone immediately shouted, "Of course not. Since you're the mayor of the Wind Thunder town, we can tell you now that the situation on the Scattered Stars Island has changed. The Sea Demon Royal City has emerged. The new Marshal, Han Fei, is very powerful. He killed 2 Sea Demon Venerables in a row, killed more than 20 Dao-seeking greater demons, and has succeeded as the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island." Suexian was stunned. F***CK, this is too much information. Killed 2 Sea Demon Venerables in a row? When did Sea Demons have Venerables? Also, the name Han Fei sounded familiar. He somehow felt he had heard this name. Suexian suddenly realized. It seemed that the sky had changed. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. For 3 consecutive days, the teleportation field of the Wind Thunder town was overcrowded. In just 3 days, as many as 80,000 soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island returned one after another. And it had only been 3 days. One after another, people returned at every moment. This wasn't something that could be completed quickly. After all, there were still people who wanted to stay there. Therefore, there would be a process of examination. Most of the people were quickly examined. Their ages and physical conditions were checked, and their family conditions were asked about. If nothing was wrong, they would be directly sent back. In fact, although there were as many as 70 or 80,000 people, it would be only about 200 people for each village and town. Even if another 70 or 80,000 people returned, it wouldn't be much. Few of these people who were sent back were prepared to live a low-key life. In the villages and towns, they were undoubtedly strong masters. Why should they live a low-key life? They needed to tell their stories to many people, to publicize the danger of sea demons, and to spread the legendary stories they often heard in Carnival. shops on the scattered stars island. Of course, the most important thing was to nurture the weak. The reason Han Fei wanted these people to come back was that the overall combat power provided by the 36 towns to the scattered stars island was too weak, and most of the deficiency were made up by the people from the 1,000 Star City. This wouldn't do. If the 36 towns had good teachers to nurture talents, they might not be any weaker than the 1,000 Star City. Therefore, it was very necessary for these strong masters to return to their hometowns. With their help, the overall strength of the youths in the 36 towns could be improved. In recent days, the people in the 36 towns witnessed various ways of glorious return. In the Triumph Town, when the first batch of people returned from the teleportation array, there were 236 people in total. Someone said, "Everyone, remember the purpose and significance of our return. From today on, there will be no unknown place in this world. We must tell many people about the scattered stars island and let them remember what the unknown place they respect and expect to see is like." Someone smiled. "Of course. Let's go and report to the mayor first." Everyone looked at each other and laughed. "Let's go. Let's go. Walala." Among the 236 people, 56 suddenly opened their wings and flew into the sky. The rest 180 people couldn't have felt more regretful. They regretted that they weren't hidden fishers. Otherwise, they would have been able to soar in the sky like they did. Someone cursed, "You show-offs. Brothers, let's release our strength and go to the mayor." "Huh. Let's go. I don't want my face anymore. Let me play with you." These people lined up in an array and moved extremely fast. Even if some had broken legs, they still moved very fast. Behind them, inside and outside the teleportation hall of the Triumph Town, everyone was dumbfounded. "Oh. Angels, more than 50 angels have come at once. Oh my God, what happened?" When these more than 50 people flew in the sky, countless people were dumbfounded. Did something big happen in the Triumph Town? Why did so many angels suddenly show up? A child raised his head and shouted, "Dad, Dad, I saw many hidden fishers." A child rushed home, yelling, and his father scolded, "I haven't even seen many hidden fishers. How can you?" However, there were exclamations outside the house, and the person cursed and walked out of the house. "Why are you crying and howling in the day? Wow. Heavenly Martial Town, War God Village. Heavenly Martial Town valued martial arts." Most of the people came back together with their townsmen, while the people from this town advocated individual bravery and often liked to fight alone. At this moment, Qin Song returned alone. Qin Song's eyes were covered by a black cloth. His eyes were injured in a battle, and from then on, he could only see the world with his perception. Perhaps because he was blind, although Qin Song was a soul warrior, his soul power was very strong. Among hidden fishers of the same level, his soul power was more than twice that of others. When the fishing boat came to the War God village, Qin Song was excited. In his mind, there had always been a beautiful figure. Back then, he was still young and resolutely went to the unknown place, to pursue a bright future, and didn't choose to stay to accompany the girl who was waiting for him. Although he wanted to come back countless times, he didn't due to guilt. He failed her and left her alone. How could he have the face to return? But now, he had to return. Before he returned, Qin Song was excited. He wondered if the girl was married. In a place like the War God village, she must have been married. Chin Song's mind was filled with guilt for the girl. Besides, he was blind, and there was no such thing as a glorious return for him. He would consider how to perform the missions after he settled down. Chin Song pulled the black cloth over his eyes slightly, put away the fishing boat, and soon returned to his yard. Chin Song used to be a heavenly talent of the war god village. Therefore, his yard had always been there. However, when he came to the door of his house, he found that the yard was well equipped with living facilities. There were dried sea linen clothes, a clam in the tank, a lot of dried fish. Hanging in front of the house, some exquisite handmade items, and a half-polished fishing pole. Huh? Someone is living here? Chin Song couldn't help but frown. He hadn't returned for a few years. Who dared to occupy his yard? However, he immediately detected the clothes of women in the room. Hey! Who are you looking for? Beside him, a chubby middle-aged woman said warily, holding an iron rod in her hand. Because of Chin Song's height and the black cloth covering his eyes, he didn't look like a good person. Besides, Chin Song smelled of blood, which made people think that he was a wicked man. Chin Song turned his head and smiled. Auntie Chin, it's me. The chubby woman was surprised that this man knew her name. Then she looked at Chin Song's face. Although it was covered by a black cloth, it still looked familiar. Ah. Are you Chin Song? Chin Song nodded slightly. It's me. I'm back. The chubby woman exclaimed, Shout Song, you've been gone for 8 years. Haven't you? Why are you back now? Ouch, what's wrong with your eyes? Seeing the chubby woman begin to nag, Chin Song couldn't help but say, Auntie Chin, my house. The chubby woman exclaimed, Oh, Jeaner has been living here. Jeaner has been guarding your home for you. She has been waiting for you for 8 years and has rejected so many good boys. Chin Song, you must not let Jeaner down this time. Otherwise, although I can't beat you, I must still whip you. Chin Song trembled. What? It's her. Where is she? The chubby woman said she was badly injured. Although she still has strength, she still has to make a living, so she is doing some small business while cultivating. At the port in the east, Jeaner rented a small shop to make some jewelry to sell. War God Village, the eastern port. A few hooligans were causing trouble, and an ape-faced guy led 2 or 3 men to block the door of a small shop. The short and thin leader chuckled and said lasciviously, Lin Jin, just say yes. Xiaolei family is very powerful. The second young master of the Xiaolei family is very talented. If you marry him, your life will be wonderful. Pa. The girl called Lin Jin was thin and pale, but her face was still pretty. At this moment, she glared at the short and thin young man. Get lost. Another man suddenly reached out and slapped Lin Jin's butt. Lin Jin was so angry that she pulled out the long knife on the table and slashed at him. If you dare to touch me again, I'll kill you. The rascal giggled. Lin Jin, if you kill me, can you still wait for your brother Song? Aren't you afraid of being exiled? The short and thin man smiled and said, Lin Jin, if you want us to stop harassing you, marry young Master Xiaolei. Or you can marry me. Ha ha ha. As the scoundrels laughed, they grabbed a box of jewelry and sneered. Okay. I'll come back tomorrow. Put it down. The short and thin man grabbed the jewelry box and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a brawny young man with black cloth covering his eyes blocking the door of the shop. The short and thin man cursed, "Where are you from, blind man? Get lost, or I'll kill you." Shwa. Silver light flashed and a cold glint swept across. An arm flew up, and the box of jewelry appeared in the blind man's hand at some point. Ah! The short and thin man fell to the ground and rolled. The expressions of the other scoundrels changed drastically as they shouted angrily, "B*****, do you know who you injured? This is Master Hay from the Saleh family. You are doomed." The short and thin man roared, "Don't let him go. Chop him up." Shwa. Silver light appeared again, and the other arm of the short and thin man was gone. Chin Sung's voice was cold, his body was steaming with murderous aura, and he pointed the long knife in his hand at a hooligan. "You, tell the Saleh family that if they don't come within half an hour, there will be no Saleh family in the War God village." The hooligan quickly ran away, but the shop was already surrounded by people. Brother Tsong? The moment Chin Sung appeared, Lin Jin had already known who had come. At this moment, she covered her mouth and 2 streams of tears rolled down. Chin Sung looked at Lin Jin. After a long while, he said, "I'm sorry. I came back late." At this moment, a group of guards from the port rushed over and shouted, Where is the thug?" Someone rushed in and yelled, "Thief, how dare you commit assault in public? Who gave you the courage?" Plop. Those people had just run 10 meters away from Chin Sung when they all fell to the ground, vomiting blood, shaking like shrimp, unable to say a word. Chin Sung ignored these people and walked forward, reaching out to wipe the tears at the corner of Lin Jin's eyes. Instantly, Lin Jin fell into Chin Sung's arms and wailed, "Why have you only just come back? Where have you been all these years? Do you know how long I've waited for you?" Chin Sung hugged Lin Jin, his voice trembling. "I'm back. I'm not leaving. In this life, I, Chin Sung, will never leave you alone again." In the crowd, many people sighed. Chin Sung? He seems to be a former heavenly talent. Huh? He is blind? He's still so powerful even though he's blind? His talent is not bad. What's so good about him? He probably couldn't hold on outside, so he came back. After a while, someone shouted from afar, "Which thief dares to touch the people of our Saleh family?" An armorist rushed over with 2 junior fishing masters. Without saying a word, he rushed straight into the shop, without even looking at the guards. Lying on the ground, Chin Sung gently stroked Lin Jin's hair and said lightly, "Only a great fishing master came? From today on, there will be no Saleh family in the War God village." All of a sudden, a thunderous voice came from Chin Sung's mouth, and many onlookers fell to the ground in fright. "I am Chin Sung, the deputy commander of the 76th Division of Pioneer Group in the unknown place. The head of the War God village, the master of Saleh family, come to see me." Chin Sung's situation was actually not uncommon. In the villages and towns, it was said that people were simple-minded. However, the so-called simple-mindedness was just because these places could hardly cause any big uproars. In the eyes of true powerhouses, it was nothing at all. They even felt that this was life. Unlike Chin Sung, the others were not as low-key. Someone descended from the sky with wings, shocking the entire village. Someone laughed and shouted loudly. When father and son met, the son suddenly had a father who was a strong master. Someone discovered that his family and friends had passed away or had a difficult life. Immediately, he was furious and eliminated evil and brought peace to his village. In short, in the past few days, the entire 36 towns were in an uproar. In the ordinary fisheries, a massive number of strong masters returned from the legendary unknown place. Each of them was terrifyingly strong. Cloud-soaring town, cloud-soaring academy. The cloud-soaring town had been weak for 100 years and lacked teachers. This was people's impression of cloud-soaring town. Wu Xiaoxiao had been working at the cloud-soaring academy in the town since she came back. She even became a hidden fisher in front of the students and became the most popular teacher in the town. Wu Xiaoxiao knew that she didn't have enough potential or strength, and she would die if she stayed on the Scattered Stars Island, so she might as well return early. Therefore, she was particularly attentive when teaching students. At this moment, 6 manipulator students were besieging Wu Xiaoxiao, and 100 students were watching. Some spirit-entangled grasses were entangled, trying to absorb spiritual energy. Some green vines were like snakes, crawling through the ground, and some stings were like blades, piercing through the air. Petite Wu Xiaoxiao she didn't panic at all as she shouted, "No, spirit entangling grass is too slow. Do you only know that? Who will stand still and wait for you to entangle them?" With that, Wu Xiaoxiao pointed her finger, and frost appeared in the air, freezing the spirit-entangled grasses that were extending. Then, she stomped, and the vines that were trying to break out of the soil hit a wall. Wu Xiaoxiao said, "Your use of spiritual energy is so scattered. Who will be afraid of you? If you encounter something like a sea scorpion, your manipulation technique will be easily broken." Before the grasses came close, Wu Xiaoxiao had brandished her whip and made an ice wall in midair. With a swish, an ice cone shot out, shattering all the thorny grasses along the way. In a moment, these students fell to the ground one after another, none of them able to get up. Wu Xiaoxiao snorted. "What a mess. 6 of you can't even take me down, although I've reduced my strength to your realm. You are the worst batch of students I've ever taught. If you go to the unknown place, I'm afraid you won't survive a day." Immediately, someone shouted, "Teacher Xiaoxiao, who can compare to you? You are too strong." Someone echoed, "Yes, Teacher Xiaoxiao, why don't you tell us what's in the unknown place? Teacher Xiaoxiao, is it really so dangerous there? Teacher Xiaoxiao, how can I become a heavenly talent like you?" Wu Xiaoxiao was lost for words. "Who told you I am a heavenly talent? There is always someone stronger than you. For a real strong master, even 100 of me combined wouldn't be able to hurt him." "That's impossible." "Absolutely not. Teacher Xiaoxiao, you're lying to us again." While the students were yelling, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "She didn't lie to you." Wu Xiaoxiao, who was having a headache over the students, suddenly froze and then looked back, only to see a woman in red standing behind them. "Captain?" All the students looked back, dumbfounded. When they saw the scar on the woman's face, their hearts skipped a beat. What a horrible woman. Everybody had the same thought. Apart from the scar, this woman was quite beautiful. But how could she be so horrible? Their legs had gone soft after they just glanced at her. "Ah!" Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly screamed, "Captain, Sister Lingyun. Why are you here? I miss you so much." Wu Xiaoxiao pounced at her. Because of her liveliness and childish personality, the teachers and students of the Cloud Soaring Academy liked her a lot. Looking at Wu Xiaoxiao, who was hanging on her like an octopus, Yu Lingyun's face was slightly relaxed. Come down. You're a teacher now. How can you be so frivolous? Wu Xiaoxiao quickly made a face. Sister Lingyun still lacked femininity as before. Getting off Yu Lingyun, Wu Xiaoxiao asked in delight, Sister Lingyun, why are you back? Yu Lingyun said casually, the unknown place is going to be known to the world. Huh? Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned and didn't understand what she meant. Yu Lingyun said, Captain Han Fei has succeeded to the position of Supreme Commander. He has ordered hundreds of thousands of people to return to their hometowns. Ah. Huh? What? Ignoring Wu Xiaoxiao's stunned expression, Yu Lingyun looked at the students and said, your teacher is right. In the same realm, she is not strong, but not weak either. There is indeed someone who can fight 100 people in the same realm alone. There is more than one such person. Some students looked at Yu Lingyun in surprise. Fight 100 people in the same realm alone? And there is more than one such person? Yu Lingyun knew that they hadn't seen such a person with their own eyes, so they couldn't understand it. Suddenly, Yu Lingyun looked at a figure 1,000 meters away. The man seemed no weaker than her. Their auras collided, and Yu Lingyun sensed that the man seemed to be shrouded in an evil aura. She extended her hand and summoned a huge fiery sword before she slashed at the man. Ah! Oh my God! What technique is this? So scary. The students staggered and some of them even fell to the ground. As for the person 1,000 meters away, he chuckled, stretched out a hand, and wrapped the fiery sword in the air, before he snatched it. Hee hee. May I ask why a law enforcer has come to our Cloud Soaring Academy? Wu Xiaoxiao quickly said, Sister Lingyun, this is Qiu Lai, the president of the Cloud Soaring Academy. If Han Fei were here, he would have exclaimed, this temperament. Isn't this Uncle Faceless? Damn, when did you become the president of Cloud Soaring Academy? And when did you grow such a handsome face? Yu Lingyun crossed her hands. Sorry, President. My name is Yu Lingyun. I've just returned from the unknown place, and I'm here to visit my good friend, Teacher Wu Xiaoxiao, from your school. Qiu Lai looked gentle without any evil aura at all. He nodded with a smile. Oh. That's a rare visitor. I found that energy is overflowing from your body. So I think you're going to make a breakthrough soon. Why don't you stay in our Cloud Soaring Academy for a while? Firstly, you can visit your friends. Secondly, I have some selfish motives. I hope you can instruct the students of our academy occasionally. Yu Lingyun nodded quickly. That's good. Sorry for the trouble. Qiu Lai nodded slightly and left, leaving Yu Lingyun puzzled. Everyone knew that the Cloud Soaring town was weak. However, the president of the Spiritual Cloud Academy was so strong. He could break her attack with a wave of his hand? Then why didn't he teach the students? After Qiu Lai left, Yu Lingyun couldn't help but say, Xiaoxiao, do you know that your president has reached the peak of the law enforcer realm? Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, I do. The Cloud Soaring Academy is the face of the Cloud Soaring town after all. If the president is weak, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Cloud Soaring town? Oh, forget the president. Our president has always been weird. Sister Lingyun, what did you just say? If I heard it right, you said that our captain has become the supreme commander? Are you kidding me? Yu Lingyun said solemnly, I'm not kidding. Captain Han Fei is also called Marshal Han. A few days ago, he killed 2 sea demon venerables and more than 20 Dao seeking great demons on his own and shocked the entire scattered stars island. Because of that, Marshal Shueishenqi resigned. Hiss. Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned. If someone else told her that, she would have thought that he was a fraud, but she was too familiar with Yu Lingyun. Before Wu Xiaoxiao could come back to herself, Yu Lingyun said, Marshal Han wants to tell the 36 towns about the Scattered Stars Island. Since I'm living here for the time being, let's specially open a course to tell the students about the Scattered Stars Island. Oh. Sister Lingyun, I'm a little stunned. I've only been away for a few years. Why do I feel that even the sky has changed? Where are Daliang and Leng Hui? Yu Lingyun looked up at the sky. Dead. Blue Sea Town. The Thug Academy, which used to be prosperous, was now empty without any students. When the Thug Academy disappeared, rumors were everywhere. However, there were also credible rumors that the Thug Academy's Han Fei had offended a strong master from the Thousand-Star City, causing the entire academy to be suppressed by the Thousand-Star City and have to flee. With the departure of the teachers and students of the Thug Academy, no one would protect the businesses that Han Fei had left behind. Fish Dragon Cards, Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurants, all changed owners. Fortunately, Han Fei had opened a school in the Heavenly Water Village and supplied resources, so some members of the Fish Dragons still had somewhere to go. Even so, the Fish Dragons had been weakened to the extreme. The Black River Chamber of Commerce used to be suppressed by the Fish Dragons and bore a grudge. After the Thug Academy disbanded, they quickly took revenge. Poor brother Gang of the Fish Dragons used to be a gangster, sell barbecue, and even work as a shop owner. He used to be rich and be respected by everyone. But now he only had 200 members in the gang. The strong masters who were not from the Heavenly Water Village, but recruited from outside, all quit the Fish Dragons, which made the Fish Dragons decline. At this moment, Li Gang was in the gang. Someone had been bullying Little Red recently, which was intolerable to him. Suddenly, someone rushed over. Brother Gang, bad news. The Black River Chamber of Commerce came again. Li Gang frowned and gnashed his teeth. Jin Yunqing. Outside the gang, a fat middle-aged man looked at Li Gang in disdain and said sarcastically, Hey, Brother Li, who made you so angry? Li Gang immediately shouted, Jin Yunqing, what do you want? Do you think the Fish Dragons are easy to bully? Ha ha ha. Everybody laughed, and Jin Yunqing pointed at Li Gang. Look, I called you Brother Li because I gave you a face. If I don't give you a face, you aren't even a fish poop. Look at you, you're only a great fishing master after consuming so many resources. Your talent is 2F** King weak. Someone from the Fish Dragons shouted angrily, Brother Gang, let's fight it out. Shut up. Li Gang thought to himself, how to fight it out? We obviously can't beat them. Li Gang took a few deep breaths. Jin Yunqing, what do you want? Jin Yunqing smiled coldly. Hand over all the secret recipes of the dishes. The Black River Chamber of Commerce will take the land outside the Thug Academy today. Li Gang burst into fury. Mother **Cur. Our leader is such a heavenly talent. If he learns of it, your Black River Chamber of Commerce will be doomed. Humph. Han Fei? The teachers and students of the Thug Academy all ran away. I heard that it was all because of Han Fei. Han Fei, that little bee asterisk starred, must have been beaten to death and fed to the fish. Do you still expect him to come back to save you? Bang! Suddenly, a suppressing power descended, and the terrifying power directly pressed Jin Yunqing to the ground, making him vomit blood. A full 12 hidden fissures fell from the sky. Someone shouted, "What a bold thief! How can you insult Marshal Han?" Jin Yunqing was stunned and horrified. His more than 300 subordinates all fell to their knees. Jin Yunqing didn't know where so many hidden fissures came from, and he shouted, "Spare me, angels. You may have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just talking about the leader of a small gang." Crack. Ah. Jin Yunqing's legs were broken, and someone fell to the ground, releasing a murderous aura. You're talking about Han Fei, Marshal Han. Marshal Han is dominating the unknown place, killing invincible enemies, and protecting our human race. Now he is the supreme commander of the unknown place. How can you insult him? Who dares to insult Marshal Han? Bang! 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 In the distance, a group of nearly 100 hanging fissures came in an array. Jin Yunqing almost peed his pants. What the hell is going on here? This is just a small gang. How did things suddenly become like this? The Supreme Commander of the unknown place? What is that? When the group of ferocious soldiers surrounded them, someone looked at Li Gang. Is this the fish dragons? Li Gang was stunned and quickly said, yes, this is the fish dragons. The hidden fissures and hanging fissures breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Yes, it's here. Someone said with a smile, I didn't expect I was from the same town as Marshal Han. I must go to the Heavenly Water Village to see what kind of a paradise it is. How could it nurture a heavenly talent like Marshal Han? Someone echoed with a smile, let's go together. Swish. A hidden fissure flew over in a hurry. Who else could it be but the mayor of the Blue Sea town? The mayor was shocked. Everyone, you are. Someone shouted in a low voice, we returned from the unknown place and came to visit Marshal Han's former residence. Who would have expected that there would be a thief who dares to attack Marshal Han's disciples? This is unforgivable. The mayor was stunned for a long time. Marshal Han? Han Fei? Humph, how dare you call Marshal Han's name? Plop. Jin Yunqing fell to the ground, his eyes full of despair. He was doomed. Li Gang felt that his spirit had returned. He hurriedly got up. Hey, Jin Yunqing, your time has come. The 36 towns suddenly became lively. The return of all kinds of strong masters caused countless people to go around to learn from them. The major academies in the 36 towns all offered an olive branch, recruiting strong masters as deputy presidents. The stories about the scattered stars island were told by the powerhouses. In fact, they didn't need to emphasize anything but just needed to tell what they had experienced in person. There were too many stories to tell on the scattered stars island. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After Han Fei became the supreme commander, he immediately got the feeling when he planned the City of Justice. At that time, he and Shiman Linglan were so busy all day long that they didn't even have time to rest. But now Han Fei certainly wouldn't devote all his time to the planning and construction of the scattered stars island. At this moment, in the marshal's mansion, There were 7 or 8 plates of fruits on Han Fei's table, and Shueishenqi was sitting opposite him. Yesterday, the representatives of the big clans, including the 6 venerables, came together with the intention of negotiating with Han Fei. However, they were rejected by Han Fei. They almost fell out on the spot and were scolded away. Han Fei declared that if they didn't bring resources next time, the big clans on the Scattered Stars Island would be the enemy of millions of people. It must be noted that the Scattered Stars Island had millions of people. Unlike in the 36 towns, every person here was an elite. Today, the big clans hadn't come. Han Fei invited Shueishenqi over for a talk. Over the past few days, Han Fei had been troubled by a few questions and wanted to ask Shueishenqi for an explanation. Han Fei said, "Marshal Shui, I've been too busy these past few days. I have too many questions to ask you." Shueishenqi said with a sullen face, "First of all, I'm not the supreme commander now. We don't know each other well. You can just call me Mr. Shui. If there's anything, just say it." Han Fei grinned and said, "I think Mr. Shui must be puzzled. I went to the Empyrean waterfall, but why did I suddenly appear in the Sea of Pearls?" Shueishenqi nodded. "That's right. You can't have come from the Scattered Stars Island. It means that there is a channel under the Empyrean waterfall that leads directly to the Sea of Pearls." Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Shueishenqi was really smart. But that was the truth. Since you didn't come here on the main road, you must have come here by a side road. Han Fei immediately said, "Mr. Shui, do you know what kind of creature is under the Empyrean waterfall?" Shueishenqi shook his head. "I don't know. But since you went down, didn't you take away the king's corpse?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I did take away most of the things inside. The world contained in the cloud whale's demonic origin has returned to reality. Now, except for that body, there is only some diluted spirit awakening fluid left. In the next few decades, the number of spirit awakening fluid might increase again, and he could collect spirit awakening fluid from there continuously. But the battle was imminent, so he obviously didn't have the time. Now, the only thing he could use was the huge corpse of the cloud whale. If it was used to refine divine weapons, there was no telling how many tens of thousands of pieces the corpse could refine. But how could the corpse of a king only have the use of refining divine weapons? Whether it was the corpse of a king or the corpse of a venerable, it could be used to comprehend great Daos, which was why everyone wanted it. Especially the king's bones, it was the essence of his great Tao. If one could absorb it, it would be of great help to comprehending the great Tao and the king realm. With the experience from last time, Han Fei could go there at any time now. However, he was not in a hurry to comprehend it. The cloud whale's corpse was there. Anyway, it couldn't escape. The 10,000 Demon Valley started a series of battles. Han Fei didn't believe that the number of people there was really endless. 2 venerables of them had died. Would they not take it seriously at all and still dare to invade? Regarding Shueishenqi's question, Han Fei shook his head slightly. "How can I just take away the corpse of a king so easily? However, I have a guess. Maybe there was another person who went in before." "Impossible." Shueishenqi frowned. If someone had entered that place before, the star turtle would have known. Besides, if that person had the ability to enter that place without being detected, why did he leave the corpse there? Han Fei said, as we all know, 12-year-old children need spirit awakening fluid when they're awakened. And the spirit awakening fluid seems to be something that only the King's Dao runes can produce. If that person took away the corpse back then we humans would have no spirit awakening fluid to use. Although someone can awaken naturally, the overall strength of humans would have inevitably decreased. Shuaishenqi couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Huh? Since you said that, I guess you've known who that person is? Han Fei paused. Mr. Shui, do you know Tang Yan? Shuaishenqi's eyelids twitched slightly, and he looked at Han Fei quietly. Are you talking about the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island 1,000 years ago? Han Fei grinned. It seems that you know this person. Shuaishenqi said, I have been in charge of the Scattered Stars Island for so many years, so I naturally know. Tang Yan is a genius. He served as the Supreme Commander for 5 years. It can be said that he was the Supreme Commander with the shortest term in the history of Scattered Stars Island. But this person became venerable on the 7th day of the throne. After 3 years, he surpassed the intermediate venerable realm, and after 5 years, he reached the advanced venerable realm. In the end, because Tang Yan's strength improved too fast, it caused a big battle between humans and sea demons. It was also in that battle that the sea demon royal city completely faded out of human vision, and even its shadow couldn't be found. As for Tang Yan, he seemed to have left, saying that he was going to find the sea demon royal city. Therefore, he resigned as the Supreme Commander. What Shuaishenqi said was actually a bit rough. Han Fei had already read all the information about Tang Yan. However, the information seemed to have been deliberately left behind. It was like a resume, recording all the great things that Tang Yan had done. But the cloud whale was never mentioned. And Star Turtle once said that the cloud whale was brought back by Tang Yan. This didn't make sense. There must be something wrong with Tang Yan. Because of this, Han Fei didn't touch the corpse of the cloud whale. There must be some secrets in it that he hadn't figured out. Shuaishenqi narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei. Has Tang Yan been there? Han Fei nodded slightly. According to some traces, it should be possible. I need to check the specific situation again. Han Fei didn't intend to tell Shuaishenqi now. Now he was sure that Shuaishenqi knew much less than he did. Then, there might be some other secrets. He'd better wait and see. Seeing that Han Fei was perfunctory, Shuaishenqi didn't ask further. Shuaishenqi asked, Are you done? Han Fei said, Well, there's something else. Han Fei said, A few days ago, I checked the time when the previous Supreme Commanders became venerables at Elder Chen's place. They all had one thing in common, which was that before they became Supreme Commanders, they were all at the Explorer level. There was even one person who became the Supreme Commander when he was only a junior explorer because of his intelligence. And it usually takes these people no more than 30 years from the moment they became Supreme Commanders to the moment they became venerables. Just now, the intelligent powerhouse I mentioned took 27 years to go from a junior explorer to a venerable. Han Fei was not a fool. Although he cultivated very quickly, how many opportunities had he taken to walk so fast? However, these guys who could become the Supreme Commanders all cultivated at an abnormally fast speed. Only 2 of them used more than 30 years to enter the venerable realm. Among them, Shueishenqi was the one who took the longest time. It took him 50 years to become a venerable. As for Old Han, according to the records, it took him 21 years. However, after knowing Old Han's life, Han Fei felt that Old Han must have done it on purpose. By logic, Old Han's strength should have dropped from a very high realm. He was already a venerable. Why would he need 21 years to become a venerable again? Among them, Tang Yan was the fastest. It only took him 5 years to go from a peak-level explorer to an advanced venerable, so fast that the sea demons even initiated a great battle to kill Tang Yan. Shueishenqi looked at Han Fei calmly. With your intelligence, you should have noticed it. Han Fei nodded. Of course I did. When I stood in front of millions of people, when I became the person everyone wanted me to be, I felt the power of will. Han Fei asked the old turtle this question. The old turtle said that this power was a kind of power of the great Tao, between the heavens and earth, used to repair the Tao heart. If the Tao heart was firm, one could become a king, or even an emperor, and be omnipotent. Han Fei had asked Ning Jing about it too. Ning Jing was at a loss and didn't feel anything about it. The old turtle said, Ning Jing doesn't walk this path, so if Ning Jing wants to become a king, her way of becoming a king will be different from yours. The power of will in the Waterwood world should go to Queen Life, not Ning Jing. Han Fei felt that this power of will might only belong to the leader of the race. The old turtle talked about the Tao heart. Ning Jing couldn't feel it. But Shueishenqi should be able to feel it. Power of will? Shueishenqi thought for a moment. That's a good word. In this case, there's an explanation for this power. Shueishenqi said, you can try fusing this energy with the great Tao. I don't know what this power is exactly, but I think it's the power of faith. Under the nourishment of this power, for a long time, the cultivation speed doubles. The perception of strength becomes stronger, and the perception of the great Tao becomes more sensitive. Therefore, this is why all the supreme commanders make breakthroughs quickly. Fuse it with the great Tao? Seeing that Han Fei was a little stunned, Shueishen got up and said, this power can help you become a venerable, or even a king. However, the power of will merely from the people on the Scattered Stars Island is not enough. If you want to become a king on this road, you have to hold the 36 towns in your hand. This is why I didn't stop you from revealing the unknown place to the 36 towns. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei nodded and decided to give it a try. His great Tao should be a bridge, not just a seed. But since the last time his great Tao first appeared, he had never seen the bridge again. The old turtle's voice suddenly sounded, everyone's path to becoming a king is different. You call the power you feel the power of will, but just like he said, it might be a power of faith. However, in my opinion, it's a kind of embodiment of the Tao heart. When millions of Tao hearts gather, it appears what you call the power of will. In fact, it's just that the power of their Tao hearts is too small. Of course, Han Fei knew the importance of the power of the Tao heart that the old turtle mentioned. However, this word Tao heart was too mysterious. What was the use of Tao heart? Tao heart couldn't chop wood or fish. It couldn't be materialized. However, Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming, no wonder the former supreme commanders have grown so fast. It turns out that they are not cultivating alone. Suddenly, Han Fei came back to himself and looked in the direction where Shui Xinqi left. Son of AB*TCH. Han Fei couldn't help cursing. Shui Xinqi has been a peak-level explorer for so long. He must have been suppressing his strength. With Shui Xinqi's reputation, it took him 50 years to become a venerable, twice as long as the other supreme commanders. Once he becomes a venerable, how can he be ordinary? Therefore, Shui Xinqi should be very strong. Therefore, he deliberately gave blue feather to me? F***CK. Trick. All tricks. Han Fei's face immediately turned dark. He thought that he was awesome because he killed 2 venerables in a row, but it turned out that they deliberately left them to him. Who could be happy about that? Huff. Han Fei shouted to the outside, I'm going to meditate. No matter who comes. Let them come tomorrow. Outside the door, 2 hidden fisher guards accepted the order. Before Han Fei entered a meditative state, he set interconnected arrays in the mansion. Thousands of arrays covered all the secrets in the mayor's residence. As early as in the Age of Doom, Han Fei could spend a lot of time drawing arrays for the Avenger. Now, it wasn't a problem for his arrays to conceal the perception of a venerable. On that day, when he took over the position of Supreme Commander, he had donated a tremendous amount of resources and forced the big clans of the Thousand-Star City to surrender resources. Because of it, many people had a good impression of him. Therefore, a large amount of power of will entered his body that day, so Han Fei could clearly feel that power. After a few days, Han Fei discovered that this power was almost omnipotent. It could not only nourish his body, but also improve his physique and soul power. Of course, no major changes could be seen in a few days. However, over the years, this improvement would be terrifying. However, with Han Fei's current physique, it could be said that he had cultivated to the limit of what he could reach. Therefore, Han Fei could feel that the weird power entering his body didn't consume much at all, but was hidden in every piece of flesh in his body, which was difficult to mobilize. Hidden in every piece of flesh in your body? Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked by a thought that suddenly popped up in his head. The power of the great Tao was also hidden in every point of spiritual energy, which couldn't be found at all. This power of will was the same. In the old turtle's words, the power of will was also a manifestation of the power of the great Tao, a manifestation of the Tao heart. Is power of will actually equivalent to the great Tao? In order to verify his guess, Han Fei immediately removed some arrays and scanned the Thousand-Star City with his perception. Immediately, Han Fei found Jing'er on the top of the Empyrean waterfall, with a yellow fat cat next to her. At this moment, this girl and the cat were making hot pot. Big Yellow said, "Let me tell you, I've learned 70 to 80% of the essence of Han Fei's cooking skills. This hot pot is only delicious when it's hot. And this red pepper is very precious." Han Fei only planted a few of them in his yard, but I dug them all out. After careful cultivation, I've grown a lot of them. Jing'er rolled her eyes. Do you have to nurture them with care? Wouldn't there be a lot of them if spiritual energy is poured in? Big Yellow shook his head. That's different. Although I have a lot of red peppers, I usually keep them for myself. I'll give some to Xiaojiao, as well as Granny Yin. Anyway, there are only these few people. No others can have it. Isn't it rare? Jing'er said, then why don't you put it into the hot pot? Why are you just holding the red peppers? Big Yellow was stunned for a moment. I forgot how much I should put in. Xiao. Gio told me just to put a little bit is. Hearing that, Jinger realized that this was an unreliable cat. Suddenly, she looked up at the central city and said, take 6 of them, crush them into powder, and throw them in. Big Yellow was overjoyed. Ah. Thanks to me, you've learned the essence of hot pot. Jinger echoed Big Yellow, but she was already talking to Han Fei in her heart. Han Fei asked, Jinger, let me ask you something. Before the queen became a king, was she worshipped at the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Jinger wondered why Han Fei asked that. However, she still said, of course, the queen is an unparalleled heavenly talent that appears once in 10,000 years. Every time she reaches a realm, she will be invincible in that realm in the Waterwood world. But that was tens of thousands of years ago. The queen became a half-venerable in 10 seconds, a venerable in 100 seconds, and a peak-level junior venerable in an hour. This shocking achievement has been eulogized for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei asked, then how long did it take for her to become a king from a venerable? Jinger said without hesitation, you'll probably be scared to death if I tell you. Han Fei said, just tell me. Jinger said, it took a total of 38 years. It took 18 years for the queen to subdue the 4 races and become the king of the 4 races. It took 10 years for her to fight the White Shell Royal City. In these 10 years, the queen killed 13 venerable level great demons alone. No one could achieve this before in the Waterwood world. In the last 10 years, her strength soared and she broke through in one fell swoop. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. Was Queen Life so awesome? She seemed quite gentle. However, Han Fei immediately asked, hey, before the queen became the king, how did you resist the White Shell Royal City? Jinger said, at that time, the White Armor Emperor hadn't become a king either. You have to know that when a king appears, many heavenly talents will rise too. At that time, when the queen became a king, the White Armor Emperor in the White Shell Royal City became a king too. The days the queen and the White Armor Emperor became kings was only 7 days apart. Even if the White Armor Emperor became a king first, he couldn't stop the queen from becoming a king. Han Fei, so, the queen has been worshipped by many people since she was young? Jinger nodded. Yes. What's up? Han Fei was silent for a moment. Okay, you can continue to eat barbecue. After asking Jinger, Han Fei already had a general idea. It seemed that the power of will from the millions of people on the scattered Stars Island alone wasn't enough for him to become a king. What if these millions of people could turn into billions of people? Han Fei couldn't help sighing. What if he replaced the sea god statue with his own? However, as soon as the idea popped up in his head, Han Fei put it out. He didn't know it before, but now he knew that the sea god statue should be his mother. He didn't know where she was at this moment. If he stole her power of will, he would harm his own mother. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that becoming a king is still a long way to go. However, he was not in a rush to become a king. The first priority now was to comprehend his own great Tao. Then, he could use this power of will to become a venerable as soon as possible. Once he became a venerable, there was basically no place in the world that he couldn't go. Even the 1,000-star city was not a place he couldn't explore. With his means, Han Fei continued to sit cross-legged. Although he could feel this power of will, it didn't seem to exist. According to the old turtle, it was a kind of great Tao. But the great Tao was invisible. How could he see its appearance? Therefore, Han Fei immediately changed his thinking. Since he couldn't find where the power of will that entered his body was hiding, he would let them come out themselves. In fact, this was what Han Fei was best at. Han Fei immediately activated his Tao seed and recited in his head, "The great Tao gathers." Sure enough, as soon as Han Fei thought so, the Tao seed immediately revolved. Although Han Fei couldn't see it, he could feel invisible energy gathering and entering the Tao seed. Buzz! Suddenly, a small bridge wrapped in mist appeared in front of Han Fei. Hiss! Han Fei was overjoyed. The bridge appeared again. He had seen this bridge when his great Tao first appeared. Now this was the second time it had appeared. Han Fei's heart trembled. "Can I go up to it this time?" The old turtle said, "Did you see that? There seems to be less white mist covering the bridge." Han Fei was stunned. Yes, last time he saw this bridge, it was shrouded in white mist and nothing could be seen. This time, although the feeling was similar, the white mist covering the bridge was at least 1/3 less. Han Fei immediately said, "It's because of the power of will." With this in mind, Han Fei was excited. Power of will could be integrated into the great Tao, which could make the great Tao stronger. Even at this moment, Han Fei still felt an invisible power gathering. This time, Han Fei didn't go up to the bridge immediately, because the amount of white mist was gradually decreasing. After half an hour, the number of the white mist decreased to about half of its original amount, and then no longer decreased. And Han Fei felt that the power of will he had obtained had almost been consumed. Hiss! Seriously? The power of faith of millions of soldiers is gone just like that? The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Be content. This power is already a lot. If you have this power of will once or twice again, the true body of your great Tao might be revealed." Han Fei thought to himself, how can there be so many king times? If you want to win the faith of millions of people, shouldn't you do the corresponding things? If you don't do anything, how can they believe you? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At first, Han Fei felt that he might not be able to figure out how to use the power of will for a while. Who would have expected that it could reveal his great Tao so easily? In fact, not only had the bridge come out, but his Tao seed seemed to have grown a little bit, which Han Fei didn't know if his eyes were deceiving him or what. At this moment, his Tao seed was about the size of a small green bean. The Tao seed has grown bigger, and the bridge is out. No wonder my mother has to erect a statue of herself no matter where she goes. The power of will from billions of people is immeasurable. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the bridge of mist in front of him. Since it was a bridge, he definitely had to walk it. It was his path and his bridge. If he didn't walk it, who else could? At this moment, the power of will he had saved had been exhausted. What else could Han Fei do except walk it by himself? Han Fei took a deep breath. "I'm going up." Bam! Han Fei stepped on the bridge. However, it was different this time. Last time, when he walked to the middle, he felt relaxed. This time, although it was the same, Han Fei felt that his strength was expanding and his Tao seed was trembling. Huh? Feeling different twice, Han Fei hurriedly said, "Old Yuan, have you found Anything wrong? However, Han Fei discovered that at some point in time, there seemed to be a blurred mist barrier in his spiritual perception, blocking the old turtle from him. Han Fei was shocked. Last time, it wasn't like this. The old turtle had been walking to the center of the bridge with him. But this time, the old turtle had been separated from him after he only climbed one step. Is my great Tao so strong? Han Fei couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't feel the slightest worry, because the old turtle was separated from him. The old turtle knew too much about him. The more he knew, the more he couldn't let him go. Otherwise, what if all his secrets were exposed by this guy? The old turtle couldn't see his own great Tao now, which should be a kind of self-protection of the great Tao. Without hesitation, Han Fei continued to climb the bridge. 1 step, 2 steps. Every time he climbed a step, Han Fei felt that the more powerful the vibration of his Tao seed was, the more powerful the fluctuation of his strength would be. For some reason, Han Fei had a feeling that he could already use the power of his great Tao. However, apart from creating something from nothing, he didn't know how to make use of this power. As soon as he climbed 7 steps, Han Fei suddenly felt that his legs were soft, as if he was suddenly carrying 2 mountains on his back. The gravity was astonishing, and his legs were bent. However, it was different from the last time when Han Fei only had a half golden body and his flesh and bones were much worse than now. Today, Han Fei had fully cultivated his golden body, and his flesh and blood had undergone qualitative changes. Therefore, Han Fei managed to withstand the terrifying gravity that fell like a mountain. Last time, he fused with little black and little white and seemed to see another him, an invisible power, and a void. This time, through the mist, Han Fei still couldn't see clearly, which seemed to be the same. However, Han Fei felt that he could still go forward. Who? Han Fei gasped for a long time before he slowly and tentatively moved another step. Bam! When this step landed, Han Fei felt that his body bent a little again, and the weight on his head seemed to increase by a lot. Han Fei immediately realized that he was no longer on the bridge, but off the bridge. After this step, Han Fei realized that if he took another step forward, he might be able to hold on. However, if he continued, he might not be able to hold on anymore. Roar! Sure enough, Han Fei took another step down without hesitation. Pa! Pa! Han Fei put his hands on his knees. He felt that he was about to squat down and couldn't hold on anymore. Fuse! When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei's face suddenly turned cold. Through his eyes, Han Fei saw 3 paths in the mist. Huh? Different from last time, this time he saw 3 roads. Each road was about 3 to 5 meters long and then was cut off by darkness as if it didn't allow him to look back. And these 3 roads seemed extremely strange. Under the bridge, there were 3 forked roads. On the one in the middle stood a person who looked exactly like him, looking at him quietly. On the bridge. This feeling was very creepy. Han Fei stared at this person for more than 10 seconds, only to find that the man was as still as a statue. Was it his other self? He looked at the left road, which was full of twisted complicated arrays, and was filled with vast and unpredictable weird lines. In those lines, Han Fei felt vitality and a soft brilliance that was full of purity and warmth. The great Tao of heaven enlightenment? Gulp. When he saw that road, Han Fei immediately sensed that it was the great Tao of Spirit gatherers, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. But why did it appear in his great Tao? Han Fei looked at the road on the right. There were no complicated lines on this road, but a strange kind of energy. Occasionally, there was golden light circulating, occasionally there was tide energy, and what was left was the intense murderous aura and fighting intent. That kind of will was reflected in his mind. Han Fei subconsciously said, the path of invincibility? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. The great Tao of heaven enlightenment was on the left, and the invincible path was on the right? Han Fei seemed to understand a little bit now. As a spirit gatherer, he had learned the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. Therefore, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment appeared in his great Tao. And because what he was walking on now was the path of invincibility, and what he cultivated was body refinement techniques, this path of invincibility appeared too. If the old turtle hadn't told him before that he had never seen this bridge, like great Tao, Han Fei would have felt that everyone was the same. In the explorer realm, there would be a bridge. After crossing the bridge, one would discover multiple choices, and choose a great Tao that was most suitable for him. However, the white mist bridge itself was his great Tao. Did he have one more step than others, which was to cross the bridge? However, after crossing the bridge, would he still have to choose a great Tao to walk on? But if it wasn't a choice, why were there three great Taos? It was obvious. Asking him to choose. Han Fei knew the left and right roads. However, he couldn't understand the one in the middle at all. Why was there another him standing on the opposite side? What great Tao did it represent? Han Fei didn't understand this at all. Han Fei didn't want to choose now, and he probably couldn't make a choice now. Descending 2 steps, he thought to himself, I'm afraid I still can't pass it this time. But in any case, the mist had decreased, and he walked 2 more steps than last time. The day when the white mist dissipated might be the day he walked to the opposite side of the bridge. And the day when he reached the opposite side of the bridge of white mist should also be the day he became a venerable roar. At the last moment, Han Fei exerted all his strength and took another step forward. However, as soon as his feet moved away, he sat on the steps. Then, Han Fei felt dizzy. When he came back from the dizziness, there was no bridge in front of him. Phew! Han Fei was panting and drenched in sweat. This time, what Han Fei saw was much more vivid than last time. He saw the 3 roads under the bridge. The old turtle's voice sounded immediately, what happened? The moment you stepped on the bridge, the power of the great Tao blocked me. Have you mastered your great Tao? Han Fei said angrily, look how sweaty I am. Do I look like I've mastered the great Tao? Han Fei looked at his data. However, this time, there were only some slight changes. It should be the nurturing effect of the power of will on his body after it filled his body. This matter of climbing the bridge should have nothing to do with strength, but only with the great Tao. Although he didn't pass it this time, Han Fei knew the way to cross the bridge. He had to think of a way to accumulate more power of will. As long as he got enough power of will, his great Tao would eventually be revealed. As for what the third path was, he would eventually have an answer. In that case, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. There was no need to cultivate in seclusion at this moment. The power of will had been used up, and it would take time for him to master how to disassemble the spiritual energy. What he couldn't afford to lose now was time. After all, only 4% away, he would be able to reach the venerable level. Originally, Han Fei felt that he should polish it and cultivate it to reach the 70% disassembling degree as soon as possible. However, even if he reached 70%, Han Fei didn't think he would become a venerable immediately. What if he could reach 80%? He had spent too little time in the realm of explorer. It had only been 3 years. To reach the peak of this realm in 3 years, this speed was even comparable to Tang Yan's. And Tang Yan cultivated with the power of will, but he didn't. Just as Han Fei was thinking about what to do next, he suddenly felt that the array outside the residence was moving, and there was a force trying to break the array. Through the array, Han Fei saw a venerable who he had never seen trying to break the array angrily. Seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately knew which side this guy was from. Who else could it be other than the big clans? His guards had been thrown hundreds of kilometers away and were all lying on the ground. Roar! Han Fei's voice rumbled thunderously in the sky. The thief of the big clans! How dare you break into my residence and injure my subordinates? Are you rebelling? Venerables of the 7 sects, please return and help me kill this be *starred. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't expect that someone would dare to disrespect him after he had just assumed office. Boom! In the sky above the central city, a dazzling knife light shot into the sky. Bang! Han Fei's roar caught everyone off guard. Many people on the scattered stars island were taken aback. In a carnival shop, someone was drinking. Suddenly, he heard a thunder, and then his butt trembled, and the wine cup in his hand was overturned. In the Guild of Fishers, many people were fishing. This was their daily job. Someone was overjoyed. A blood spirit shrimp was about to take the bait, which was worth a lot of money. When the blood spirit shrimp was about to bite the bait, a roar came from the sky, and all the creatures near the sea fled in fright. *CK, what happened? That voice sounds familiar. Huh, isn't that Marshal Han's voice? What's going on? Who is Marshal Han going to kill? At this moment, many people on duty saw a terrifying knife light sweep across the sky, directly cutting a huge hole in the sky. Han Fei stepped in the air and pointed at the sky. Which family are you from? How dare you attack the mayor's residence? Originally, the big clans were here to negotiate, but Han Fei was too domineering and didn't care about the consequences, so they were helpless. They couldn't kill him. If the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island was killed by the big clans of the 1,000-star city, the consequences would be dire. The Scattered Stars Island was full of elites of the human race. Once they had a grudge with the 1,000-star city, it would be troublesome. The big clans couldn't defend against so many people. There were too many of them. Any one of them could rise to prominence in the future. Killing Han Fei would make countless enemies for the big clans. Yesterday, the big families were here to negotiate, but Han Fei wanted too many resources. They really didn't want to invest such a huge amount of resources on the Scattered Stars Island alone. They couldn't attack Han Fei nor avoid him. Therefore, these big clans planned to give part of the required resources and then negotiate with Han Fei in private. Han Fei should know when to stop. But who knew that as soon as this idea was proposed yesterday, Han Fei immediately cursed and even wanted to attack them. With the strong masters of the 7 major sects here, what could Chu Qing and the others do except to Return in disgrace? Today, the people who came were different. There was no telling how many venerables the Zhang family had sent over, but another one had come now. Back then, Han Fei failed to steal from the Zhang family, which caused Li Daxian to start a fight with the Zhang family's second ancestor. In the end, the sky-dissecting finger was used and the second ancestor of the Zhang family was killed. Therefore, the person of the Zhang family came with anger today. Although he couldn't touch Han Fei, the Zhang family had another trump card, which was currency. Whether it was the currency of the 1,000-star city or the 36 towns, in fact, in the end, the Zhang family was responsible for reclaiming the useless pearls and then destroying them. The reason why it was the Zhang family was firstly because the Zhang family controlled the dragon boats and could get a share of the scattered stars island's resources, and secondly, the Zhang family was also responsible for the various markets in the 1,000-star city. In terms of wealth, none of the Chu sect, Chao family, or other big families were a match for the Zhang family. Besides, because the Zhang family controlled the currency, no one dared to touch the Zhang family. Otherwise, if the Zhang family shook the world with their wealth, ordinary people wouldn't be able to resolve it. It was fine to let them fight, but to settle accounts, the other families were indeed helpless. But now, the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery were gone, so was the Zhang family's privilege on the scattered stars island, but they still had to be responsible for regulating the economy. Therefore, Zhang Jihua felt it necessary to talk to Han Fei. It was precisely because of this that the big clans pushed the Zhang family out to negotiate. After all, the Zhang family was best at negotiating and doing business. If the economy collapsed, the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns would be in chaos, so would the scattered stars island. Zhang Jihua had already made up his mind before he came. Even the finances of the scattered stars island had to be controlled by the Zhang family to some extent. Where would the pearls collected from the pearl divers port go? This was all controlled by the Zhang family. If Han Fei didn't want the world to be in a mess, fine, hand over the level 3 fishery or waive the resources the Zhang family had to pay. Zhang Jihua even felt that he could talk to Han Fei about the king's corpse. And this was why Zhang Jihua dared to forcibly break the seal. However, when he led the crowd over, he found that Han Fei actually refused visitors behind closed doors. Damn it! You asked us to pay the money, but you refused to see us? Are you deliberately torturing us and slapping our faces? Making a venerable waiting outside your mansion for so long, who the f***ck do? You think you are? Even an explorer would be angry if being treated like this. Let alone a venerable. However, what Zhang Jihua didn't expect was that Han Fei would directly cut him with a knife. f***ck, this is a negotiation. Why are you cutting me? Han Fei burst into fury and pointed his knife at the sky. Tell me, who are you? If you don't give me a good reason, I'll kill you today. Chu Qing and the others hid in the void and sneered secretly. Ye Kai said, Han Fei is just a reckless idiot who only knows how to fight. If the Zhang family takes action, Han Fei won't be able to deal with them at all. Chu Qing said, but the Zhang family might not necessarily take action. Currency is a big deal. With the slightest carelessness, they will become sinners. However, it's not bad to let Han Fei become enemies with the Zhang family first. Even if the Zhang family endures it now, how can the humiliated Zhang family let Han Fei off? Zhang Jihua and Han Fei looked at each other in the sky, and Zhang Jihua shouted, I'm Zhang Jihua, from the Zhang family. I'm here to negotiate. Why? Are you refusing to see me? Hearing that he was from the Zhang family, Han Fei thought to himself, I've never seen this person before. It turns out he is from the Zhang family. However, the moment the guy came, Han Fei knew what his intentions were. Shui, Xinqi, and Mu Tianfeng had both reminded him of this matter. They mentioned the Zhang family's ability to control the economy. Han Fei had originally scoffed at it. Handle the economy? I know how to do that too. I don't know how to do complicated economies, but how can I not know how to create innovative economic patterns and find some think tanks to advise me? After all, I've even seen the integration of the global economy. What's the big deal about the Zhang family? Secretly, Han Fei had already gone to the Scattered Star's 6th unit, which was the one devoted to research. Back then, the poison god Cao Qiu invented was used by that unit. When Han Fei showed them the paper currency he invented and the rules on barter, the entire Scattered Star's 6th unit was shocked. They knew that Han Fei had done another great thing. This guy wanted to redefine the currency model. Once this method was carried out, the existence of pearls wouldn't be so necessary. At that time, paper money and pearls could be both used as currency. The situation would be complicated and difficult to interfere. Some people in the Scattered Star's 6th unit speculated that with two kinds of currencies, Zhang family's role was no longer that important. In fact, besides the Scattered Star's 6th unit, Han Fei had also consulted the Scattered Star's 5th unit. The Scattered Star's 5th unit was the most secret supervision department on the Scattered Star's island. Ordinary people didn't know of their existence at all. Even many people who knew the Scattered Star's 7th unit didn't know that there was a supervision department. When he took over as the Supreme Commander, Han Fei set up a new supervision department. His real purpose was to investigate openly what could be investigated openly and investigate secretly those that could only be investigated in the dark. By doing this, he could control the island firmly. Although Han Fei had never really been a leader, how could he not know these things? Besides, he was the one who devised the system in the City of Justice. He proposed the plans and strategies. As for the problems in the implementation process, he could modify the rule while implementing them. It was the job of a leader to organize a think tank, to collect opinions and draw up various rules. Therefore, the moment Zhang Jihua announced his name, Han Fei immediately knew his purpose. At this moment, the venerables all flew over, wondering who Han Fei was going to fight. When they saw Zhang Jihua, they were speechless. Han Fei, you are really a tough guy. You are only the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Not a real king yet, and not yet taking over the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns. However, Han Fei took the initiative to shout, how dare the Zhang family threaten me with the currency of the entire human race? Do you know that the currency will affect the entire human race and shake the foundation of the human race? The Zhang family of the 1,000-star city wants to shake the foundation of the human race for their selfish interests? You deserve to be executed. Humph, hack. Zhang Jihua? Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. I haven't F*** king said anything yet. You son of a B***tch, why are you so dramatic? The venerables? Chu Qing was alarmed and immediately said to Zhang Jihua via voice transmission, not good. Brother Zhang, Han Fei is setting a trap for you. Even if you didn't have such plans, Han Fei's sound waves had spread throughout the scattered stars island. Now, I'm afraid the entire scattered stars island has heard it. Zhang Jihua felt a chill down his spine. F*ck, can you not roar at the entire scattered stars island for no good reason? Do you think it's glorious for us to fight? However, at the next moment, a scene that made all the venerables speechless appeared. Zhang Jihua's voice sounded in the void. Han Fei, don't go too far. Do you think you can say no to us? I'm afraid you can't afford the price you're going to pay. Zhang Jihua was stunned. I didn't say anything. Everyone looked at Han Fei. The voice came from Han Fei's side, echoing in the void and covering the entire scattered stars island. Han Fei was putting on a show right in front of them. He didn't even bother to conceal it. Sure enough, after Han Fei said that, the entire scattered stars island went crazy. Someone who was drinking immediately slammed his cup to the ground. What a vicious Zhang family. No wonder Marshal Han is so furious and wants to kill him. This guy wants to subvert the economy of our human race. Someone burst into fury and roared at the sky, F*ck, old B** stars of the Zhang family. Marshal Han is only asking for resources from you, and you dare to harm billions of human beings? You deserve to be executed. Even the itinerant cultivators of the thousand-star city were dumbfounded when they heard that. They kept saying, the big clans are despicable. The big clans are really a cancer of the human race. Someone shouted angrily, the big clans are evil. They want to destroy our human race. They deserve to be executed. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. At that time, the soldiers on the scattered stars island were in an uproar. For a moment, all kinds of curses were heard ceaselessly. It really reached the point where the sound of cursing could shake the sky. Even if the big clans didn't want to give resources, they didn't have to threaten Marshal Han with the stability of the entire human race. Zhang Jihua burst into fury. Han Fei, stop slandering us. In a panic, Zhang Jihua shouted, trying to defend himself. However, now that Han Fei had said that, he didn't know what to say. Could he say that he wasn't the one who said those words just now? Han Fei pretended to be him, and Han Fei's purpose was to make the million soldiers on the scattered stars island hate the big clans? However, Han Fei had already finished his acting. At this time, how many people would believe him? Would these soldiers believe Han Fei or him who popped up from nowhere? In desperation, Zhang Jihua said to Han Fei telepathically again, Han Fei, don't make it public. We can discuss the resources you want. Discuss? Han Fei's lips curled, and golden light suddenly radiated from his body, and the shadow of a giant tore through the void. You broke into my residence and threatened my human race. How can I tolerate you? If I don't kill you today, how can I take over the scattered stars island? Chi La. Han Fei tore the void, reached out, and grabbed, and a large mirror fell into his hand. It was none other than the genuine sky-hanging mirror. This magical mirror could show scenes tens of thousands of kilometers away. Shueishenqi had personally shown it back on the ancient battlefield. Han Fei shattered the void, and his voice sounded in Zhang Jihua's mind, you think you can threaten me with currency? Your Zhang family's estate that has accumulated for tens of thousands of years is now destroyed by you. Zhang Jihua shouted, Han Fei, all this is just your self-directed act. What has it got to do with our Zhang family? Han Fei sneered. You're already here. If I say that it has something to do with your Zhang family, it does. Of course, if I say that it has nothing to do with your Zhang family, it doesn't. Zhang Jihua was already furious, but Han Fei's words forced him to hold back his fury. He shouted, "What do you want?" A cunning gleam flashed in Han Fei's eyes. The big clans usually believe in the same principle: as time goes by, all the unfavorable factors will eventually fade away and then be forgotten. No one will hold you accountable for the dirty things you did in the past. Therefore, you can be as despicable as you'd like. Anyway, everything will be forgotten. However, today, your Zhang family was pushed to the front to bargain with me, and now you want to retreat and get out of the trouble? That's wishful thinking. I'll give you two choices. One is that let's fight for 3,000 rounds, and I'll try my best to kill you. The other is that you let me crush you 3 times to reassure the hearts of the million soldiers on the scattered stars island. Impossible. Zhang Hua was furious. Han Fei had even brought the sky-hanging mirror. How could he not see this? He had already run into the void. Why did he bring the sky-hanging mirror with him? Needless to say, Han Fei, this be***starred, just wanted the entire scattered stars island to see his miserable defeat. This person was really shameless. Zhang Jihua's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he couldn't explain it to the soldiers on the scattered stars island. He had been set up by Han Fei. The Zhang family had existed in the thousand-star city for tens of thousands of years. If he was defeated by Han Fei 3 times, that would be a great disgrace. Zhang Huaji shouted, "Chu Qing, Yi Kai. Come and help me." However, Han Fei turned the round mirror in his hand, and the sky curtain above the scattered stars island opened. What was happening in the void was fully displayed. Seeing the scene, even Yang Kuan, who had just taken a step back, retreated. Including the 7 major sects, everyone's expression changed. Han Fei's move was too ruthless. What did the big clans want? Face. And they came to negotiate with Han Fei, just to try to take back some face. However, Han Fei wanted to slap Zhang Jihua in the face, and the whole process would be live-streamed. Millions of pairs of eyes were staring at the void. Who the F***ck would dare to come up? With Han Fei's unscrupulous personality, what if he set them up during the battle? Then wouldn't their families lose face? At this moment, on the scattered stars island, countless people looked up at the sky. In that picture, Han Fei was wearing a battle suit, shining with golden light. And 10,000 knives circled him like dragons. In the black misty void, knives hung on the long star river, producing more than 10 terrifying knife streams. Someone exclaimed, "Oh, Marshal Han has made a move. F***ck, I've never seen a venerable fight in my life." Someone cursed, "What are you talking about? Marshal Han hasn't become a venerable yet. It's said that he's only a peak-level explorer. He's crossing realms to kill a venerable." Gulp. Many people swallowed crazily, looking at the terrifying Saber Beam River. As soon as the sky curtain opened, the scene of the battle between the two parties was immediately magnified countless times. Only one shocking saber beam would make one's scalp tingle, not to mention tens of thousands of them. The Empyrean waterfall. Big Yellow meowed. Han Fei is fighting. He's so strong. He Xiaoyu and her teammates looked at the sky blankly. Beside her, the armorist swallowed. Is this the combat power of a venerable? I'm afraid even our entire brigade can't resist this slash, right? Next door, the manipulator said, a brigade? Even a whole legion can't resist it. This kind of power is already beyond our imagination. We can't judge it with ordinary standards. As long as its aftershock touches us slightly, we won't be able to withstand it. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath and looked at Jiuyin Ling, only to find that Jiuyin Ling was as calm as before. On the transverse mountain, outside a small house, Shueishenqi watched this scene indifferently, expressionless. However, Shueishenqi had complicated feelings. He didn't know if it was the right decision to give the position of Supreme Commander to Han Fei. My sky-hanging mirror is used in battles. What are you doing? Are you showing a movie? Somewhere in an unknown space, the corner of Han Guangqu's mouth twitched. Holding a cup of tea, he muttered to the void, our son's personality is a bit different from ours. I hope our daughter can be better. In the void, Han Fei thought to himself, I was wondering how to gather the power of will. And you sent me this meat bun. No matter what, I'll eat it first. Zhang Jihua didn't accept his suggestion, so Han Fei certainly no longer waited. He simply shouted, Thief Zhang, today I must kill you. Boom. The sacrificing punch suddenly erupted, and the extremely domineering Sky Fist showed its power at this moment. Seeing Han Fei's punch, all the venerables watching narrowed their eyes. Jian Sanqing said, in just 10 years, Han Fei has grown into another Ren Tianfei. The Fire Moon Fairy shook her head slightly. No. Although Ren Tianfei is very arrogant, he is also very direct. He said he would kill his way through the 1,000-star city, then he killed his way through the 1,000-star city. Do you think Han Fei would do that? The atmosphere immediately became serious. Han Fei? This boy was very shrewd. And was especially good at acting. He knew very well that he just needed to tell the story to the people who needed to believe it. Just now, Zhang Jihua fell for Han Fei's trick. He imitated his speech blatantly. Beast King technique. At this moment, on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei was the only king here. Regardless of strength, Han Fei was not afraid at all. His body expanded and grew to the height of the war giants. In his hand, wherever Snowmorn passed, snow and ice fell, the void was frozen, and sword marks tore the sky. Just looking at it made one's body turn cold and feel a chill. Someone trembled. What a horrible power. It looks so cold. Someone's eyes glowed. He's so strong. Is this the power of a venerable? Is this the real power of Marshal Han? At this moment, many people felt that it was no wonder Shueishenqi gave the position of Supreme Commander to Han Fei. He was 2F** king powerful. A peak level explorer was chasing a venerable all the way? How exciting! Zhang Jihua finally got angry and shouted, Han Fei, don't go too far. Do you really think I can do nothing to you? Han Fei sneered. Then try it? Buzz. With a thought from Zhang Jihua, the 100-mile void instantly turned into a sea of fire. Fuse. A flame serpent stood behind Zhang Jihua and then drilled into his body. Zhang Jihua's eyes, nose, and mouth were all on fire. It seemed that his flesh and blood were burning, and flames were spewing out of the gaps of his battle suit. Burning sea of fire. Hundreds of thousands of people on the Scattered Stars Island were frightened. by the terrifying flames. The newcomers who had just come to the scattered Stars Island were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Chu Qing said, "Brother Zhang, Han Fei's great Tao can seal space. Be careful." Zhang Jihua issued an order in his heart, and a wave of fire rolled up, setting up a fire seed within 1,000 kilometers. Even if Han Fei really had a way to seal the void, he had a way to leave. Han Fei, just because I don't want to kill you doesn't mean I don't dare to fight you. The Zhang family won't touch the fundamentals of the human race. Neither now nor in the future. Don't be an unreasonable person. Ignoring that, Han Fei continued, "Are you afraid now? You want to compromise? It's too late. If I don't kill you today, how can I take over the scattered Stars Island? Fuse!" Han Fei roared, and the terrifying pupil spell was activated in front of so many people for the first time. He looked like an emotionless king. Whoosh! The giant Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. In the sea of fire, dozens of flame pythons turned into pure flame energy and were directly swallowed by Han Fei. Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. F***ck, what is this thing? Can it even absorb my great Tao fire? Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. The other venerables and the million soldiers were dumbfounded too. Next to a certain coastline, Lin Wu looked at this scene in horror and mumbled, "Senior brother is so strong. Is this the path I'm going to take?" Roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was used. In an instant, 100 beasts flew across the sky, and the rumbling sounds were distorted again and again. Clang! 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 Zhang Jihua's face was twisted when he heard the sound of the 9 sounds. These were powers that many people had never heard of. Zhang Jihua felt that his head was about to explode under the blast. Although he hadn't just entered the venerable realm, he was only at the peak of the junior venerable realm and was still far from the intermediate level. As for Han Fei, his strength had already exceeded his own. At this moment, a terrifying power 1,000 meters long, like a primeval python, blasted at Han Fei. But in front of everyone's eyes, Han Fei didn't dodge at all, but just withstood the terrifying flame shock with his body alone. From time to time, Han Fei would take a big gulp. In just a few seconds, he had swallowed the fiery serpent. Techniques are sealed in this space. Zhang Jihua immediately felt that something was wrong. He turned into a flame, and as the flame burned, he appeared thousands of kilometers away. However, as soon as Zhang Jihua appeared, a sword shadow shot straight at his head. He had no chance to escape at all. Zhang Jihua thought that he had run away, but Han Fei activated the near-at hand technique, making Zhang Jihua only 10 kilometers away from him. Chi La. Zhang Jihua was cut into pieces by the sword. Then, frost flowers quickly froze in the void. Han Fei raised his sword and frowned. Not dead? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. On the scattered Stars Island, millions of people gasped. They were shocked by the sword light. A super powerhouse who should only exist in legends was killed by Han Fei with one slash? Gulp. Someone gasped. Marshal Han, you really dare to kill him? Someone was dumbfounded. Marshal Han, this is too powerful. A venerable level powerhouse can be killed so easily? Someone cursed, well done. Chu Qing and the others' expressions changed. It seemed that the spatial power that Han Fei controlled wasn't as simple as sealing the void. This guy could actually control the void. With such a great technique, no wonder a peak level explorer dared to kill a venerable. On the Empyrean waterfall, Ningjing curled her lips too, thinking to herself. I taught him this technique, which is my unique technique. Shueishenqi watched this scene quietly. He probably knew that Han Fei's purpose was to obtain the power of will. Only the supreme commander of the Empyrean waterfall knew this secret. No one from those big clans had ever been chosen as the supreme commander, because the previous supreme commanders were afraid that the people of the big clans would discover this secret after they became the supreme commander. And those who knew this secret wouldn't easily tell this secret to others. If one more person knew it, it meant one more competitor. Shueishenqi thought to himself, if Han Fei can become a venerable, I'm afraid he will really cause a huge uproar. As long as he is not in the 1,000-star city, the big clans can't do anything to him now. When Han Fei becomes a venerable, he will certainly go to the 1,000-star city. At that time, wouldn't there be great chaos? However, he would have to wait until the crisis on the Scattered Stars Island was resolved. At this moment, before the blood rain fell, Zhang Jihua appeared again. Han Fei said telepathically again, you can dodge it once, but let's see if you can dodge it twice. Zhang Jihua was shocked. He discovered, to his shock, that he couldn't beat Han Fei? What was that supposed to mean? In terms of strength, Han Fei was not much stronger than him. In terms of soul, Han Fei should not be as strong as him. Regarding the mastery of the Great Tao, Zhang Jihua wasn't sure about this. Han Fei was too sinister. His control of space seemed to be beyond ordinary. It shouldn't be something an explorer could have. Furthermore, this guy's physique was too strong. He actually swallowed his Great Tao fire without being injured? He had broken his Great Tao. How could he fight again? In fact, it was not that Han Fei could swallow Zhang Jihua's Great Tao fire, but that Little Black could. The terrifying flame was absorbed into Han Fei's internal organs. Little Black immediately absorbed it. All that was left was pure energy, which couldn't shake the current Han Fei. And Han Fei's behavior just now clearly meant that he didn't want to leave him a way out. If he hadn't separated a piece of his soul and hid it in advance, he would have died. This meant that Han Fei really wanted to kill him, and he really dared to kill him. This kid was lawless and didn't care about the price at all. From the moment Han Fei pretended to be him to speak, to the fact that Han Fei killed without considering the consequences, Zhang Jihua thought that Han Fei was just a bloodthirsty person. Although he was stronger than Shueishenqi, he was far behind Shueishenqi in terms of intelligence. Could it make sense for him to reason with such a ruthless killer? Instantly, Zhang Jihua's body that had just been reborn split into countless flames that scattered in all directions. But Zhang Jihua said, Han Fei, I agree. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Why didn't you agree until now? Fine, in that case, I'll let it go if you let me beat the hell out of you twice more. However, the Zhang family must take the lead to give me the resources right away. I think you must have brought the resources with you. As the richest family in the 1,000-star city, it's impossible for you not to have one last trump card. No matter how angry Zhang Jihua was, so what? Before he came, he had vowed to force Han Fei to surrender. After he came, to be honest, he was dumbfounded. He had never seen a person as reckless as Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, rebirth with blood? Let's see how many times you can be reborn. Han Fei stepped into the air, followed by snow and ice. In the sky, the fire was ablaze. Even through the sky curtain, ordinary people couldn't see the battle in the void with their naked eyes. Someone was puzzled. Wasn't the Zhang family's venerable killed just now? Someone sighed. That's a venerable. How can he die so easily? They can be reborn with a single drop of blood. Someone said angrily, I really don't know how such a person cultivated into the venerable realm. He doesn't take the lives of ordinary humans seriously at all. Someone echoed, not only do they not take our lives seriously, but they are simply a cancer of the human race, crazily embezzling the resources of the human race. The resources of the 36 towns are incomparable to those of the 1,000-star city. Someone was discussing, do you think Marshal Han can win? Nonsense, of course he can win. Marshal Han is so strong. We've seen it for ourselves. He beat the Zhang family's venerable to the point of being unable to fight back. Do you remember he killed 2 sea demon venerables? However, the big clans are stronger. The million soldiers on the scattered stars island were all looking forward excitedly. However, Chu Qing and the others' faces had already turned black. After Zhang Jihua was killed just now, although the battle between Han Fei and Zhang Jihua was in full swing, it no longer felt like a life and death battle. As venerables, everyone knew what they were doing. Sun Baixing's face was stiff. Zhang Jihua has compromised. Yang Kuan immediately said, are we really going to give such a huge amount of resources to the Scattered Stars Island? Can the Scattered Stars Island assimilate so many resources? Chu Qing's expression was ugly. It's not a matter of whether they can absorb these resources or not. The problem is that the Scattered Stars Island accepted our resources, but they won't appreciate us. They will only think that the big clans of the 1,000-star city have compromised. Ye Kai nodded. Yes, but this is his territory. If we want to see the remains of a king, we have to see his face before the battle. Yang Kuan roared, damn it. I really want to kill him. Boom. Boom. In the void, Zhang Jihua was blown up again. Han Fei was like a vitro god of war, and the picture flashed away. Great. Marshal Han is awesome. Marshal Han, kill him. Let the big clans know that we humans will never succumb to them. The big clans should be wiped out. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible. In an instant, on the Scattered Stars Island, millions of people shouted at the sky in unison. It was a magnificent scene. And Han Fei himself didn't notice that when these million people were united, a certain will seemed to descend, and the essence of the human world gathered. Here. Han Guanshu noticed it. Holding a teacup, he smiled at the scene. Ning Jing also noticed it and was dumbfounded. Is this how powerful Han Fei is? In the Yinyang world? Millions of people shouted in unison and soared into the sky. This feeling. It made her a little absent-minded. It was a bit like when the Queen united the 4 races. Boom. The flames exploded again, and Zhang Jihua was reborn again. The crowd was in an uproar 3 times in a row. Zhang Jihua was reborn 3 times, but he didn't really die. This also made many people realize how terrifying the venerable realm was. With blood rebirth, Zhang Jihua could actually fight Marshal Han to this point. All of a sudden, the sound waves surged in the void. Han Fei, I won't use human currency to threaten you. I'll give you the resources you want. In the darkness, a large number of sea-swallowing seashells and sun moon shells appeared. Seeing this, Han Fei finally stopped and grabbed all the resources. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that the resources were about the same. He couldn't care less about the verification. Han Fei immediately turned his head and looked into the void, shouting, "Where are the resources of your families? If you take them, give them to me. If not, get the hell back to the 1,000-star city." When the million soldiers saw the massive amount of resources, they were all excited. They had already tasted the benefits of spirit awakening fluid, and there were scenes of breakthroughs everywhere on the island recently. At this moment, the Zhang family had been subdued by Marshal Han and given the resources, which would all be given to them. Han Fei was fighting for them. At this moment, the million-strong army knew that the big clans weren't one family. Now that one family had given the resources to them, what about the other families? Would they give the resources? Everyone held their breath. Han Shui tried to kill him, only to get a batch of resources. If these people didn't give them the resources, would Han Fei continue to attack them? Humph. A leisure voice sounded in the void, and then many sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells flew towards Han Fei. In the sky, hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells flew towards Han Fei, which made countless soldiers grin. Ha ha ha, Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is so fierce. That's really great. Haha, they said they wouldn't give us the resources, but they did in the end. Didn't they? Damn it. If we don't teach them a good lesson, they won't listen to us. I don't know if Marshal Han can control the battle and command the battlefield, but in terms of robbing, Marshal Han is definitely the strongest. Slap. This person's head was immediately slapped, and someone scolded, F***ck, what are you talking about? Marshal Han is not robbing, but is gaining resources for us. He is upright and aboveboard. Hearing this, many people scratched their heads. Upright? Aboveboard? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei won this battle. It could also be said that the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island won the final victory. Zhang Jihua was very aggrieved. He certainly didn't want to lose to Han Fei. When he came, he never expected this result. However, Han Fei was determined to kill him from the beginning because he really wanted his life. Could Zhang Jihua resist it? If he could, he wouldn't have been killed by Han Fei 3 times. In the first clash, Zhang Jihua knew that if he didn't agree, Han Fei would definitely kill him. For a venerable, his life was the most important. Even the interests of his family weren't worth his life. Therefore, Zhang Jihua compromised. He took the lead to hand over resources. And the other families had to do the same. Why? The million soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island were all watching the live telecast. If someone was unwilling to give the resources, wouldn't he anger the public? This was definitely not a wise move. Besides, with Han Fei's strength, if someone refused to hand over resources, the consequences would be even more serious. At this moment, Han Fei was very popular, and the big families didn't want to fall out with him now. Looking at the expressions of the venerables, Han Fei smiled faintly. He found this familiar feeling again. These big clans all bullied the weak and feared the strong. As long as you are strong enough and have the confidence to confront them, they will shrink. Just like in the Age of Doom, even if he killed their members in front of the big clans, so what? The big clans had profound assets and many strong masters. Although they were powerful, such families often had a lot of fears. They weren't alone and had too many properties. This was why Old Han and the others could overawe these big clans. When a huge amount of resources were gathered by Han Fei shouted, "Wang Lin, come and collect resources. Tell me if there is anything wrong." "Okay. Marshal Han, I'm here." Wang Lin's heart was still trembling. Just now, he trembled all over while watching the battle. Unlike ordinary people, explorers like him could more or less tell the difference. After all, in terms of realm alone, Wang Lin was already an intermediate explorer. What Wang Lin was most worried about at that time was not whether Han Fei could grab resources, but if Han Fei really killed Zhang Jihua, the consequences would be dire. The Zhang family was the richest family in the Thousand-Star City. Zhang Jihua came to the Scattered Stars Island to negotiate, but ended up being killed? Wouldn't the clan be angry? Now that Zhang Jihua was still alive, Han Fei had acquired 5 large resources. To be honest, the Scattered Stars Island couldn't assimilate such a huge amount of resources for the time being. Han Fei's resources alone had occupied all the Feiyanmu furnaces on the Scattered Stars Island. The Spirit Awakening Fluid, Spiritual Fruits, and Spiritual Spring were all distributed to every soldier as perks. Of course, the more Spirit Awakening Fluid, Spiritual Fruits, etc., the better. Even if there were more of them, the soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island could still assimilate them. However, those refining materials, combat skills, etc., couldn't be digested in a short time. Wang Lin didn't mind the huge amount of resources. They could at least increase the combat power of the entire Scattered Stars Island by 10%. If the rest period was long enough, they would definitely be able to deal with the next full-scale battle. Just now, Han Fei glanced at the sea-swallowing seashells and the sun-moon shells that Zhang Hua threw down. There was no 7th level of void fishing in them, so he threw them all to Wang Lin. After that, Han Fei looked at the sky and shouted, "Now, all human beings and sea demons are in a state of war. I thank you for your donation resources. However, a war is coming, so don't run around. I need your help." While speaking, Han Fei was still regretful. Unfortunately, too few venerables had come. There were only 6 of them, so they couldn't provide a lot of help. Among them, he only trusted Chao Shuang from the Chao family a bit. However, the Chao family was not necessarily a good thing. When Faceless caused a ruckus in the Thousand-Star City, Old Han had asked the Chao family to take action, but they didn't. The Chao family didn't offer any help, nor did they make any trouble. They were just neutral. There were 4 venerables from the 7 major sections. Because of Tengu, he was relatively close to the Heavenly Sword sect, and the venerables of the Sea Cloud Tower could also be trusted. Except for the Sea Cloud Tower and the Heavenly Sword sect, he couldn't believe the other sects of the 7 major sections. To be honest, Han Fei didn't believe anyone except his own people. This was because the sects in the Thousand-Star City had been infiltrated by the major families before. In Han Fei's opinion, the real purpose of these people's coming here should be the king's corpse, even including the venerables of the Sea Cloud Tower. Humph. Zhang Jihua and the others left one after another. After all, there was no room for negotiation. They had already been defeated and given the resources. Zhang Jihua thought to himself, if I talk to Han Fei about the resource Allocation of the Level 3 fishery and the Scattered Stars Island. At this time, I'll probably have to fight him again. Then let me wait until the war between the human race and the sea demons ends. The war will break out soon. Let's see if Han Fei can still be as arrogant after the war. Ignoring the venerables of the big clans who had already left, Han Fei cupped his hands at the strong masters of the 7 sections. Sorry for making a scene. Jian Sanqing, the Fire Moon Fairy, Mu Tianfeng, and the others all took a deep look at Han Fei, bowed, and said goodbye. However, in the opinions of these people from the 7 major sects, it was obvious that Han Fei had long been prepared. He was just waiting for the Zhang family to jump into his pit. Why did he ask them to come back? Although he said he needed their help, it was actually more like a deterrence. From the battle today, Han Fei's strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He could kill Zhang Jihua. Basically, Han Fei could kill anyone below the intermediate venerable level here. Perhaps some people thought that the Zhang family only knew how to do business, but they were rich and had resources. Zhang Jihua was only one step away from becoming an intermediate venerable, but he was still beaten up by Han Fei. Be it speed, strength, or soul, he looked weaker than Han Fei. Zhang Jihua's strongest strange fire had even been swallowed by Han Fei. They had never seen such a scene before. Whether it was the Beast King technique or the 100 Beast soul subduing roar, they didn't know it. Only Cao Shuang knew very well that the swallowing technique Han Fei just used was a secret technique of the Cao family. However, Cao Shuang didn't speak, because even the Cao family themselves only knew that the Cao family's secret technique was passed down from their ancestors. As for where their ancestors got it, which generation of ancestors got it, there were no records. Han Fei withdrew the sky-hanging mirror, the sky curtain was closed, and the Scattered Stars Island was jubilating. For most ordinary people, the Battle of Venerables was nothing. They wanted resources, which was true. In the eyes of everyone, in fact, they didn't care much about resources such as spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, or even weapons. They could get spiritual fruits themselves. As for weapons, in the past 7 or 8 years, the Feiyanmu furnace had been operating at full power, and many soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island had used semi-divine weapons. It could even be said that all hidden fishers used semi-divine weapons. Some even had more than one. Those who didn't use semi-divine weapons were mostly below the level of advanced hanging fishers. Among advanced hanging fishers, semi-divine weapons were already common. What they really wanted was the spirit awakening fluid. For Han Fei and the others, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, or 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid were nothing. However, that was for people like Han Fei. For ordinary people, the spirit awakening fluid could improve their physique. They could even use the spirit awakening fluid when they were about to cross realms. The more they used, the better the effect. Who wouldn't like it? While everyone was very happy, Han Fei was also very happy. Except for the few people like Shueishenqi, no one knew that Han Fei's greatest gain from this battle was power of will. At this moment, Han Fei returned to the mansion. The 2 hidden fisher guards half-kneeled. Marshal Han, please forgive us. We failed to stop them. Although they said so, the 2 guards looked calm, their blood was surging. And their hearts were racing. It seemed that they were extremely excited. Han Fei extended his hand and supported them with an invisible force. Han Fei said kindly, "It doesn't matter. He is a venerable. How can you stop him?" I was too absorbed in cultivation to notice the anomalies in the outside world. You were almost killed. With that said, Han Fei waved his hand and activated the holy light technique, quelling the steaming blood of the two of them. Then, he waved his hand and threw 10 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid at each of them. "Take it." The two of them were dumbfounded. Didn't the marshal give us too much spirit awakening fluid? Although 10 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid wasn't very expensive, it was still more than 30,000 points of credits. "Marshal, we can't take it. This is our duty." Han Fei smiled and patted them on the shoulders. "Take it. Although I'm not rich now, 20 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid is nothing for me. You are loyal to me. I should thank you." In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle rolled his eyes. "You are already so bad. But you're still pretending to be kind? Do you have a conscience?" Collecting the spirit awakening fluid, the two guards were excited and flushed. "Marshal Han, I'm willing to do anything for you." Han Fei frowned. "No, not for me, but for the Scattered Stars Island and the human race." "Yes, Marshal Han." While they talked excitedly, Han Fei locked his mansion again. After a few days, Han Fei once again felt a large amount of power of will enter his body. Even at this moment, there was still the power of will entering his body. Obviously, at this moment, many people were excited, touched, and praised him. Han Fei was determined to use the power of will to unveil the mystery of the Mist Bridge and comprehend his great Tao. However, when he was about to sit down and continue to study the secrets of the bridge, the old turtle suddenly said, "Han Fei, I think you can figure out your great Tao later." Han Fei was stunned. "Huh? Why do you say that?" The old turtle said, "Do you really want to kill Zhang Jihua today?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "It doesn't matter even if I kill him. The big clans have their limits. One person's death is not enough for them to erupt." The old turtle said, "That's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is that even if you try your best, it's still very difficult for you to kill a venerable if you don't take him by surprise. This shows that your strength is still a little lacking. Therefore, I think that you should increase your strength first. If you want to become a venerable, you have to disassemble spiritual energy to the extent of the venerable realm at the very least." "Huh?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Do you mean that I should use the power of will to improve the disassembling degree of spiritual energy?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Although he couldn't use all his great Tao, he had figured out part of its power. For example, his great Tao could make something out of nothing. Then what about the degree of spiritual energy disassembling? Could it be activated through the great Tao? He can try disassembling spiritual energy with the magical power of will. Wait, what if I use the Tao rune infiltration method? Something suddenly occurred to Han Fei. The Insect King had once told him about this method. However, at that time, Han Fei hadn't fully grasped his great Tao, nor had he fully grasped the ability of making something out of nothing. Although he had tried it later, he still felt that the Tao runes couldn't quickly permeate spiritual energy. However, what if he replaced the Tao runes with the power of will? After all, power of will was also a kind of power of the great Tao. With this in mind, Han Fei's heart stirred. A point of spiritual energy appeared in front of him. Although it was imperceptible, it emitted a dazzling light. Han Fei activated his Tao seed, and with a thought, the invisible power of will quickly rushed towards this point of spiritual energy. With this impact, Han Fei found that a kind of power was infiltrating, seeming to be entwined with the power of the great Tao and spiritual energy. Fuse. Han Fei's heart kept beating. This was because he discovered that the power of will was tens of thousands of times more effective than the Tao rune infiltration method. The disassembling speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Han Fei used the Yin-Yang divine eyes so that he could feel the flow of the power of will. This was a feeling he had never had before. Now that the power of will was gathered in this point of spiritual energy, Han Fei had a hunch that he could find its trace. Sure enough, when the Yin-Yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately saw an extremely weak, light blue, weird power that seemed to be drilling into the depths of the spiritual energy. It's it. Han Fei immediately smiled, which stunned the old turtle. He thought to himself, can Han Fei see the invisible power of will? However, the old turtle suddenly sensed something and said, Han Fei, don't be excited yet. What you see is not necessarily the so-called power of will, but a dynamic feeling that your power of will penetrates the depths of spiritual energy. What you should pay more attention to is that little bit of spiritual energy, not the power of will. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei frowned and his heart turned cold. It seemed that what the old turtle said was true. What he saw was indeed a trace of the great Tao, not the power of the great Tao itself. Who? You startled me. I thought I saw the great Tao. Han Fei was immediately relieved. The old turtle was also lost for words. Do you think you can see the great Tao so easily? There are thousands of great Taos, all of which are different. What can you see? What is the great Tao exactly? No one knows. Han Fei immediately focused his attention on the spiritual energy itself. The spiritual energy cloak was quickly infiltrated. In Han Fei's mind, he was quickly disassembling this bit of spiritual energy. Every time he went deeper, he felt that this bit of spiritual energy was more difficult to penetrate and separate. The more he went deeper, the more powerful this bit of spiritual energy seemed to be. The real power of this bit of spiritual energy seemed to have exceeded 1.7 times its normal explosive power. Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy was quickly infiltrating his body. After only a moment, it increased a little. 67%. 68%. 69%. 70%. As the power of will penetrated, the threshold of 70% had been broken. Immediately, Han Fei felt that the infiltration became more difficult. It was like two magnets. The closer they were to each other, the greater the repulsive force produced. At 72%, Han Fei felt that the power of will he got from showing a movie in front of millions of soldiers was almost exhausted. In Han Fei's body, the old turtle felt a chill down his spine. Is this the power that human beings call power of will? Strange. The disassembling degree of spiritual energy is improving too fast. At this moment, Han Fei had already stopped. In front of him, 2 points of spiritual energy appeared, one big and one small. Looking at the 2 points of spiritual energy, Han Fei suddenly had an idea. If he disassembled 1 point of spiritual energy to the end and gathered the rest, wouldn't he still get 1 point of spiritual energy in the end? Also, could he disassemble a point of spiritual energy into 2 points, then split 2 points into 4 points, and 4 points into 8 points? In this way, theoretically, he could get infinite spiritual energy. However, in terms of disassembling, he needed to disassemble it into 8 points of spiritual energy, and then he would get 87% of spiritual energy, which could reach the level of the insect king. Hanfei immediately told the old turtle what he thought, and the old turtle sneered. Hanfei, do you think all cultivators are fools? If it's really as simple as you say, why did the sea demons disassemble spiritual energy and perceive power? Hanfei frowned. But theoretically, it's feasible. The old turtle said, no matter how you disassemble 1 point of spiritual energy, you can only get 2 points of spiritual energy in the end. The bigger one is the power that you can already control. Remember, it's something you can control, because you can only disassemble so much. As for the remaining spiritual energy that you can't disassemble, that's something you can't control. Therefore, continuing to disassemble it is meaningful. Every time the power you disassemble becomes 1% more, it means that your control over this power becomes 1% more. Although your mind is racing, you forgot that the most fundamental thing about disassembling spiritual energy is not really to disassemble a point of spiritual energy into 2 points and use the power of 2 points, but you can completely control all the power contained in this point of spiritual energy. Hanfei was silent for a moment. So, as for the separation method I mentioned, no matter how much I separate, the final result will always be 50% disassembling degree and not much higher? The old turtle said with a smile, I can tell you that this method will work. But it's not what you think. As you said, there are also benefits in disassembling. You can comprehend the power of balance. You can try it later. It's quite beneficial for combat, but not for understanding energy like spiritual energy. Hanfei sighed. *CK, the power of will that he worked so hard to get only increased his spiritual energy disassembling degree by 6%? Hanfei immediately pointed his finger and blasted the spiritual energy away. However, the next moment, he saw a fire mark appear. The spiritual energy that had been disassembled by 72% blasted out nearly 1.8 meters. Hiss. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, wait. Old Yuan. When you were in my realm, how many times more power could you exert from 1 point of spiritual energy? 1.8 times? The old turtle said leisurely, don't be cocky. In the explorer level, theoretically speaking, the highest limit of spiritual energy disassembling is 2 times. Of course, these 2 times vary from person to person. Therefore, the power unleashed is different. If you want to catch up to me, you'll have to disassemble at least 3 or 4% more. If you want to surpass me, you'll have to disassemble at least 80%. Hanfei was a little frightened when he heard that an explorer could reach 80%? This couldn't be simple. The Insect King was already a heavenly talent, wasn't it? Up to now, his degree should be around 88%. The old turtle had also said that 85% was already the standard for heavenly talents. Hanfei was about to speak, when the old turtle said, you want to ask what's the highest degree for the explorer realm, right? Hanfei nodded. Do you know? The old turtle chuckled and said, there's no need to pursue this deliberately. The disassembling of spiritual energy isn't something that an explorer needs to do. Therefore, as long as you reach 70%, you can become a venerable. It doesn't mean that the higher the disassembling degree, the stronger the venerable is. As long as you catch up later, it will be the same. Huh? Hanfei was stunned. The same? The old turtle said casually, yes. That's why I asked you to uncover the mystery of your great Tao later. Look, in just half a day, although it seems that your strength hasn't increased, your combat power has increased by nearly 10%. Isn't this more useful than trying to solve the mystery of the great Tao? Hanfei realized that the old turtle's reminder was right. This guy must have realized that he was in a dangerous situation. If he didn't improve his strength as soon as possible, he might die with him. Hanfei grinned. Old Yuan, you're really something. To thank you for your reminding, I'll find a venerable to let you absorb his vitality. The old turtle said leisurely, you should worry about yourself first. Although I don't know the situation of the sea demons here, the venerables on your side are much weaker than those on the Waterwood World side, and they are not united. If there is really a royal city like the White Shell Royal City, I don't know why you take over the Scattered Stars Island. Because such a royal city is definitely not something the current Scattered Stars Island can defeat. Hanfei's eyes turned cold, and he sneered. But, it hasn't appeared yet. Hanfei rose and continued, now, my disassembling degree is up to standard. All I need to do is to unveil the mystery of the great Tao. As soon as the mystery is solved, I can become a half-venerable. The old turtle seemed to have guessed something and asked, wait. What are you going to do? The old turtle knew Hanfei too well. When this guy found that the power of will was so useful, he would definitely try to collect it. With the daily supply of power of will of millions of soldiers, it would take at least several months for him to accumulate enough power of will. Could Hanfei afford to wait? Even if he could, he probably wouldn't. Therefore, the answer was obvious. Hanfei wanted to contrive an event, a big event that could shock millions of soldiers. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. 3 days passed in a flash. After the battle, there were too many things to deal with. All kinds of problems, when the major departments couldn't solve them, had to be sent to the marshal's mansion. Hanfei felt that he was even more tired than being an emperor. Although he didn't have to do everything personally, he had to keep an eye on literally everything. Fortunately, he had the twin divine technique. At this moment, only Hanfei's white mist body was guarding the mansion, and the black mist body went to the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall. The star turtle asked, boy, how did you break the seal last time? Hanfei replied ambiguously, I came back to find an answer. Standing next to the corpse of the cloud whale again, Hanfei didn't try to grab the cloud whale's demonic origin. He circled the corpse over and over again. Although the cloud whale had died, its scales, flesh, and bones were all exuding the aura of the great Tao. This was why a large amount of spirit awakening fluid could be produced here. Hanfei walked here many times and tried to perceive it again and again, but in the end, he was a little puzzled. Although this corpse was exuding the aura of the great Tao, he couldn't feel the strong power of the great Tao at all. So he asked the old turtle. However, the old turtle said, with my current strength, I can't peep at the king. If I cultivate for another 100 years, I'll definitely be able to see his Tao. Hanfei rolled his eyes. I'm not even 30 yet. I can't wait 100 days. For you. Although the old turtle couldn't pry into the cloud whale's great dhow, he accidentally asked, "For some reason, I feel that this great dhow is not strong. Even if a king has been dead for so long, his great dhow shouldn't be so weak." Hanfei was puzzled. Weak? How weak? The old turtle said, "It's just not strong. I don't know if it's because its demonic origin was ruined or something. By logic, its aura of the great Tao should be at least several times that of now." Hanfei was also lost for words. It had already died, so what was the difference if its great Tao was strong or not? After 3 days of fruitless exploration, Hanfei appeared in the Sea of Pearls through the cloud whale's demonic origin again. Sure enough, with such a long distance, the twin god technique immediately became unstable. Hanfei felt a strong attraction. He had to return to the scattered stars island immediately. When the black mist body returned to within 10,000 kilometers of the scattered stars island, the feeling that the twin god technique was about to collapse disappeared. Woo. When the black mist body was about to rush to the marshal's mansion, Hanfei saw that the cloud whale on the scattered stars island had just taken off and was only 100 kilometers away from him. The cloud whale was flying towards him. Hanfei was not in a hurry. He was quite curious about the cloud whale and didn't think that it was a creature from the Yinyang world. Where did Tang Yen get this guy from back then? Woo. Although the cloud whale was huge, its speed was not slow at all. It swam in the clouds like a fish in water. Hanfei stepped to the cloud whale with his black fog body and saw many people on its back, who were flying to the teleportation island. These people had all undergone rigorous investigation and were confirmed to be returning to their hometown. In the subsequent work, Hanfei also expressed that it was not that he didn't want them, but that the 36 towns really lacked talents. Every soldier who had returned from the Scattered Stars Island would be a renowned figure in the 36 towns. Therefore, they should be happy to have such an opportunity. How comfortable would it be to go back and live a carefree life? If they could teach some students and tell stories, their lives would be perfect. At this moment, someone was complaining, "Son of AB*TCH. I'm still healthy. I don't understand why they sent me back." Someone laughed. "Don't you know why they sent you back? Your foundation has been damaged and you can't make any progress. Do you want to stay here and wait to die in battles?" The man cursed, "But I'm a junior, hidden fisher anyway. Am I not strong enough?" Someone laughed. "Yes, you're strong. The problem is that Marshal Han may think that it's better for us to teach the younger generation in the 36 towns and dig out talents. Don't forget, the Scattered Stars Island is going to be open to the 36 towns. Marshal Han is taking precautions." Someone echoed, "Actually, Marshal Han is right. The casualty rate of the people from the 36 towns who come to the Scattered Stars Island is actually much higher than those from the Thousand Star City. In the end, what's the reason? Isn't it because the comprehensive strength of the 36 towns is not as good as that of the Thousand Star City? Even the ordinary people in the Thousand Star City live in a place with complete information and have long known the existence of the Scattered Stars Island. But it has been kept a secret from our 36 towns, and they told us the island is a dangerous unknown place. Even when we came to the island, they still kept it a secret from us. For a while." Someone was lost for words. "That's because we are really weak. When we just came, if we really went to the deep sea, we would have died 10 or 8 times. However, I still don't understand. Why do they have to keep it a secret? From the 36 towns? If it's dangerous, it's dangerous. Can't you just tell us? Someone said, why? It's because the 36 towns are weak and don't have the ability to help in the battle. Then why do they bother to make everyone panic? All day long? On the contrary, treating the unknown place as a pursuit, this can stimulate the cultivation enthusiasm of the people in the 36 towns. Someone sighed. But now, the sea demon royal city is going to come out, and the people in the 36 towns can't live in dreams anymore. This time, a large number of strong masters are returning to their hometown, which must have caused a shock. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to their discussion. In fact, they were right. This was what he thought. Just like when the City of Justice was founded, how could the surrounding towns rise quickly without the support of strong masters? Woo. Suddenly, Han Fei noticed that the cloud whale rolled its eyes and looked at him. And when it saw him, it opened its mouth slightly as if asking for food. Huh? Han Fei was shocked. What realm is the cloud whale in? How can it see my black fog body? He had fed the cloud whale several times before. This guy should be able to recognize him. Although there were many strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island, every time he saw this guy, he would feed him and communicate with him. There were probably not many people like him. Han Fei remained calm and didn't feed it. Otherwise, a crab or a lobster floating in the air would have scared the people on the cloud whale to death. Although Han Fei didn't feed it, someone on the cloud whale's head said, the cloud whale opened its mouth. Does it want to eat something? This foodie. As they talked, someone took out a big squid, which was a rare creature and was only level 38. It was not very strong, but fortunately, it was big. The person who spoke patted the cloud whale's head. Xiaoyun, come on, open your mouth. Seeing that someone was feeding it, the cloud whale looked away from Han Fei and bit the big squid into its mouth, flying happily to the teleportation island. Han Fei, on the other hand, stood in midair, stroked his chin, and murmured, a legend creature, the kind that can't grow up? Interesting. Han Fei didn't think too much. He turned around and quickly returned to the mansion. A moment later, Han Fei pushed the door of the marshal's mansion open and shouted in a low voice, relay my order, all inspectors, come to discuss matters. The inspectors on the Scattered Stars Island were at least peak-level law enforcers. When Han Fei got the 9-star token, which was specially given by Shueishenqi, he was only a peak-level hidden fisher. Generally speaking, below the inspectors were the adjudicators, brigadier generals, and kiliarchs. They were all law enforcers, and the positions below them would be taken by hidden fishers. After a while, a total of 35 inspectors came to the mansion. Among them, 21 were explorers. When Han Fei saw these people for the first time, he was actually a little surprised. He was surprised that there were more than 20 explorers on the Scattered Stars Island, but Shueishenqi said that there were still some who hadn't taken up posts. So in fact, there were more explorers than this number. Han Fei nodded slightly. He had underestimated the Scattered Stars Island before. There were indeed many strong masters here. However, on second thought, Han Fei realized that there couldn't be more than 50 of them, probably only about 30. compared to the thousand-star city. Or the Waterwood world, there were too few of them. At this moment, Hanfei looked at these people and said, "Everyone, you have been in your position for many years. Marshal Shui trusts you, so do I. Next, I'll discuss with Marshal Shui and the other venerables how to deal with sea demons. This matter is quite secret. Therefore, for some time to come, unless you encounter something you can't solve, don't disturb me for the time being." Everyone was stunned and then realized that Hanfei was probably making a big move. Now there were as many as a dozen venerables on the Scattered Stars Island. With such a powerful force, even they felt that Hanfei wouldn't be idle. Sure enough, Hanfei had only been in office for a few days, but he had already taken a move. Everybody immediately replied, "Yes, Marshal Han." Hanfei nodded and looked at one of them. "Where is Meng Liang from the Trans Island inspectors?" Meng Liang was a little surprised. Why did Hanfei call him? However, Meng Liang immediately responded, "I'm here." "What orders do you have, Marshal Han?" Hanfei said solemnly, "Although hundreds of thousands of soldiers have returned to their hometown, it's still not enough for them to wake up the people living in dreams in the 36 towns immediately. We Scattered Stars Island should do something too. Arrange for someone or you to go to the mayors of the 36 towns to tell them that you can arrange for the heavenly talents in the towns to come to the Scattered Stars Island to observe the battlefield regularly. Your inspection team knows the battlefields on the island best. I'll leave it to you." Meng Liang asked in surprise, "Why the rush?" The others were also taken aback. Hanfei's purpose was to alert the 36 towns as soon as possible. However, no matter how they accelerated the process, a person needed time to grow up. Hanfei said leisurely, "If you don't have a long-term plan, there will be immediate problems. You have to take precautions for everything. This is not a big action. They have to know the stories they heard are not stories but truth." Meng Liang immediately nodded. "Yes, Marshal Han." Hanfei nodded slightly and looked at everyone. "Okay, go." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Transverse Mountain. When Hanfei first came to the Scattered Stars Island, he had been hearing stories about the Transverse Mountain and felt that there must be many secrets hidden in this mountain. At least, there was a secret that everyone knew: there was a bottomless hole in the Transverse Mountain. As for where that bottomless hole led, no one knew. However, it would produce spirit awakening fluid. At that time, Hanfei wasn't even qualified to enter it. Now that he had already become the Supreme Commander, he naturally had the right to inspect it. At this moment, Hanfei was standing at the periphery of this bottomless hole that had a radius of more than 200 meters. There were strange rocks everywhere around it. Looking down, Hanfei found that the cave could limit the perception of the soul. Therefore, he could see things more clearly with eyes than with perception. Of course, even if it was slightly clearer, this bottomless hole was unfathomable. In Hanfei's eyes, it was just darkness below. At this moment, not far behind Hanfei, Shueishenqi's voice sounded, "After many inspections, no one will appear in the underground city if going down from here." Hanfei couldn't help turning his head. "How did you investigate it?" Shueishenqi said, "Threw something down and went to the underground city, to search for it, but we didn't find anything. As you know, the underground city is not big, so it doesn't lead to the underground city here." Hanfei shrugged slightly. the supreme commanders of the past had controlled the Scattered Stars Island for so long, but they hadn't figured out anything yet. How could he have the time to bother with this now? Immediately, Han Fei changed the topic. So you think there's something wrong with this bottomless hole? In order to prevent any problems here, you asked all the explorers on the Scattered Stars Island to live on the transverse mountain, right? Han Fei knew this when he just came back. After all, he was one of the top powerhouses on the Scattered Stars Island. Many years ago, Han Fei was far from the explorer level, so he didn't know this place. Han Fei's perception swept across the transverse mountain. There were as many as 500 law enforcers and explorers here. Of course, most of them were law enforcers. Han Fei asked suspiciously, is the transverse mountain equivalent to a slightly more advanced Empyrean waterfall? Shui Shenqi said indifferently, you can say that. By staying here, we can collect the spirit awakening fluid that comes from here. Han Fei saw a small wisp of spirit awakening fluid floating up from the bottomless hole. His eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything to Shui Shenqi, but said to the old turtle, can you feel what's down below? The old turtle said, I'm not omnipotent. My perception can't go down. However, since spirit awakening fluid can be produced indefinitely here every day, it means that there must be some kind of great Tao rule, the remains of an expert, or some kind of spiritual treasure below. Otherwise, the spirit awakening fluid won't be produced inexplicably. Han Fei gathered his thoughts and didn't ask further. Instead, he looked at Shui Shenqi and said, I'm going to the sea. So I may have to trouble Mr. Shui to cover up for me and help me handle the military affairs on the island. Shui Shenqi had said earlier that although he had temporarily resigned as the supreme commander, he wouldn't let Han Fei mess around. If anything went wrong, he would come forward. At this time, Shui Shenqi frowned. Going to sea? Have you figured out the secret of the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei said, the star turtle said that it would be able to suppress it for 3 months at most. I haven't figured out what's underneath it yet. However, I can tell you one thing very clearly. That king's corpse can't make a person break through and become a king. Shui Shenqi's pupils were constricted, and he asked telepathically, are you sure? Han Fei smiled. I've set up soundproof barriers around us. Zhang Jihua and the others can't hear us. Shui Shenqi asked again, are you sure? This is not a joke. Whether the corpse below is valuable or not. This matter involves a lot of things. Han Fei nodded. At least for now, I'm very certain, but will there be any special changes after the corpse appears? I don't know yet. Shui Shenqi asked, what's down below? Han Fei smiled. Mr. Shui, why don't you let me keep it a secret for another 3 months? Shui Shenqi looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and didn't ask further. He simply said, I can help you with your duty, but I need to know what you're going to do. Han Fei's lips curled. There's nothing to hide. I'm going to pry into the secrets of the 10,000 Demon Valley. This matter is urgent. If it weren't for the corpse under the Empyrean waterfall, I would have been there. Shui Shenqi knew Han Fei's trump card, but he still frowned and said, the current 10,000 Demon Valley should also have peak combat power of the venerable realm. Are you sure you can investigate it? Han Fei smiled. Whether or not I can, at least I can ensure my own safety. Shui Shenqi wasn't too worried about Han Fei's safety. In his heart, Han Fei was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. If he had to think of a person like Han Fei, Shueishenqi could only think of Cao Qiu. Back then, the two of them got together by a fluke. However, Cao Qiu was still defeated in the competition for the sea quelling painting. But so what? Cao Qiu was still a heavenly talent. The Cao family used the power of the Cao family to pamper him and pave the way for him. There was news that ever since the boy's seal was removed, his strength had risen crazily, and he swept across many thousand star-proving grounds and was invincible among his peers. Han Fei had more powerful people behind him than Cao Qiu. Although Shueishenqi didn't know who Han Fei's mother was, Han Guanqiu seemed to only have one son. And it could be said that he had given everything to him. At this moment, with Han Guanqiu and Ning Jing, who was a half-king, how could anyone kill Han Fei? A half-king was enough to be called the strongest combat power in the entire thousand-star city. Her strength was definitely on the same level as that old B***starred from Chu sect. Shueishenqi said indifferently, if it's just an investigation, don't spend too much time. As you know, the star turtle can't last long. This war will break out sooner or later. Han Fei said with a smile, at least 3 days, and at most 10 days. I'll be back within 10 days. Everyone thought that Han Fei was still in the mansion, but he was already 100,000 kilometers away now. Here, Han Fei took out the venerable token. After all, it wasn't safe to go alone. He had to have a guard. The moment he took out the venerable token, he saw Jing'er walk out of the void with a swish. At this moment, Jing'er was holding a skewer of roasted squid in her hand. As she ate, she said, I can perceive your dark mist body. Even without the venerable token, I won't lose you. Han Fei grinned. Is it delicious? Jing'er nodded quickly. I have to say that although the overall strength of your yin-yang world isn't too strong, you really have a lot of food. In the fair, wow, there are so many delicious foods. Blah, blah, blah. Jing'er simply couldn't stop talking. Han Fei interrupted her. Come with me to the sea demon's camp to take a look. If we're lucky, I'll let you experience the smell of a venerable level great demon in a few days. Han Fei didn't ask if old Han was around. Old Han's whereabouts had always been mysterious. Since he didn't stay in the Scattered Stars prison, God knew where he usually stayed. However, since he knew about his return, he should know that he went to sea. 1 day passed. In the waves of the deep sea, a pair of figures stood on the sea. Han Fei asked, Jing'er, what's the range of perception for peak level venerables and half-kings? At this point, Han Fei was stopped by Jing'er. Han Fei immediately guessed what was going on, so he asked this question. Jing'er thought that Han Fei's growth was so fast that she couldn't understand it. She also knew that Han Fei was not a king's attendant but a candidate for king or even an heir. Therefore, she didn't keep it a secret. She said, for me, when I was in my peak state, my real perception range was actually about 20,000 kilometers. But in addition to perception, there is also a certain premonition, which can also be called intuition. This range may reach 50,000 kilometers. Well, premonition is hard to describe. If someone is particularly hostile to me and has reached the point of obsession, maybe I can detect him more than 50,000 kilometers away. Oh, provided that the person can't be much stronger than me. Otherwise, even within 20,000 kilometers, the Other party has a way to avoid my perception. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. A peak level venerable was already at this level? That was 50,000 kilometers. His current perception range was less than 10,000 kilometers. It was definitely not because his soul was not strong enough, or his talent was not high enough, but because he didn't live as long as them. As long as he lived long enough, Han Fei felt that it shouldn't take him more than 100 years to double the strength of his soul. Han Fei took a deep breath. What about a half-king's? Ning Jing said, a half-king's? Well, at least 50,000 kilometers. However, a half-king's perception of certain events may cross space itself. For example, even if something happens 200,000 kilometers away, as long as you want to see it, you can see it. If you plan to go somewhere in advance, although you can't perceive there, you can directly teleport there. Alas, but you must not appear, and the sound can't be too loud. With your dark mist body, even a half-king won't easily detect you without deliberately searching. Who would search for a pure darkness in the darkness, for no reason? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was quite familiar with the 10,000 Demon Valley. In order to rob the 10,000 Demon Valley, he had specially memorized the topography of the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. However, Han Fei had never been to the Blood Demon Valley. The main reason was that he had been determined to break into the inner part of the 10,000 Demon Valley, so he didn't have a chance to go to the Blood Demon Valley. This time, Han Fei was here specifically for reconnaissance. Something must have changed in the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley today. For example, during the battle in the Sea of Pearls, the Blood Valley 5 restrictions appeared. Was it really a trump card hidden by Blue Feather? Although Blue Feather said that, it might not be true. To the humans, of course Blue Feather would say that this was his trump card. He certainly couldn't say that those were goons sent to me by the Sea Demon. Royal City. Because of the Blood Valley 5 restrictions, Han Fei's first goal was the Blood Sea Valley. He had to ascertain the basic combat power of sea monsters. First, when he was less than 50,000 kilometers away from the Blood Sea Valley, Han Fei said to the old turtle, "Old Yuan, I know that your perception ability is definitely stronger than mine. You just don't reveal it. My soul power is not enough, and my perception can't hide from a real expert. Therefore, it depends on you to investigate the enemy." The old turtle was lost for words. So, you had already planned to use me when you were on the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei smiled and said, "Old Yuan, we are already so familiar with each other. You should know me. Only if I am strong, I am invincible, and I become a king, can we live longer. Besides, in the future, I may have a chance to find your sealed body. Think about it, an emperor's body. Are you willing to give it up?" The old turtle cursed, "Of course I don't want to give it up. But why are you so nice?" Han Fei sneered. "If I become a king, how much do you think I'll be afraid of emperors? To be honest with you, I still have a lot of things to do in the future. Becoming a king is just my first step." The old turtle sneered. "Keep bragging. Become a king first." While they mocked each other, they reached a tacit understanding. Jing'er naturally didn't follow him, because she was afraid that the other party had a half-king who would discover her. In that case, it would be even harder for Han Fei to sneak in. After all, if the traces of a half-king was found, the other party's expert would definitely pay more attention to everything in the nearby sea area. How could Han Fei possibly escape the other party's strong master's perception scan? And if Han Fei snuck in alone, once he encountered any danger, he could take out the venerable token and position himself. Then Jinger could come over very quickly. To be honest, Han Fei was also afraid. If the other party had a half-king, although he wouldn't worry that Jinger would be killed here, the other party's strategy and tactics would definitely be adjusted and they would be more careful in provoking a big battle. At that time, once a battle broke out, it was very likely that a big war would break out, and there might be no 3-month preparation period. After all, the sea demons also knew that there was the remains of a king on the scattered Stars Island. Why did the half-king come? It was definitely for the remains of a king. Therefore, on the one hand, the other party would be more cautious and send out stronger forces. On the other hand, they would speed up the strategic and tactical arrangements and invade the scattered Stars Island in advance. Therefore, Han Fei didn't let Jinger follow him all the way. After that, it took a full 5 hours before Han Fei walked more than 50,000 kilometers and slowly entered the Blood Sea Valley. Compared to the splendid 10,000 Demon Valley, there were exquisite seaweed decorations and various decorative caves. The Blood Sea Valley was more like a slum. Even with the luminous seaweed decorations, it was mostly in clusters. On the valley cliffs, one hole appeared after another, like a beehive. There was no telling how many people were stuffed inside. Han Fei swam in the Blood Sea Valley at an extremely slow speed for more than 6 hours and found many unusual places. In fact, old Yuan discovered these unusual things. The old turtle had been explaining, the entire Blood Sea Valley is a large mountain composed of 308 seabed hills. Most places are deep, the cliffs are straight, and there are many deep ravines. The population is quite large. From the awakening realm to the sea spirit realm, there are nearly 3 million people. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. Good, very good. The population of Scattered Stars Island is twice as large as theirs. In fact, Han Fei's face had turned dark, although he was still comforting himself. Han Fei knew that the sea demons wouldn't come all out in combat. They would drive endless sea creatures to attack the island, which was the most terrifying thing. Besides, these 3 million people were just ordinary inferior manfish and red demons. In Han Fei's eyes, those creatures that hadn't evolved completely were nothing to be afraid of. However, it was not a good thing for the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. In the yin-yang world that stretched for 8 million kilometers, there must be many half-mermaids and even powerful creatures that hadn't transformed yet. As there was no royal city before in the yin-yang world, these powerful creatures were not completely unified. With the appearance of a royal city, many such itinerant cultivators should have been gathered. Therefore, although Han Fei looked awful, he felt lucky. 3 million people could be resisted. He didn't panic at all. Inferior man. Fish and red demons, in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat skills, were inferior to humans. Therefore, the human side had no reason to lose. However, a moment later, the old turtle said, 3 venerables and 38 Dao seeking great demons have been found. Han Fei immediately asked, how strong are the venerables? The old turtle said, 2 juniors and 1 intermediate. Phew. Han Fei was relieved. Good, very good. As long as there weren't advanced Venerables, everything would be fine. As for the 38 great demons in the Tao-seeking realm, although the number startled Han Fei, it also confirmed his guess that the Blood C5 restrictions were fake. These were all powerhouses who suddenly appeared. Just in the Blood Sea Valley, the number of Tao-seeking experts was almost comparable to the number of explorers on the entire Scattered Stars Island. Fortunately, the big clans and the 7 major sects all had explorers coming, which could be considered a part of their combat power. However, Han Fei was immediately alarmed. This was just the Blood Demon Valley. The half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley had always despised the inferior manfish and the red demon. It could even be said that they discriminated against them. Now, even the overall power of the Blood Sea Valley was so strong. Then what about the 10,000 Demon Valley? Perhaps because there were not many strong masters in the Blood Demon Valley. No one found that a shadow came in and swam around. Han Fei sneered. These sea demons are really careless. Although the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Sea Valley are only 20,000 kilometers away, if a strong master sneak attacks here, there will definitely be heavy casualties. The old turtle sneered. As long as the other party is in the half-king realm. No. As long as they are at the peak of the venerable realm, a mere 20,000 kilometers will be crossed in the blink of an eye. Unless your father and Ning Jing attack at the same time and flatten this place with great means, it's impossible for a half-king to sweep 10,000 kilometers with one blow. Han Fei said perfunctorily, I was just saying. In fact, when the old turtle proposed this proposal, Han Fei had the same idea. Assuming that he had a way to lead the crowd to attack this place, if they could kill the more than 3 million ordinary sea demons here, it could definitely seriously injure the 10,000 Demon Valley. After all, no matter how powerful the 10,000 Demon Valley was now, it was impossible for it to be stronger than the White Shell Royal City. With such a huge number of troops eliminated, if they fought again in the future, they could only count on the people in the 10,000 Demon Valley. The old turtle suddenly said solemnly, Han Fei, I advise you not to do that. Although you humans and sea demons are enemies, the sea demons are still creatures of the world. You can kill hundreds or thousands of people from time to time, and if you hadn't done it yourself, nothing would have happened. However, do you know how terrifying the heavenly blood tide that will appear when millions of creatures die is? Han Fei was stunned. What do you mean? The old turtle asked. Let me ask you, are sea demons really bad people? This question stunned Han Fei. In terms of race, the sea demons were certainly ferocious. Besides, with the story of the stone monument, the sea demons seemed to have deliberately destroyed the other races. However, in a real sea demon society, they were actually no different from human society. At most, they had different customs and living conditions. In terms of ruthlessness, of course, not all sea demons were ferocious. There were still some sea demons who were upright. Perhaps, they just stood on different sides. Han Fei looked at the vast sea, and said, in this infinite sea, how is it possible that only 3 million creatures die every day? You are the demon emperor. Why would you care about the life of 3 million sea monsters? The old turtle said, of course I don't care. What I care about is that this might become your negative karma. You can launch a sneak attack now and kill these 3 million ordinary sea demons. But if a sea demon powerhouse kills a million human beings because of this matter, do you think this negative karma has nothing to do with you? Can your Tao heart still be firm, and can you still take the great Tao? Hanfei was horrified. According to what the old turtle said, it didn't seem to work. He could kill these sea demons, but if he did it, the consequences might be unbearable. Of course, this was also the rule between humans and sea demons. Perhaps one party could take advantage of the occasional loophole to kill some of the other party's heavenly talents. However, blatantly killing millions of weak people from the other party? This had never happened in history. Hanfei gave up this idea. He could trick his opponents once in a while, but if he suddenly killed 3 million sea demons for no reason, even if there was no punishment from the heavens, the sea demons would be infuriated. Then, if both parties played dirty, the world would be messed up. Hanfei said lightly, "Got it. In fact, in the end, it's still because we're not strong enough. If I'm a king and completely destroys the 10,000 Demon Valley, leaving no survivors, then who will come to take revenge?" The old turtle said leisurely, "The premise is that you become a king first." Hanfei fell silent and swam towards the 10,000 Demon Valley. But Hanfei's goal was not to go straight to the 10,000 Demon Valley. From Qi Huan's memory, Hanfei saw an abyssal chasm appear between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Sea Valley, and strong masters walked out of that chasm. This crack was Hanfei's main reconnaissance target this time. He didn't dare to speed up. It took him half a day to quietly arrive at the periphery of the abyssal chasm. It was not that Hanfei saw the cracks, but that he found demonic energy. Turbulence here. The old turtle said, "There is a crack 2,000 kilometers to your left. There is an advanced venerable and 2 intermediate venerables guarding it." Upon hearing this, Hanfei realized that the sea demons here were much stronger than those in the Blood Sea Valley. Furthermore, this place was closer to the 10,000 Demon Valley, and there were 3 venerables guarding it. It could be seen how important this place was to the sea demons. With Hanfei's current strength, he could kill ordinary junior venerables. If it came to intermediate venerables, there was a 90% chance that he wouldn't be able to kill them. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the explorer and the venerable realm. No matter how ordinary a venerable was, their comprehensive strength wasn't something a half-venerable could compare to. Hanfei also knew that he could kill a junior venerable because of his golden body. If it weren't for the fact that he had cultivated the indestructible golden body in advance and his strength had improved greatly, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill a junior venerable. Hanfei said, "Let's take a look." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Undersea cracks were actually a common landform. Not to mention dozens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, some even extended even millions of kilometers. These seabed cracks were various, and there were all kinds of strange creatures living in them. At this moment, Hanfei was swimming slowly. Under normal circumstances, no one would notice him. At the very least, it was not easy for even advanced venerables to detect Hanfei's black mist body. Therefore, Hanfei dared to press deeper. Finally, after he slowly moved forward, he saw the crack with his own eyes. When Hanfei saw it with his own eyes, he found that this place was already enveloped by an array. Around the crack, there were tens of thousands of arrays. On the array, a void crack flashed from time to time, and a large amount of demonic energy and spirit-awakening fluid seeped out of those cracks. Every time these things came out, they would be gathered by an invisible force. Hiss. Hanfei suddenly gasped. Old Yuan, that's spirit awakening fluid, right? Is there a king in this crack? The old turtle said indifferently, it's hard to say. I don't feel the aura of a king. However, even if there is a king, he can't come over. Otherwise, how can there be a place for you humans? Hanfei observed here for a whole day. He was willing to wait here because he wanted to see what kind of person could come out of this crack. Bang! Just as Hanfei was wondering if he should go to the 10,000 Demon Valley to investigate first and then come back to take a look. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking the seal. Then, a lobster jumped out of the crack with its claws on the cliff. However, there was no intact shell on the lobster soldier. Clearly, he had been seriously injured from the other side. The corner of Hanfei's eyes twitched, and he frowned. A great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking level had come out just like that? It could be seen that even if this crack was not connected to the capital, there must be many strong masters on the other side. The moment the lobster soldier appeared, he looked around and immediately said, respectfully, Master Yu Chuan, nice to meet you, Venerable Sun, Venerable Chen. The advanced Venerable said calmly, oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it's you, Qian Yuliu. Why, when can the experts in the city come? The lobster soldier, Yu Luqian, turned into a human form and hurriedly bowed. Master Yu Chuan, the channel is still not stable. Our king is strengthening the seal. Our king said that no one will come over in the next month. Oh? Why is that? Qian Yuliu said, because Master Qing Lu wants to come in person. Huh? The advanced venerable suddenly rose. Really? Lord Qing Lu is a half-king. Can he really pass this narrow passage? Qian Yuliu said, my lord, it's exactly because the passage is narrow that our king has asked Master Qing Lu to come over. At that time, Master Qing Lu wants to use a secret technique to broaden the passage. In this way, more experts in the city can come over. Really? The three venerables looked at each other. At present, the 10,000 Demon Valley didn't have a half-king level powerhouse guarding it, so they couldn't stay calm. Although Blue Feather had said before that for so many years, there had never been a venerable level powerhouse on the Scattered Stars Island, they didn't know if the humans' Thousand Star City had a half-king level powerhouse or not. Although the people from the Inyang world couldn't become a king, it didn't mean they couldn't become a half-king. Besides, in the war to sneak attack the Sea of Pearls and the Scattered Stars Island a few days ago, at least one peak-level human venerable had appeared. Furthermore, the peak-level venerable from the 10,000 Demon Valley had said that there was a mysterious aura descending, which might also be a peak-level venerable. Because of this, Venerable Chao Xian, who was a peak-level venerable in the 10,000 Demon Valley, gave up attacking the island and retreated temporarily. Anyway, in his opinion, the return of the royal city was certain. The reason he wanted to take down the Scattered Stars Island was nothing more than to make a name for himself. However, the sea demons and humans had fought for tens of thousands of years. If they could be taken down easily, they would have done so long ago. Therefore, when Chao Xian discovered that human beings were not weak, he chose to lay low for a while, accumulate strength, and plot to invade again. It occurred to Ziyu Chuan that their king perished in the war between the human race and the sea demons, so the sea demons' royal city had to hide from the Inyang world. After so many years, the new king had already transcended the tribulation, and it was the day the royal city returned. The king wouldn't come over for the time being, but if a half-king came, he would still be invincible in the Inyang world. Ziyuchuan shouted, "Okay, I've got it. Yu Sun, take him to the 10,000 Demon Valley and report this to Master Chao Xian." Among the three venerables, one of them got up, stretched out his hand, and left with the lobster soldier. Han Fei, who was hiding in the dark, overheard their conversation. They didn't expect that anyone else would come here because there were all arrays next to the crack. Besides, they were speaking in the sea demon language, which human beings couldn't understand at all. But when Han Fei heard the word "our king," he couldn't have felt worse. As he expected, it was the Sea Demon Royal City. The Sea Demon Royal City of the Inyang world was about to emerge again. The old turtle said, "Look, they have a king." Han Fei said crossly, "I'm not deaf. Even if they have a king, so what? He can't come over. Otherwise, if he comes alone, who in the entire 1,000-star city can be his match?" Han Fei suddenly looked at the undersea chasm. "Old Yuan, do you think we can blow up this teleportation array?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Someone from the Sea Demon Royal City can come here, which means that the seal stopping them from coming over has been broken. Or rather, the entrance is already there. How can you blow it up?" Han Fei said, "I have billions of demonic stones. This is just a channel." Then his voice faded away. This kind of space channel seemed to only be related to the great Tao of space. Spiritual energy explosion was probably too low level compared to it. Han Fei calculated in his heart. The other party didn't send a half-king over until a month later, which meant that they didn't have any now. In other words, Ning Jing should be the strongest person now. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although Queen Life had told Ning Jing not to help him easily, and told him that the path of kings was rarely completed with the help of others. However, this temptation was very strong. Holding back his excitement, Han Fei decided to check the 10,000 Demon Valley first. As for whether to ask Ning Jing to take action or not, Ning Jing was 100,000 kilometers away anyway. After he finished reconnaissance, he would have a month to think about it. After another half-day, Han Fei finally came to the familiar 10,000 Demon Valley. Although he hadn't stayed long in this place, he had explored it carefully. Back then, as he saw, there were 100,000 residents in the core circle. How many people were there in total in the outer abyss? He didn't know. After all, he didn't have the ability to investigate it back then. What surprised Han Fei was that the Sea Demon Colosseum, which was the most popular place for sea demons, was in a sealed state. Also, for some reason, Han Fei found that the people in the 10,000 Demon Valley seemed to be much fewer. Were they all cultivating? Han Fei didn't stay long. He passed the canyon channel, passed through the huge half-mermaid statue, and came to the circular core area. Back then, Han Fei lived on the outermost layer of this circle, and Yu Ji lived next door. Now when he thought about it, he was a little naive back then, thinking that all the heavenly talents lived here. After all, when he pretended to be Yu Fei, he was only a hanging fisher, not even a hidden fisher. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that only the outermost level was occupied by creatures of the demonization realm. And further in, the half-mermaids were getting stronger and stronger. Passing the circle, above the innermost layer of the circular pillar, Han Fei sensed that there was a hall hidden in the darkness, like the control center of the entire 10,000 Demon Valley, suspended in the sky. Demonic energy. was steaming there. He didn't know if it was gathering the demonic energy or releasing it. The old turtle said, "All right, although ordinary people can't discover your current body, that's only relative. If you happen to be discovered by a peak level venerable, even if Jing'er wants to save you, you might not be able to escape." Han Fei stood still. "What did you feel?" The old turtle said, "There is indeed a peak level venerable here, the one we saw last time in the Sea of Pearls. The lobster soldier we saw just now is reporting. Oh, I forgot to tell you that in addition to one peak level venerable, there are 3 advanced venerables and as many as 6 intermediate venerables. This strength is probably much stronger than that of your Scattered Stars Island. Your Scattered Stars Island doesn't have any advanced venerables at the moment. And here, there are already 4. Han Fei's expression was also ugly. 1 peak level venerable, 4 advanced venerables, and 6 or 7 intermediate venerables? Han Fei asked, "What about junior ones?" The old turtle said, "The junior ones don't seem to be here. I haven't seen any. Not here?" Han Fei immediately sensed that something was wrong. There were even mid or high-level venerables in the 10,000 Demon Valley. It was impossible that there weren't any junior venerables. He had killed 2 of them. Could it be that the 10,000 Demon Valley happened to only have these 2? The old turtle said, "I haven't found any yet. However, there aren't many people in the 10,000 Demon Valley. As far as I can tell, there are less than 100,000 people." Impossible. Han Fei immediately shook his head. It was impossible that the number of people had decreased by at least hundreds of thousands in the past 10 years. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed drastically. The junior venerables are not here, nor are a large number of half-mermen. There must be something wrong with them. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something and asked, "Old Yuan, what is the strength of the half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley?" The old turtle said, "Well, you might not believe it, but there are probably less than 100,000 people in this place, and half of them are in the sea demon realm." Huh? Han Fei's face suddenly changed. F***ck, something big must have happened. It was impossible that the 10,000 Demon Valley only had 100,000 sea demons. And among these 100,000 sea demons, there were 50,000 sea demons? That was equivalent to 50,000 hidden fishers? This ratio was ridiculous. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Not good. Old Yuan, something big has happened." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At this time, there were only 100,000 people left in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Besides, half of these 100,000 people were sea demons. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This was definitely impossible in the 10,000 Demon Valley in the past. Just think about the White Shell Royal City. F***ck, how many years had the White Bay Royal City been tried before it managed to produce 100,000 sea spirits? Gosh, how many years had it been since he left the Scattered Stars Island? 50,000 sea demon realms had appeared out of nowhere? Did they fall from the sky? Han Fei thought to himself, the 10,000 Demon Valley certainly didn't have the ability to create so many sea demons in the sea demon realm. Either the 10,000 Demon Valley opened a king-level secret realm, which had infinite resources, or these people came from the cracks. Han Fei panicked. "Old Yuan, where are the 50,000 sea demons?" The old turtle asked, "What do you want?" Han Fei said, "Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to slaughter all the sea demons in the sea demons camp. I need to catch someone to see where the people of the 10,000 Demon Valley are and how they've grown so fast. In the end, the old turtle pointed in the direction of the cultivation canyon. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, Hanfei rushed over without hesitation. He had already passed the 72 floor Soul Realm. The cultivation canyon had no secrets to him. After only 15 minutes, Hanfei came to an ordinary demon realm outside the 72 floor Soul Realm. This demon realm was a place to cultivate the soul. Hanfei quietly crept in. Generally speaking, even if the other party had a king, he wouldn't go to the cultivation secret realm to observe everyone. Hanfei just took a few random steps, and with a thought, the void lines caught a half-mermaid who was cultivating. Hanfei's realm and strength were too far above this half-merman. Therefore, the moment this half-merman was controlled by Hanfei, he couldn't even open his eyes, but he had already lost control of his soul. Deep in his heart, Hanfei could even feel the horror in his soul. This time, Hanfei's soul-searching technique finally came in handy. Since Hanfei deduced the awesome soul-searching technique, he hadn't really searched a soul once. This time, the half-merman was still in a state of cultivation. Hanfei scanned with his soul and felt that part of his consciousness had directly entered the sea demon's consciousness. Swish swish swish. Tens of thousands of pictures appeared in Hanfei's perception. For example, this half-merman was named UFA. For example, this half-merman was originally a butterfly fish. For example, from the moment this half-merman successfully evolved and entered the 10,000 Demon Valley, he was instilled with the belief that humans should be wiped out. Hanfei ignored the trivial information. Soon, Hanfei found a different battlefield in the depths of the half-mermaid's consciousness. On a cultivation night a few years ago, UFA was cultivating in the cultivation canyon as usual. At that time, he was only in the high level of the demonization realm and wasn't very strong. On that day, with a loud noise, there was a strong earthquake, which woke countless half-mermaids up from their cultivation. A terrifying pressure appeared out of nowhere, directly suppressing everyone. All the half-mermen were trembling, fearing that a human powerhouse had sneaked up on them. But immediately afterwards, a phantom stood proudly in the air. The man was bathed in brilliance. Under the holy light, the person said, "Our king has descended in order to award the 10,000 Demon Valley that has been fighting against the human race and suffering heavy casualties. He specially set up a cultivation sage realm, allowing all creatures above the demonization realm to enter this realm to cultivate." Blue Feather immediately knelt in front of the holy light. "Thank you for the arrival of my king's divine body. I'll do my best to fight against the human race." The man continued, "Well, Blue Feather, our king appreciates your contribution to the Sea clan, so he asked me to inform you that you and the other powerhouses of the 10,000 Demon Valley can enter the Sage Realm to cultivate." With that, the person waved his hand, and a mountain in the center of the 10,000 Demon Valley was shattered. Under the ground veins, a golden light shot to the sky, and a big golden fish rushed out, turning into a human figure. In the blink of an eye, Hanfei read Yufu's memories and saw the scene clearly. As soon as the man appeared, he half knelt on the ground. "Inga thanks the king for breaking the seal." In the sky, the voice said indifferently, "Inga, your defeat 1800 years ago almost destroyed the foundation of the 10,000 Demon Valley for tens of thousands of years. Now, our king has come to earth. Seeing that you have already become a venerable and have been guarding the 10,000 demon valley for more than 1,000 years, he allows you to make up for your error. Don't disappoint our king. The man raised his head and shouted, I'll do anything for you, my king. If I fail again, I'll kill myself. Han Fei was stunned. 1,800 years ago, this person almost caused the destruction of the 10,000 demon valley? But wasn't it Tang Yan's era 1,800 years ago? A shocking battle indeed broke out, causing the royal city to disappear. Not only the sea demons stopped fighting, but the humans also suffered heavy losses. Even Tang Yan had given up his position as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island to find the royal city. That day's miraculous scene was roughly like this. Except for the guy wrapped in holy light, it seemed that from the beginning to the end, only one venerable had jumped out. In Han Fei's experience, this was undoubtedly an act. Obviously, the person and Blue Feather had agreed in advance. Of course, Han Fei couldn't directly tell the strength of this person from Yu Fei's memories. However, from this person's words, he could get a few key information. One was the Sage Realm. This must be a place with abundant resources that could quickly upgrade the half-mermaids. The other was the new arrival of their king. What did it mean by new arrival? Did it mean that in the past there was no king in this royal city? But now there was. From this information it could be deduced that this sea demon royal city was not in the Yinyang world, nor was it related to the Waterwood world. There was only one result, the Wall of Death, which was the turbulent sea. This sea demon capital could only be in the turbulent sea. Han Fei continued to search. After that night, the 10,000 demon valley was in an uproar. In the following days, the 10,000 demon valley restricted the sea demons from going out. All exits were blocked. 7 days later, on the 10,000 demon valley side, 6 super venerables that no one had ever seen suddenly appeared. They carved an extremely huge array together, almost covering the entire sky above the 10,000 demon valley. Han Fei could tell from Yu Fei's memory that it was clearly an extremely huge teleportation array, and it was a directional teleportation array. How could Han Fei, a master of arrays, not even recognize a directional teleportation array? Furthermore, Han Fei even saw some relatively complicated things from this directional teleportation array. For example, this teleportation array was mixed with some defensive arrays and soul-driving arrays. However, when Han Fei saw this, he had a bad feeling. The Sea Demon Venerable was not a fool. How could he have created such a huge teleportation array for nothing? Sure enough, Blue Feather's voice resounded throughout the 10,000 demon valley. Attention, everyone, you are all outstanding members of our 10,000 demon valley. Honor my king's order, and I will tell you shocking news. The Sea Demon Royal City is returning, and our king is returning. Before our king returns, he will bestow an unparalleled sage realm to you. In this realm, there are countless opportunities, and you'll have to reach the sea demon realm to leave the realm. Everyone, prepare to enter the realm. When seeing this scene, Han Fei had a question: if they couldn't leave until they reached the sea demon realm, then why were there still 50,000 people in the 10,000 demon valley who hadn't reached the sea demon realm? However, on second thought, Han Fei realized that the incompetent half Mermaids who were responsible for shopping and refining or served as servants would probably be ordered to stay. Or rather, some people missed the time. This was because under normal circumstances, sea demons could leave the 10,000 demon valley and go out to hunt. Those who hunted outside were definitely not a small number. Originally, they had gone out to hunt with all their might, but the other people were sitting at home and enjoying the benefits. After they came back, the teleportation array must have been closed. Otherwise, how much of a price would it have to pay to maintain such a large teleportation array? The time it could be opened must have been special. At that moment, Han Fei saw countless half-mermaids rushing towards the array. It was really shocking. Han Fei was calm. In fact, he had already expected it. He knew what the 10,000 demon valley was like. How could so many sea demon realms suddenly appear? To put it bluntly, the path of cultivation was the same as the insect races. Soldier explosion. Only with a large population could some extraordinary powerhouses be born. There were even 50,000 sea demons in the sea demon realm. Then there must be at least 500 sea spirits. After all, this was equivalent to a welfare secret realm. It was normal for those whose strength had been suppressed to soar after obtaining a great opportunity. Even if the number of sea spirits was less than 1%, there should be 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000. The population of the 10,000 demon valley was there. It would be strange if 1,000,000 sea demons couldn't give birth to 100 sea spirits. Han Fei followed UFA into the teleportation array and reached an unknown sea area. This place was covered by fog and strong wind. Huh? Han Fei was shocked. Why was this place so familiar? The periphery of the Wall of Death? Han Fei had already been sure that this was outside the Wall of Death. In the Waterwood world, when the three parties gathered at the periphery of the Wall of Death, he saw such a scene the moment the resource competition appeared. At this place, a venerable that Han Fei was familiar with appeared. It was the venerable named Inge, and there seemed to be other venerables. UFA and the others were led to a place. Hiss. Han Fei gasped hard. A crack? Yes, in the world outside the Wall of Death, Han Fei saw a huge crack. A million sea demons were lined up and walking towards the crack. Son of AB *TCH, did they go into the Wall of Death? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Fortunately, he had the soul-searching technique, which was so simple, effective, and fast. When Han Fei continued to search his soul, he soon saw what was like in the so-called Sage Realm. It was a boundless undersea jungle of pebbles and stones, a reef area full of sea anemones, a coral bush, an undersea jungle, a desert. In short, that place was equivalent to a terrain mixed with multiple secret realms. And the so-called cultivation was actually not accurate. There was a massive amount of conches there. Whether it was the coral sea, the undersea jungle, or the land of sand, there were conchs everywhere. The sea demons could quickly improve their strength and soul by killing the conchs and swallowing a drop of blood produced from the conchs. In the so-called Sage Realm, Han Fei saw millions of conchs. There were more than 100 kinds of conchs. Because this place was too big, Han Fei didn't doubt it. This was a world of big conchs, and the number of big conchs was far more than what UFA could see. Oh my God, are there conchs everywhere? Of course, there was no free lunch in the world. Those who got the real benefits would also encounter risks. After the essence blood of these big conchs was absorbed into the body, it didn't seem to be digested or absorbed immediately. As a result, some of the half-mermaids who were hunting the big conchs began to fight each other. The total number of those who died in combat or were swallowed by the big conchs was not small at all. There was definitely a 30% casualty rate at least. Theoretically speaking, this number was already very high. After all, you said it was a sage realm, but people died after entering it? This was not a sage realm, but a secret realm of death. When 1 million people went in and came out, there were only 700,000 people left, and 300,000 had died. However, the sea demons obviously didn't care about this. After all, a million demonization realm sea demons had become 700,000 ones in the sea demon realm. This was a good deal. Even Hanfei was very envious. If this news was told to the million soldiers on the scattered Stars Island, they would probably rush to explore this secret realm like crazy. Of course, this was what he had sensed from Yuefei's memory. As for the specific situation, he had to see it in person. In Hanfei's view, although the benefits there were great, that place was too demonic. The ecological environment of a place full of conchs must have something wrong. Did conchs not eat algae after swallowing spiritual energy? Or had spiritual energy replaced their food? Had most sea creatures forgotten the traditional hunting method? These people were growing rapidly because they had absorbed the essence blood in the conchs. But why was that? How could a creature's essence blood work even better than an ultra-quality spiritual fruit? Was there some special power in the essence blood? Hanfei was speechless. If a drop of essence blood was so useful, it probably contained some power of the great Tao. But Hanfei wondered, how could a creature that could be killed by a half-merman in the demonization realm have the power of the great Tao? It seemed that there were some unknown secrets in it. No matter what, this place could indeed be regarded as a sage realm. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Although the conchs were difficult to kill, the sea demon's cultivation speed was improved a lot. Immediately, Hanfei gritted his teeth and said, if such a place can't be used by the human race, I won't allow you sea race to use it. Hanfei had already made up his mind to explore the secret realm first. If he found that secret realm, he would take his men to destroy it first. Otherwise, if this went on, wouldn't the 10,000 Demon Valley be full of half-mermaids in the sea demon realm? It could be imagined that if all the half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley reached the sea demon realm, what about the Blood Sea Valley? How many sea demon realms and sea spirits would be born from the 3 million ordinary sea demons in the Blood Sea Valley? Heh. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, the scattered stars island would be doomed. With a thought, Hanfei used the power of his soul to erase a part of Yufu's memory. After a minute, Yuefei was woken up from his cultivation. He looked around and was relieved to see that nobody was around. For some reason, Yufu felt that he seemed to be dreaming just now. He dreamed of the scene in the sage realm. Yuefei couldn't help shivering slightly. Although the sage realm was a place where he could grow up, it was still a huge abyss that kept swallowing the lives of half-mermaids. There was no free lunch in this world. If you wanted to grow up, you had to pay a price. If you got something, someone would have to give something. Nothing was for free. Yuefei swore that he must become strong. Only by becoming strong could he survive in this chaotic world. While Yuefei was still silently making his oath, Hanfei had already quietly drifted out of the 10,000 Demon Valley. In less than 3 days, all the 3 places had been investigated. At first, Han Fei just wanted to see what the hell the new crack was. However, he didn't expect to discover such a big secret. Seeing that Han Fei was swimming out, the old turtle said, "Han Fei, you were using the soul-attracting technique just now, weren't you?" Han Fei said, "Of course. Without the soul-attracting art, how would I know where these people went? Why did they suddenly grow up?" The old turtle asked, "Have you found it?" Han Fei said, "Yes, but I need to verify it." Han Fei felt that he had to find a way to let Little Black and Little White continue to grow. Now, he couldn't really hide from top powerhouses. Even peak explorers like the Star Turtle could discover him as long as they paid attention. Indeed, this pure darkness was very suitable for stealth. When Han Fei was 100,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Demon Valley, no one discovered that their base camp had been visited by someone. Taking out the venerable token, Han Fei sat on the sea. After a moment, he saw the void flash, and Jinger appeared directly beside him, holding a cup of burning fiery liquor. Han Fei was stunned. "Do you like drinking?" Jinger said, "I was bored waiting. So I went to the Scattered Stars Island and got some food and drink." Han Fei thought to himself, half-kings are really capricious. She traveled 500,000 or 600,000 kilometers just to get something to eat. Interesting. Jinger asked, "How is it going? What did you find in the sea demon's camp?" Han Fei shook his head. "What's certain is that there are no half-kings. There is one peak-level venerable, but I don't know if there is only one. By the way, Jinger, how far is the perception range of your venerable token?" Jinger was puzzled. "This thing can show me the direction. If the yin-yang world is not much larger than the Waterwood world, then no matter where you are, I can perceive your direction. Of course, the further you are, the less accurate the perception will be. If you are more than 1,000,000 kilometers away, I can only sense which region you are. As for where you are exactly, I can clearly sense it only when you're close to me." Han Fei thought for a moment about the yin-yang world sea chart hanging in the Marshal's mansion. The sea chart only covered an area of about 3,000,000 kilometers, and the area behind the 10,000 Demon Valley was only more than 1,000,000 kilometers. The map didn't mark places like the 36 towns and the Level 3 fishery. However, the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley were like 2 armies confronting each other. They were separated by the middle line between the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley, and both parties occupied half of the sea. Therefore, Han Fei could estimate that the 36 towns were right behind the Scattered Stars Island. However, this distance should be more than 2,000,000 kilometers, or even more than 3,000,000 kilometers. It was only because of this that the sea chart in the Marshal's mansion didn't mark the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. Besides, the 36 towns were array islands, so they should also have a corresponding defense. Similarly, Han Fei could also guess that the so-called Sage Realm must be behind the 10,000 Demon Valley, near the Wall of Death. Han Fei said, "Jinger, I'm going to a place that's about 4,000,000 kilometers away. When the time comes, I need you to cross the void and come to me." Han Fei decided that he'd better not use Jinger's power if he could. Jinger was surprised. "So far away?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Is this very far away for you?" Jinger shrugged. "Yes. It will take at least half an hour even for a half King to arrive as quickly as possible. If you want to go there quietly, it will take at least an hour or more, but if you have 2 hours, you won't be easily discovered. Han Fei asked in surprise, why? Even half-kings are afraid of being discovered? Jing'er shook her head slightly. You don't know this. When your speed reaches a certain limit, space will change, and the flow of time will change slightly. When you reach the level of a half-king, your speed may cause a change in space and time. That's a dangerous domain. Under normal circumstances, only a king realm powerhouse dares to rush like this. After Jing'er explained, the old turtle also said, when your speed reaches a certain limit, the way you travel has changed. You're no longer just traveling in reality or the void. You can create your own channel in the void. Kings haven't reached this level yet, so Jing'er didn't lie to you. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath, wondering if the speed that Jing'er and the old turtle mentioned was close to the speed of light. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Jing'er, can your current speed catch up with the speed of light? When Jing'er heard that, she was stunned for a moment and then chuckled. How is it possible? That's a domain that only kings can touch. I'm still far away from it. When I burst out, my peak speed might be 1% of light. Han Fei. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei felt that it was not bad to chit-chat with the old turtle and Jing'er. He didn't know that Jing'er's peak speed had reached 1% of light. Han Fei really wanted to count with his fingers. He didn't know what to say. Jing'er's speed was 5 or 6,000 kilometers per second. Was she really a human being? Seeing that Han Fei was stunned, Jing'er couldn't help but say, Hey. Don't equate the distance in the real world with the distance in the void. You should have experienced it yourself. The distance between reality and the void is completely different. Similarly, when you enter the venerable realm in the future, or even the half-king realm, you will understand it. Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, I can't understand it now. If my speed is really so fast, can I really travel through time? Maybe I can explain the mystery of the century. However, Han Fei didn't dwell on it. This world was just so magical. In a sense, he was no longer a human. Well, it wouldn't be outrageous to call him a god in the eyes of his former self. He had the immortal golden body, golden blood, and yin-yang divine eyes. If it weren't for the experience along the way, Han Fei would have thought that he was a legendary figure. This was because Jing'er had said that if the distance was too far, even if she rushed over at her fastest speed, it would take more than half an hour. The Sage Realm had a venerable level great demon guarding it. If an advanced or peak level venerable appeared, no matter how conceited Han Fei was, he would probably be crushed by them. Han Fei said, You'd better go from the teleportation array with me. Jing'er was puzzled. What teleportation array? Han Fei said, On this reconnaissance mission, I set up a directional teleportation array, from which we can go to a magical secret realm near the Wall of Death. Upon hearing this, Jing'er agreed. It was a good opportunity for her to see what the yin-yang world was like with Han Fei. Han Fei extended his hand and pointed, and demonic energy rolled on his body. As a brilliant light bloomed, 100-meter-long array appeared in the air. This array was exactly the same as the huge teleportation array that Han Fei had just seen. The venerables of the 10,000 Demon Valley couldn't have imagined that their teleportation array had been completely copied. Looking at the teleportation array, Jing'er couldn't help but say, it seems to be very far away indeed. This teleportation array consumes a lot of energy. The Waterwood world was a place with teleportation arrays everywhere. Jing'er was already used to all kinds of teleportation arrays. However, the teleportation array furthest in the Waterwood world didn't pass 500,000 kilometers. Even the teleportation arrays passing 100,000 kilometers were pathetically few. This was because the longer the distance, the more spiritual energy this teleportation array needed. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't necessary. Han Fei and Jing'er entered the teleportation array one after another. Swish! The moment Han Fei appeared, he saw heavy mist around him. Having no time to observe, Han Fei stomped and a defensive barrier appeared around him. Then he opened his mouth and activated the swallowing technique immediately, swallowing the demonic energy and energy that he had teleported over. As for some fluctuations in space, Jing'er waved her hand and immediately vanished. Jing'er said, the disadvantage of the teleportation array is that there were spatial fluctuations here before we came. Someone has noticed this. Let's leave first. Jing'er grabbed Han Fei and took a step forward, appearing thousands of kilometers away. Then, the mist covered them, and no one could find them again. About 20 seconds after Han Fei and Jing'er left, a figure swept out of the void. Huh? The sea demon Venerable looked around and murmured, did I sense it wrong? Having avoided the sea demon Venerable's pursuit, Han Fei swam away with the black mist body again, while Jing'er just watched the show and didn't intervene. He took Jing'er with him, just in case. Otherwise, with such a strong master by his side, what was the difference if he didn't use her? After only half an hour, Han Fei, who was slowly moving on the bottom of the sea, found the huge crack. However, what surprised Han Fei was that the huge crack he found was actually on the seal on the Wall of Death. F***ck, is the so-called Sage Realm really inside the Wall of Death? Han Fei frowned slightly. From Yufei's memory, probably because of the limitation of his strength, he couldn't find the existence of the invisible seal on the Wall of Death. After all, from the outside, this huge crack looked like a crack from the sky to the ground. As for why there was this crack and what was behind the crack, they might think about it, but they probably wouldn't get an answer. At this moment, Han Fei found another venerable sitting next to the crack. This person had 3 big spears erected on his back, which looked like 3 black bones. They should be related to his original body. The old turtle said, an advanced venerable. It seems that you've found the right place. Han Fei, however, didn't feel happy because of this. He had found the place, which meant that many sea demons were still in the middle of a trial. It also meant that this place was continuously supplying sea demon realm soldiers to the 10,000 Demon Valley. Buzz. The crack trembled, and Han Fei saw a half-merman walk out. Judging from his strength, he had just entered the sea demon realm. When the half-merman saw the venerable, he immediately said respectfully, Master Mo. Okay. Go 1,000 kilometers to the west. Wait there. Yes, my lord. The half-merman immediately agreed, lowered his head, and went west. Hearing this, Han Fei quietly tailed them and waited for a moment. Finally, 1,000 kilometers away, he found a place blocked by an invisible seal, and the fog and storm couldn't reach here. At a glance, there were more than 800 sea demon realm half-mermen and 16 half Mermen who had just entered the sea spirit realm. In front of this group of people was a familiar face. Han Fei remembered from UFA's memory that this was the imbued that had been suppressed under the 10,000 Demon Valley for more than 1,800 years. Looking at it in person, the old turtle said, "He has just become an intermediate venerable." Looking at the more than 800 sea demon realm half-mermen who were consolidating their strength, Han Fei said coldly, "I want to go in." The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What can you do in there?" "Attack. Hundreds of thousands of them alone?" Han Fei sneered. "Entering it doesn't mean I have to kill the enemies. Only by entering it can I know what the secret is, and how the Scattered Stars Island should deal with it." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He was still curious about what the hell those big conchs were. If their essence blood could allow ordinary sea demons to quickly improve their realm, it would be fine, but Blue Feather and other great demons at the Tao-seeking realm could also go in to improve their strength. Blue Feather had even become a venerable, and Qi Shui Huan had transcended the tribulation. There must be something behind this. Ignoring the hundreds of people on the Yingji's side, Han Fei returned to the crack again. As the saying went, eliminate the weeds at the root. To become a king didn't mean that he had to solve everything alone. Otherwise, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? With the help of the night and the fog, Han Fei hid by the crack. If he went in rashly, it would cause a spatial vibration. The venerable was not an idiot, and would definitely find out that something was wrong. According to the number of sea demons, at least a few people would come out of the sage realm every day, right? Otherwise, the Scattered Stars Island wouldn't need to be afraid, and the 10,000 Demon Valley wouldn't have owned 50,000 sea demon realm half-mermen in just a few years. Sure enough, after Han Fei only stared for about 2 hours, the dark crack trembled, and 3 people came out in a row. Han Fei took the opportunity to brush past the 3 of them, and with his mist body, he slipped into the so-called Sage Realm. Perhaps the sea demon venerable was used to seeing people coming out, so he ignored these people and was focused on cultivating, so he didn't notice Han Fei. Swish. The scene in front of him changed, and Han Fei felt more than 10 times the gravity. Such a little gravity had almost no effect on him now. The world in front of him was an undersea reef area. Most of the reefs were covered by algae and sea anemones. Han Fei saw a big green conch chewing on a broadleaf algae dozens of meters long. However, what made him a little speechless was that this conch actually had 3 mouths. Han Fei was stunned. He had heard of 9-headed snake, 9-tailed fox, but not 3-mouthed conch. This creature really refreshed his worldview. Han Fei was surprised. "Oh, it's eating. I thought these big conchs also depend on photosynthesis." Han Fei certainly wouldn't take a mere conch seriously. He stepped to the conch, and information popped up in his eyes. 3-layered demonic conch. Green conchs unique to the conch sea. It's contaminated with the corrosive blood of king-level creatures, causing its body to mutate and transform into a demon conch. This conch has 3 mouths, which are respectively for soul absorbing, blood sucking, and spirit swallowing. Its defense is extremely strong. Remember to kill it as quickly as possible in combat. 58. Rare. 15,924 points. Eating its corrosive blood is very easy for the body to mutate, causing the bloodline to awaken. Corrosive blood. Corrosive blood can corrode the foundation and spiritual heritage. Don't eat it. Han Fei's pupils were constricted when he saw the information. Contaminated by the corrosive blood of king-level creatures? No wonder these sea monsters could grow so quickly. It turned out that all of them had taken a king's contaminated blood, which helped them quickly improve their strength. Son of AB*TCH. Han Fei cursed secretly, thinking that the king of the sea demon royal city was really tough. He seemed to be willing to do anything to destroy the human race. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that there was a force trying to draw him away. Then he saw that the three-layered demonic conch with a green shell was sucking at him crazily with its three conch mouths. Bang! Han Fei slapped it and smashed it. Absorb my ass. Don't you know what level you are at? How dare you absorb me? The old turtle couldn't help but ask, why are you angry at a conch? Han Fei said fiercely, because it is no longer a pure conch. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. The big conch was smashed to pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei reached out and a bubbling blood drop appeared in front of him. Han Fei frowned. This drop of blood was dark green, very different from ordinary red blood. Not only did it have a sweet aroma, but there was also a pounding sound in the blood drop, like the sound of a heart beating. When Han Fei picked up the drop of blood, the dark green blood tried to touch Han Fei's skin. However, knowing that it was corrosive blood, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let it. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a mass of water, wrapping the drop of blood. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, do you know what this is? The old turtle was lost for words. Do you think I'm omnipotent? I'm not a god. This is just a drop of dark green essence blood. In this vast sea, there are at least 80,000 kinds of creatures with this color of blood. How can I guess? Huh? Wait. The old turtle had just finished complaining when he suddenly said, something is wrong. This drop of blood contains so much blood qi. Such surging blood qi is simply a great tonic for those little sea demons in the demonization realm. It's no wonder their strength has improved greatly. Han Fei said leisurely, so? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, in order to achieve this effect, one has to have the blood of a half-venerable demon at least. Han Fei said leisurely again, however, the 10,000 Demon Valley has already created 50,000 sea demon half-mermen. Here, as far as I can perceive, there are more than 1,000 half-mermen. And this big conch is even more than sea demons. The old turtle was stunned. After a long time, he said, why don't you try hunting another conch? Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and a fishing hook appeared in his hand. He threw it casually, and the hook shot through the void like an arrow, instantly catching a big conch 10 kilometers away. Crack. The big conch didn't even know what was going on, but it felt that it was grabbed in an instant. Then, there was no then. The moment the big conch appeared, Han Fei had already smashed it into pieces. Han Fei didn't know when it started, but when he looked at these creatures, he suddenly felt as if he were looking down at ants. He felt that as long as he issued an order in his heart, they would die. However, Han Fei didn't take it seriously at all. Both he and the old turtle were attracted by a drop of identical dark green blood. Seeing the drop of blood, Han Fei said, it seems that every conch has such a drop of blood. The old turtle paused and said, try catching one more? Catch a conch further away. Swish. 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 Han Fei cast his hook 3,000 kilometers away and caught a sea spirit. Conk. In just a moment, 6 drops of dark green blood essence had appeared in Han Fei's hand. Among them, the blood essence of the sea spirit conch was much more intense than the other drops. At this moment, the old turtle finally said leisurely, "You seem to be in serious trouble." Han Fei said indifferently, "Judging from the blood drops, they should all be from the same person. And this sea demon's secret realm is enough for hundreds of thousands or even millions of people to hunt and grow. This means that there may be millions of such blood spirits." The old turtle nodded and said, "It's impossible for anyone below the level of a king to do that, unless it's an evil cultivator who specializes in this. Just like the blood pool you saw last time, and the evil cultivators in the Blood Sea Divinewood City. These people are actually the same." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Evil cultivators?" The old turtle said, "I'm almost certain that all the big conchs here are used by a king to absorb power. Although these big conchs are still alive, they can't live long. With or without these sea demons, their lifespan is definitely less than 100 years. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "What if they're eaten?" The old turtle chuckled. "This kind of blood is a vitality-snatching tool in the first place. Maybe it can stimulate one's potential and increase one's strength, but this is, at the cost of one's own potential and longevity. This kind of reckless digging and using one's own potential will inevitably lead to a crazy decrease in longevity. The faster one cultivates, the faster he will die." Huff. Han Fei suddenly said, "The king absorbs these sea demons' power through the conchs, but can he take back all these powers? With millions of sea demons supplying power to him, how can the king digest such a huge power?" The old turtle said solemnly, "You underestimated kings. Queen Life can give birth to a drop of life spring water in a few years at most. However, a drop of life spring water can even extend the life of a venerable for decades. If an explorer takes it, it can at least increase his lifespan by 100 years. That's the power of a king." Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. F***ck, this explanation seems interesting. Assuming that this so-called sage realm was developed over many years, then it only took a little time to create such a secret realm for a king. The old turtle continued, "As for how to take back this power, there are many other ways. For example, the technique that Yu Wendao gave you can ignore the distance of space by offering sacrifices. Also, if this evil technique is the power of the king's great Tao in the first place, then he can easily take back these powers. The so-called seal is generally unable to seal the power of the great Tao, unless one deliberately seals this power. However, if you can seal one or two, can you seal thousands or tens of thousands?" The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched as he said, "According to what you said, isn't this king-level creature a bit too powerful? Are all the kings in the world so strong?" The old turtle said disdainfully, "What do you think? All those below the king realm are ants. Only after entering the king level can you know what real strength is. At least, in this desolate land, the king level is still extremely powerful." Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei thought to himself, "The old turtle seems to look down upon the king realm a little bit. But all those below the king realm are ants," reminded him of the scene Luo Xiaobai experienced in the ideal palace. Han Fei had already learned from the information that it was the corrosive blood of a king He chatted with the old turtle because he wanted to figure out the purpose of the king. At this moment, Han Fei had an idea. The sea demon royal city probably wouldn't come for the time being. If it could, this king wouldn't have exploited his million sea demons. If he could make it, he would have come early. With this evil cultivation technique, billions of humans would be doomed. At this moment, all he needed to do was to consume some of his strength, to create this sage realm. What was the purpose of him snatching these powers? Han Fei didn't know, but there were several possibilities. Firstly, he wanted to come over, but he couldn't. Therefore, he needed a medium and needed to sacrifice some sea demons. While sacrificing sea demons, he could still increase his strength and maybe kill humans along the way. The second was that he was at a critical moment of cultivation and needed strength to make a breakthrough. Perhaps there was a third, a fourth. However, no matter how many possibilities there were, Han Fei was only interested in whether he could come over or not. Once this kind of evil king came over, it would be a disaster for the human race. While Han Fei and the old turtle were chatting and thinking, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Around him, there were at least 7 sea demon realms and 2 sea spirit realms rushing in his direction. Han Fei frowned slightly. What was the meaning of this? How could these little shrimps find him? If it wasn't because they found him, then it was because they sensed the corrosive blood. After all, Han Fei was holding a small blob of corrosive blood in his hand. For these sea demons who were eager to improve their strength, it was definitely a treasure. However, in Han Fei's perception, there were actually many sea demons around. Many sea demons didn't conceal the traces of fighting because there were too many 3-layered demonic conchs here. However, only 9 sea demons were attracted here. Did the other sea demons not notice him? Han Fei immediately discovered the problem. These 9 sea demons were relatively the strongest group of the sea demons around. They were all sea demons who were about to make a breakthrough but didn't intend to go out of the sage realm. About half an hour later, 3 half-mermen in the junior sea demon realm rushed over. Han Fei was still in his black mist form and didn't use his real body. When the 3 of them came over and saw a mass of blood essence floating in the sea, they were stunned. Someone was surprised. Why is there no one here? Someone suddenly said warily, could it be bait? Since this person can get such a large mass of essence blood, he can't just leave it here. Hearing that, the 3 of them immediately became vigilant and even fused with their companion spirits. After confirming that there was no danger here, the 3 of them came to Han Fei, who had been waiting for a long time. Swish! 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 Han Fei activated the void lines, and all 3 of them were hit. Instantly, all of them became living dead. Han Fei controlled the souls of the 3 of them and suddenly felt a power which attempted to enter his soul along the void lines. Bang! 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 Han Fei frowned and controlled their internal organs to explode. Recalling the void lines, Han Fei grabbed 5 drops of corrosive blood from the 3 of them. Humph! You want to contaminate me? In your dreams. There were only 2 people in the second wave, one of which was a junior sea spirit and the other an intermediate sea demon. This time, they didn't even see the few drops of corrosive blood that Han Fei controlled before they were killed on the spot. Same as last time, the corrosive blood intended to contaminate Han Fei. However, the result was obvious. When Han Fei collected another small mass of corrosive blood in his hand, suddenly, he perceived that more than 100 sea demons were rushing towards him. At the same time, Han Fei frowned slightly. Could it be that because he had more corrosive blood in his hand that there were more sea demons sensing him? Translator *** Henyi Translations Editor *** Henyi Translations. More and more sea demons were attracted by the corrosive blood in Han Fei's hand and came over one after another. If Han Fei was slightly weaker, he would have run away. When these people rushed to where Han Fei was, their eyes were red and demonic. Energy was surging from their bodies. They were even ready to attack. However, all they could see was a mass of corrosive blood. Someone couldn't care less how many conchs he had to kill to get such a mass of corrosive blood. Immediately, someone reached for it. Bam! Someone had just rushed 100 meters away from Han Fei and exploded, not even knowing how he died. And Han Fei was still observing. He wanted to see how attractive the corrosive blood was to these sea demons. As he expected, almost all the sea demons who came couldn't hold themselves back when they saw the mass of corrosive blood. They were desperately rushing to Han Fei like drug addicts. Bang! 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 The brilliant fireworks had exploded dozens of times. Han Fei didn't even move from beginning to end. He only set up a few killing arrays. In less than half an hour, Han Fei had already killed more than 100 sea demons. Most of them were walking right into the trap. However, there were 3 half-mermen in the sea spirit realm who were stronger and thus had better self-restraint. Although the corrosive blood was very attractive to them, they still held back, thinking that such a large amount of corrosive blood couldn't have appeared here for no reason. Of course, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The void lines had already controlled them before they left. In just half an hour, the corrosive blood in Han Fei's hand had increased several times. What surprised Han Fei was that as more and more corrosive blood gathered, the power it could unleash was greater too. The surging blood stirred the seawater nearby, which was shivering now and then. Huh? Han Fei was suspicious. Old Yuan, do you think this blood is intelligent? They are trying to break my seal. The old turtle said, I don't know if this blood is intelligent. However, the power of the great Tao in this blood seems to be gathering. I can't tell if it's 1 drop or 2 drops, but once it's large enough, the power of blood qi it can unleash will be very strong. Han Fei asked, what if the power of the great Tao gathers too much? The old turtle pondered for a moment. Don't worry. The king won't be able to come over. However, it's entirely possible for his projection to descend. This essence blood is only one kind of energy. Without the support of the original body, even if all the blood essence in this secret realm gathers, the king's projection will eventually disappear in battle after it appears. Han Fei asked, in other words, the king may arrive through the blood essence? Even if it's a projection, it's still a king's projection. No. The old turtle retorted, you can't say that. A king's projection doesn't necessarily have the strength of a king. Your world probably can't accommodate a king. Even if he can come over, can he leave this secret realm? Han Fei grinned. That makes sense. The Yin-Yang world was watched by the heavenly Tao Dharma I. Ren Tianfei had warned him with a fish skin map when he was in the level 3 fishery. If a sea demon king could ignore the heavenly Tao Dharma I, the Yin-Yang world would have long been destroyed. Why would he still wait? Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He felt that in the distance, there was a force attracting him. And the blob of corrosive blood in his hand, like a magnetic iron, could feel the power. It was indeed an attraction power, which could be observed through the blood essence dynamics. Releasing his perception, Han Fei found that there was nothing unusual 8,000 kilometers away. At most, some scattered half-mermen were hunting and fighting the big conchs. He had to admit that the power limitation of this so-called sea demon sacred realm was too low. It wasn't like the kind of dangerous secret realm at all. His perception was completely unrestricted and could directly sweep more than 8,000 kilometers. Buzz. Han Fei flew away. These sea demons were too scattered. If he killed them one by one, it would waste his time, which couldn't solve the problem at all. Even if he had the ability to kill these hundreds of thousands of people who had dispersed, what if the 3 million ordinary inferior manfish from the Blood Sea Valley came over? Would he come to kill them again? Therefore, when the corrosive blood stirred, Han Fei's first thought was to find the source and kill him. A king-level creature was sealed in the wall of death. There must be some medium helping him interfere with the internal affairs of the yin-yang world, right? After a while, Han Fei was more than 10,000 kilometers away. At this moment, he was flying across a sea of sand. The big conchs here were of different species. The big conchs here were called the Sandgate demonic conchs, and their strength was generally at the peak level of sea demon or even sea spirit. Therefore, there were fewer sea demons in this area. Han Fei casually killed 2 of them and found that the corrosive blood was the same, except that it had more intense blood qi than the previous ones. After another 6,000 kilometers, Han Fei passed a sea anemone tentacle area, a coral area, and a mud pool. What was worth mentioning was that the conchs in the mud were called snake conchs. There was a big snake in the conch, and its shell was buried in the soil. This place looked like the 10,000 snake cave and was extremely creepy. A world full of strange conchs? Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't know that conchs could look like this. As he walked, Han Fei accumulated more and more corrosive blood. He killed one after another. Along the way, he killed as many as 200 strange conchs. Han Fei felt that the blob of corrosive blood in his hand was already enough to upgrade an explorer. Of course, that was on the premise that this explorer dared to eat it. After a while, Han Fei saw that in the pitch-black sea area, there were some conchs with transparent carapace floating in the water like jellyfish. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived 3 figures. Huh? Qian Yaning, Hail Changfeng, and Hai Xinlan? Coincidentally, Han Fei knew all 3 of them. They were the remaining 3 of the 8 wings of blue feather. In the battle at the Sea of Pearls, Han Fei didn't see these people. He thought they had died long ago. Who knew that they would appear here? At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting facing each other in a triangle. In the middle of the 3 of them, there was a dark green large cocoon, on which blood qi were oscillating. The 3 of them seemed to be holding some sort of ritual. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Apart from Qian Yaning, who had long reached the Tao-seeking realm, both Hail Changfeng and Hai Xinlan had already broken through to the Tao-seeking realm. At this moment, it seemed that Qian Yaning had reached the advanced Tao-seeking realm. Hail Changfeng and Hai Xinlan were in the intermediate Tao-seeking realm. The 3 of them had grown so fast. It could be seen that they had benefited a lot from the so-called sage realm. Han Fei quickly approached. With his strength, even if he was within 100 meters of these 3 people, it was impossible for them to discover him. With this in mind, Han Fei forcibly sealed the aura of the corrosive blood in his hand and really came within 100 meters of these three people. Sweeping his perception over, Han Fei found that there seemed to be a figure in the big cocoon. Not good. These B** stars definitely aren't doing something good. Han Fei's first reaction was to kill these people and stop the weird ritual. However, the old turtle suddenly shouted, "Not good. We've been tricked. Retreat." Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned. "I've been hiding well all the way here. When was I tricked?" Of course, Han Fei chose to retreat without hesitation. Although the old turtle was almost a useless turtle now, its life level was still different. Buzz. In all directions, dark green walls rose. Even with Han Fei's speed, he couldn't be faster than these walls. Star teleportation. The speed of this light array was like the 6-gate array of the hexagon. Starfish, extremely fast. However, the star teleportation technique was specifically used to break such an array. Han Fei didn't panic. Bang. Boom. But when Han Fei was about to twist the space, the large mass of corrosive blood in his hand exploded with a bang. The terrifying power directly blew up the distorted space. Han Fei was blown 1,000 meters away and missed the chance to escape. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei felt that 10,000 times the gravity had fallen on him, making his body sink and fall directly to the bottom of the sea. Kill. Qian Yaning, Hail Changfeng, and Hai Xinlan had already attacked. Wither. Sea King's soul-breaking strike. Water path twining technique. The attacks of these three people instantly fell on Han Fei. This shocked Han Fei. By logic, these three people couldn't even see him, let alone attack him. However, although it was unexpected, Qian Yanying's time law hadn't reached the level of Great Tao yet, so it couldn't shake him at all. The power of time was directly sucked up by the time ring. Hail Changfeng launched a terrifying attack at Han Fei's soul with his single horn. Even under this 10,000 time gravity, Han Fei still stabbed back with the god-scaring spike. Crack. With a bang, the sound of soul cracking sounded under the god-scaring stab. How could Hail Changfeng withstand it with the strength of an intermediate Dao Seeker? Han Fei could easily kill Hail Changfeng with a single blow now. He must be dreaming to kill Han Fei with a soul attack. Hail Changfeng's head exploded in an instant, scaring Qian Yaning and Hai Xinlan away. Qian Yaning shouted, "Not good, this person's strength is beyond our imagination. My time technique is completely ineffective." While retreating, Hai Xinlan put her hands together. Han Fei felt that the surrounding seawater turned into seawater spears, darting at him frantically. Clang, 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 clang. While the two of them were shocked, Han Fei turned into a humanoid shadow and smiled. "Why? It took you so much effort to tie me up, but this is all you've got?" Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Qian Yaning and Hai Xinlan couldn't see Han Fei at all. Even if Han Fei had turned into a human form, they could only feel the existence of a person not far away from them through the flow of seawater. However, no matter how they observed with their naked eyes, they could perceive no one, even if the person was already standing in front of them. Besides, from the attack just now, the two of them knew that this was not something they could handle at all. The two of them simply ignored the remains of Hail Changfeng and began to retreat as fast as they could. Fortunately, there was 10,000 times the gravity Here. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to run. Roar. Suddenly, there seemed to be a dragon roar. The terrifying roar was none other than the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Under this roar, the two of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their heads were dizzy, and they fell to the bottom of the sea. Before they realized what was going on, the void lines had already caught them. The moment Han Fei controlled them, he suddenly felt a strong force trying to catch him through the void lines. Humph. Han Fei immediately released the void lines. 10,000 knives in one. Han Fei raised his hand, and the infinity water ignored gravity and swept past Qian Yaning and Hai Xinlan in the blink of an eye. Pooh. 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them were minced and dying. It would only take one breath for Han Fei to mince them. However, something shocking happened. After 3 explosions, Qian Yaning, Hai Xinlan, and the dead Halve Changfeng were blown to dust. This was different from self-detonation. The self-destruction of an advanced Tao-seeking powerhouse could be described as terrifying. Its power was no weaker than that of his million-knife art. However, these 3 people were blown to pieces by an external force. At this moment, in Han Fei's eyes, the souls and flesh that the 3 people exploded into were swallowed by the dark green cocoon. In the sea, a heavy voice suddenly echoed. You're not a sea demon, are you? I smell human breath. Hiss. Han Fei didn't respond, but Snowmorn appeared in his hand. He struck out with all his strength and slashed at the big cocoon. In front of the big cocoon, layers of invisible carapace appeared. Ka ka ka. After breaking 32 invisible carapace barriers in a row, Han Fei's attack was blocked. Huh? The big cocoon was puzzled and said in surprise, a human venerable? No, you aren't a venerable. I will definitely know if a venerable enters this realm. It seems that you are still an explorer. Han Fei still didn't respond, but said in his heart, Old Yuan, didn't you say that the king couldn't come over? What's going on here? The old turtle said leisurely, why are you panicking? If it could have come over, it would have done so long ago. What the hell is this thing? You should feel it out first. Han Fei finally said, oh? So you're the king of the Sea Demon Royal City? The big cocoon was silent for 2 seconds. Don't you panic at all? Do you think you can survive under my hands? Han Fei grinned. It's not up to you whether or not I can survive. If your true self is here, I'll admit it. The problem is your true self here? Come out of this cocoon if you have the ability. It was not the first time Han Fei had faced a king. When he was with Queen Life, he didn't have any embarrassment or fear. He had even challenged the White Armor Emperor and almost equaled them. Now, he hadn't even seen this evil king, and the other party only sent 3 cannon fodder to attack him? They weren't even able to withstand a single slap of his. The only thing he couldn't see clearly was the big cocoon in front of him. Han Fei bet that it was at most a projection. Han Fei was no longer the hanging fisher he was when Xia Xiaochan was taken away. Now, with Han Fei's combat power, he dared to fight even Chen Huangdian's projection, not to mention the projection of this evil king who had been sealed in the wall of death for countless years. The big cocoon began to tremble slightly after hearing Han Fei's words. Bang! 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 Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and activated the heavenly luck technique. It seemed that the big cocoon was indeed a threat to him. In his heart, the old turtle shouted, "Why don't you try breaking this seal? The sea conchs within thousands of kilometers are all breaking. A massive amount of blood essence is gathering." Unlike Han Fei, this evil king might be able to block Han Fei's perception. With the seal set up by Qian Yaning and the others. However, he never thought that there would be an ancient turtle in Han Fei's body. Its soul realm was even higher than that of a king. As soon as the big cocoon took a move, the old turtle had already noticed him. Han Fei scanned the seal with his perception. If he guessed right, this evil king's technique was a bit similar to Master Hexagon's 6-gate array. His speed was extremely fast and his defense was extremely high. Han Fei thought. Instead of spending time attacking it, he might as well try to kill this big cocoon. Buzz. In the sea, a white mist appeared out of nowhere. It was his white mist body that Han Fei hid and forged the universe. However, after the white mist body appeared, Han Fei didn't choose to fuse with it. The white mist body transformed into a human and waved his hand, and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. The black mist body was holding Snowmorn, and the white mist body was holding the embroidery needle. Seeing the two sea-quelling bizarre treasures, the big cocoon trembled even harder. Two sea-quelling bizarre treasures? It seems that you have an extraordinary status in the human race. You can unleash the combat power of a venerable Wen. You're only an explorer? If you're not the current supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, then you must be from a top family in the 1,000 Star City. People from the Chu sect won't come here. Chow family. Are you from the Chow family? Guess my ass. Han Fei thought to himself, this king knows about the 1,000 Star City. It seems that he has interacted with these families before. In that case, Han Fei had an idea. He activated the absorption technique and swallowed all the surrounding energy. Beast King technique. The draw. Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. 10,000 knives in one. In an instant, Han Fei launched an attack. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei didn't believe it. It was just a projection, and it was a large cocoon created by 3 mere Dao seekers. How strong could it be? Han Fei stepped out, and the law of gravity descended, directly offsetting 70 to 80% of the gravity. The big cocoon was surprised again. It's indeed the Chow family swallowing technique, but you actually tried to block my way with the power of law? Boy, are you looking for death? Crack. Boom. Han Fei felt that the law of gravity around him was instantly crushed. Han Fei's muscles tightened as he activated the Dao seed. All laws forbidden. In this space. Shua. Han Fei felt that the gravity was instantly gone. How is that possible? The big cocoon trembled crazily, trying to perform another great technique. However, Han Fei had already activated the draw technique, and the 100-foot-long saber torrents that looked like tornadoes were also rushing at him. Frantically, the invisible barrier rose again, and the shields were broken one after another. In an instant, more than 50 layers were broken. Han Fei could feel that the dark green color on the big cocoon was fading and becoming lighter. Han Fei couldn't help sneering. I've told you. You want to keep me here? Unless you come in person. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Bang. 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 The white mist body waved his hands, and the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks fell crazily. In the hands of the black mist body, 2 hammers appeared, and the 100 war divine hammer blasted out. Knock, knock, knock. Clang. 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 Without using any techniques, Han Fei only used his physique, which was terrifyingly strong. In terms of strength alone, he could easily tear a junior venerable apart. The big cocoon was shattering one layer after another. After only a few seconds, the invisible shield was broken through 100 layers, and dozens of cracks appeared on the big cocoon. The big cocoon stopped speaking. At this moment, corrosive blood was already gathering crazily from all directions. Clang. 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 After a round of bashing with the 100-war divine hammer, the dark green cocoon was already full of cracks, and its surface was already dim. The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks hadn't stopped yet, and Han Fei had hit 500 layered waves in the furious sea. Crack! Suddenly, Han Fei smashed a hole in the big cocoon. Through this hole, Han Fei saw a big black conch. But this big conch was different from all the sea conches Han Fei had seen. This big conch had a total of 6 layers, and on each layer, there were 24 sharp blades that looked like bone spurs, extremely shiny, like newly sharpened blades. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Black Evil Conch King, weak. An ancient creature that has been sleeping for millions of years, tempered by the heavens and earth. Its defense is astonishing. Its blades can cut the hardest crystals. This conch has no real body and complete information can't be obtained. 85. Ancient Fierce Beast. It can significantly increase blood qi and mutate the body. None. Han Fei was relieved to see the information. It was indeed a projection. Although it was a projection in the intermediate venerable realm, it was probably because the ritual hadn't been completed, or the people who held the ritual were too weak. Anyway, even if this was only a projection, he was very strong. Han Fei felt that he might not be able to beat him. Buzz. Han Fei rushed to the edge of the seal and activated the sacrificing punch, intending to escape. The Black Evil Conch King chuckled and said, "Well, you're right. My real body can't come over, but this sage realm was created by me. I can ban all creatures here, including spiritual energy and energy. How can you escape?"